The first delivery of the day as William O'Rourke is in, and he's playing Ben Stokes, who first of all just carves this delivery of short of length through mid-wicket, and or rather through points, and comes back for a second run. So England are up and running on day 3 here at the Basin Reserve, a lead of 535 with Stokes and Root at the crease. It's Steve Harmison and Neil Manthorpe to take you through the first passages of play for the Basin Reserve.
Seeing this replay again, Rachin Ravindra throws it, the non-strikers in, and Joe Root has had to get a real hurry up because that was close.
O'Rourke once again to Ben Stokes, and he tries to carve this one away through the offside. Again, as we saw in the last half an hour yesterday, just trying to hit it a little too hard. Some speculation about him challenging the record for the fastest Test century, which is currently standing at 54 balls, which belongs to his coach and good friend Brendan McCullum. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was McCullum's idea, actually.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Brendan's idea. I think he's getting that one. He might get the English one, but I don't think he's getting the McCullum's.
O'Rourke again, and this time pushed away for a single by Ben Stokes, who moves on to 38. Joe Root has 73, 381 for 5. I think the total is irrelevant now. It's now firmly in the too many category. It's just a question of how many too many. Jerusalem. I think did John mention that we're going to raise a glass of this magnificent red to Martin Crowe and Graham Thorpe?
He did. Yeah. You can mention
No,
one. We'll raise 2 glasses.
It's not for just for our own delectation. Here is O'Rourke to Joe Root, wide slip in, not quite as far flung afield. This one flicked away as O'Rourke goes full and straight down towards long leg, fielded by Matt Henry. 382 for 5. So, I mean, we're assuming that England will bat for Joe Root's 36th Test 100 and then call it a day.
Yeah, either Joe Root's 36th Test 100 or the way Ben Stokes is swinging, he's swinging himself off his feet. I'm sure he'll be eyeing up a milestone and a big score.
Here is O'Rourke to Stokes, bowls full and wide, and he can't reach it. It's been the problem for Ben Stokes in the last 25 minutes last night. The New Zealand bowlers were bowling too wide. He couldn't put bat on ball. Couldn't time it anyway. Wind really beginning to pick up now. If Wellington had her best dress, heels and lipstick on yesterday, she's wearing a 1990s power suit with shoulder pads today.
Yeah, it's definitely fur coat today, isn't it? It's definitely the fur coat today.
Joe Root on strike as O'Rourke once again up to the crease now, bowls, and this one guided away down to third man. He was expecting that, Joe Root, and just ramped it. There is a third man fielder, and Root was aware of that, so he didn't hit it, he just steered it, gently guided that one down to third man, where it was fielded by Matt Henry. 384 for 5, first over done. It's definitely more on the robust side, the weather today.
It is, yeah. We're not exactly situated in a great place here, suspended from the top of the roof in a box, which, I mean, yeah, I would say a good gust of wind to blow it over, but we've had a few good gusts of wind already. I mean, looking over the Adelaide Road end, there's some I think flats offices, whatever. There's a couple of St George's flags in Walden's. I mean, it's a very very blustery day.
Flapping manically, and you can see just on the players, the wind is tugging at their clothes. Here's Matt Henry, second over of the day, and it's driven by Joe Root up towards a tumbling Tim Southey at mid-off, and there's no run. England lead 5:33 overnight, now 5:39. Joe Root up to 75, Ben Stokes on 39 from 30 balls. You have to be going somewhere. You need 61 off 23 balls for the record. possible. Not going to be easy with 8 men on the boundary. Root now plays defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think obviously all the men on the boundary get there in 2, you know, a lot of 2s. It doesn't seem to be, I mean, in a good balanced position to hit the ball at this moment in time, a cleanly point of view.
It's full and straight, a little too straight, and clipped away for another single by Joe Root out towards deep backward square leg, and the hermit, Devon Conway, does the fielding. He's lived this test match like a hermit, hasn't he? He hasn't had anyone to talk to.
No, nobody to talk to apart from himself, and that, when you're under a little bit of pressure, Neil Manthorpe, and you're in international cricket, the world's on your shoulders, and you're trying to find some confidence from somewhere. Former players are telling you your time's up, and that can be a lonely place out by yourself in your own head.
Here is Henry around the wicket to Stokes, and he hits it very hard straight back to the bowler. I'm not going to say it's a drop chance. He did get his hands to it, but there are some really hard, dispassionate statisticians who go, well, no, tick, well, that, yep, drop. Got his hands to it.
Yeah, they were last pick at school on the sports teams. They're standing in the queue to get picked in the football team and the rugby team and the cricket team, and little Johnny standing in the corner by himself. He's the one that's doing the statisticians. That's a good catch.
It's Henry again to Joe Root. It's short, it's pulled, and it's pulled handsomely in front of square on the leg side. And Devon Conway, who has to do the fielding, and a couple of the England supporters chanting Root. It's a lovely shot, actually. Beautiful shot from Joe Root, dispatched.
Yeah, he's got Devon Conway. We talked. I think he's just on square, and that there Joe got good rotation trying to get him front of square. Good shot.
Here's Henry once again, and it compensates by going short and wide at the off stump rather than in at the body, and Root tries to cut, doesn't time it. Nathan Smith does the fielding. You can hear the wind tugging at our effects mic, actually. It's very blustery, and it's the consolation is that it's not a southerly, which we had on the first day, which is coming straight from the Antarctic.
Remember last time we were here? I mean, the last time we were here, there was one day, I mean, even the government building had disappeared. It was raining everywhere. I wouldn't say everywhere in Wellington. I reckon it was raining everywhere in New Zealand, apart from this little bit of green grass in the middle of a roundabout. And we managed to get a full day's playing. So
we could see the rain.
We could see it from everywhere.
Yeah, it's amazing, absolutely amazing. We had here's Will O'Rourke bowls a bouncer to Ben Stokes, who is on the hook, and he can't reach it. It's called a wide by umpire Rod Tucker. So we'll have to bowl that one again, Will O'Rourke, and it doesn't count as a delivery faced. We're just looking at a replay, and Matt Henry didn't get both hands to it. He got the left hand to it, but I think it was in self-defense, right?
Very much self-defense. Oh, it's difficult when the ball comes back at you as a bowler.
4 men on boundary on the leg side, and 4 on the off side. A swing and a miss from Ben Stokes here. Air shot. Don't worry, he can have a mulligan for that one. There's a long off, deep extra cover, deep backward point. Third man, and a 3/4 backward point. Then on the leg side, long leg, deep square leg, cow corner, deep mid wicket, and long on. So 8 out of 9 on the boundary, and I mean on the boundary, not just close to it. Here is Will O'Rourke once again. Stokes again has a wild swing at this one. Again, it's back of a length. It's like range hitting practice. That's what it is. It's 6 hitting practice, or at least boundary hitting practice. And Stokes is he's just trying to hit it too hard, isn't it?
Yes, it's all he's doing. Just try and hit it too hard. And when he does connect with it, it'll be. That's all he is doing. He's literally trying to swing himself off his feet. Just slows down a little bit. He's got more chance of making a good connection of it.
Here is O'Rourke once again. He's not going to pitch too many up. And this time Stokes thinks, you know what, Joe's hitting it better than I am. So he decides to take a single, pushes it out to that 3/4 backward point, Tim Southey. and they go through for a single, and Joe Root does indeed take the strike. There are a couple of kids playing ball down below us. You can hear them enjoying themselves and enjoying the fact that there's a little bit more space in the ground today. It's not a sellout, or if it is, a couple of thousand people haven't turned up. That's short and a pull shot from Root, and he's threw it a little bit too early actually, and it may have hit him on the gloves and maybe on the forearm, the chest. It's ricocheted into his chest. I'm sure he was through the shot a little bit too early, and it's actually hit him on the helmet, hasn't it?
Shoulder onto helmet, I think.
Yep. Well, maybe glove, shoulder, helmet?
Bicep, then it's gone up the arm onto the helmet. It's a good hit. Will O'Rourke's bowling 141 kilometres an hour. It's a good bounce. He's bowled 2 good bounces. After he bowled the wide, the first ball was a bit too high, and then he bowled a good bouncer to Ben Stokes, which Ben's tried to hit too hard in there. He's at a good length there, which probably didn't bounce as high as Joe expected. Cramped him a little bit. Balls bounced off the sort of bicep, and as Joe was trying to sort of swivel pull, rotation, the balls in his bicep and then straight off his grill and straight up in the air.
Matthew Potts was on the field briefly with a drink, and maybe was he offering a change of helmet? I don't think Joe Root's taken it. 78.4 overs gone, so a new ball due in 8 deliveries time. That was flicked away by Root up towards mid-on, and they set off for a single as Tom Latham picks up and shies at the non-striker's end. I'd like to see Matthew Potts play at Seddon Park in Hamilton. I don't know whether England contemplate many changes, but I think that any cricketer sporting a Oliver Cromwell or Friar Tuck haircut deserves some airtime.
Yeah, it's a modern thing now, isn't it? That fade, it's like it used to be a basin cut back in the day, wasn't it?
It's full and straight from Will O'Rourke, unusually. He's pitched one up to Ben Stokes, who's driven it out to the fielder on the deep extra cover boundary. That's Devon Conway, so he's putting in a shift. He's going from one side of the ground to the other between overs. 79 overs gone, 394 for 5. New Zealand cricket is not flush with cash, Harmy. So do you think the word's gone out that Tom Latham has saved them a couple of $100 and not take the second new ball? Do you think they will take it seriously?
Yeah, I think they'll take it. It might fly off the bat a little bit further, a bit harder, but you've got to try and get wickets in this situation.
Here is Matt Henry, and Ben Stokes leans back, cuts this one out in front of square, actually out in the extra cover region. They go through for another single. The reason I was asking is I know that it is convention that you would take the new ball when it's available, try and take wickets, but I think if the ball is soft and you're trying to, I don't know, use up some time, it's only day 3. I mean, there is an argument, isn't there? There's a legitimate argument
definitely
not to take it. Yeah. Henry into Root, short, pulled powerfully through mid-wicket, down to the boundary for 4. Cracking shot from Joe Root. Really onto that very, very early, and a beautiful piece of timing.
A good shot from Joe Root. Good height from Matt Henry. Just had to shovel it. New Zealand brought mid-wicket from the boundary in to the circle, mid-on and mid-off, came into the circle. Now mid-wicket's just gone back out to the fence.
No slips, no gullies, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. Henry in again, another short one. Root again into the pull shot. More of a hook, actually. I think that was round about shoulder height. And just a single to Darryl Mitchell running in from the deep mid-wicket boundary. Applause for the 400 for England.
I think from a new ball point of view, Manners, I think with all the players on the boundary, the new ball might just come on that little bit more, and there's more chance of better chance of hitting them for 6, but also more chance of topping edging it or splicing it, hitting it straight up in the air.
Ben Stokes now whips it away off his pads out to deep square leg, and They go through for another single. Ben Stokes into the 40s, now 44, Joe Root 86. Gary Morgan has just sent us through a message, and he, I don't know whether Gary will admit to being the boy who was last to be picked for but he's just sent us a note saying that was definitely a drop. Driven out towards extra cover, and a spectacular leaping effort by Glenn Phillips at extra cover is in vain, because that's down to the boundary for 4. It's a glorious shot from Joe Root. Hit it in the air on purpose, and I think only just cleared Glenn Phillips, but it was a lovely, lovely piece of timing and placement from Joe Root. Is now into the 90s, 405 for 5.
Lovely disguised slower ball from Matt Henry, and Joe just waited on it, chipped it over the top of Glenn Phillips at extra cover. So it was a well executed slower ball.
112 k's an hour, yeah. That's driven by Joe Root, square of the wicket on the offside. Rachin Ravindra will do the tidying up. Do you think, did Root not pick it then? I mean,
I think he picked it.
Okay, right.
Yeah, it was well disguised, but I think he picked it. He's gone for he's seen the ball coming to him, and I think what I mean by the well disguised, it was at the back of the hand, so the seam position was still coming down as though it was a normal seamer. I think the loop on it, Joe's seen the disguise and seen the ball's gone up in the air out the hand, so he knows it's a slow ball. He's in position, so all he's doing is just checking his shot, waiting for that split second to where he feels as though the ball's going to pitch, and then tries to hit it up as he's going towards that extra cover area.
Will O'Rourke running in from the Government House end to Joe Root, hits him in the ribs with one that nips back and bounces. They didn't take the new ball, did they? It is now available, but they didn't take it yet. But they can have it whenever they want it, if they want it. I just had a feeling they would carry on with the old ball for a while. I think that's also contributing to Ben Stokes' lack of timing. I mean, the fact that he's trying to hit it so hard and trying to clear the boundary is one thing, but it's also the fact that the ball is 80 overs old and it's quite soft and it's not as easy to hit as a new ball. As O'Rourke is in once again, Root tries to guide this one down to third man, doesn't make contact through to Tom Blundell. Joe Root 91 not out. He's only faced 121 balls.
Yeah, it's been another, I think, like I said last night, for the first sort of 20-30 runs, I still think his timing was a little bit off, but from that, his last 65-70 runs, he really has been on it. I mean, he's took the ball into the leg side beautifully. Balance has been excellent. He's utilised the sort of third boundary, and when they've got a man down there, just to rotate the strike when Carnage is at the other end.
No slips, but there's a gully now just to dissuade Joe Root from playing that run down to third man. He's turned it nicely off his pads as O'Rourke goes full and straight, and he's played a very fine leg glance in both senses of the word, and there's a wee glove punch between Ben Stokes and Joe Root, celebrating their partnership of 83.
It was very close, that was. Very, very close to middle stump. I think Tom Latham is sending for the new ball. Yeah, I thought that would be the case. I would have gone with the new ball. At the end of the day, it might fly off the boundary anymore. It doesn't matter about runs now. England's declaration will come, I think, when Joe Root gets either out or to 100. I think Ben Stokes possibly eyeing up a milestone the way he came out to bat, but I don't think he's in great technical form of whether it's a ball coming off the pitch or he's trying to hit it too hard. He doesn't seem in sync at this moment in time, Stokes. He's still batting nicely, but I think what the milestone he was talking about, I think that ship's sailed now. So I think it is all about Root. It's about getting to that 36 Test match 100, and I think this is the right call. Give Will O'Rourke the new ball.
And he's taken it after 80 and a half overs. And O'Rourke comes thundering in with the new ball, and it's immediately driven thick outside half of the bat down to wide backward point. The lonely Devon Conway fields it. Root moves to within a blow of 100, 96 not out.
Oh my, that went flying in the air, gully region, and they've had a gully for the majority of the time to Joe Root, man inside the circle, but he went a bit finer. He went to about fifth slip to Tim Southey, and Joe Root just hit it just to the right of New Zealand pace man.
Ben Stokes on 44. O'Rourke is into him, he backs away and chops it down to deep backward point. Southey does the fielding. He's not on the boundary at backward point, but he's deep. He's 40 yards away, 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. Stokes moves on to 45. 412 for 5. Do you think how many top order players, how many great players would have cared less about reaching 50 than Ben Stokes right now?
Yeah, not many, not many, because a lot of batters do care about milestones. Ben will care about a 50, but it's all about his team, especially the bloke at the other end.
Here is O'Rourke, bowls and beats Root outside the off stump. And through it goes to Tom Blundell. I don't think he cared very much.
No, I don't think he would
about
care.
50.
I don't think he cares about 50. He very much cares about Joe Root getting to his 3600 though.
Time for a change. John Norman will have the pleasure of guiding, hopefully, talking Joe Root through to his 3600 after another word from you, Harmy.
Matt Henry's got this second new ball. I think he's going to stay around the wicket, or is he going to go over the wicket? I think he's staying around the wicket to Ben Stokes. Everybody's going onto the boundary. Seen by the new ball on that last delivery there, just come off a little bit inconsistent.
Stokes down the track. This is pitched up and fired wide by Henry. Again, just trying to get the ball as far away from Stokes' hitting zone as humanly possible. Good morning to everybody back in the UK on TalkSport 2, TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel around the world. Myself, John Norman and Steve Harmison talking you through the opening stages of play here on day 3 at the Basin Reserve, where the wind is starting to make an appearance. We talk a lot about the wind here in Wellington. Everybody talks about the wind, whether you live here or not. They say that the English talk about the weather a lot. Well, hold my beer, say the residents of the capital city of New Zealand. Henry is in over the wicket to Joe Root, comes forward and pulls a delivery on good length, just a touch short, and Daryl Mitchell at deep mid wicket away from first slip fields the ball. Just another run to the score. Root moves to 97, Stokes is 46, and I suppose we feel like declaration is imminent. If it is about the milestones of the century, I agree. I don't think Stokes really cares about his 50, but he does care about Joe Root a lot. Pitched up and driven square of the wicket by Stokes, who finally sets off for a run. He walks a few paces, hurries up a touch as he sees a fielder coming in, then slows up as he gets his bat over the line at the non-striker's end, and that brings Joe Root back on strike, and the field on the offside comes in 4, 5, maybe 6 paces. Mid-off comes a little shorter, as does extra cover. Fielder on the boundary at deep point, and there's a backward point as well as Henry is in, and Root will take a single here to the right of mid-on. No great timing in the drive. But yeah, Harmy, it just feels like we're waiting for Root, right?
Yeah, waiting for Root. I'm surprised at the 2 or 3 big shots from Ben. Well, surprised and not surprised. I think Ben would like to be there when his good friend gets to, century number 36. He's chipped a couple up in the air in the last couple of balls. The field spread so much, he just did easy singles and get Joe back on strike.
Stokes it is, and up on his toes trying to force this short delivery past Nathan Smith, a backward point, but again no real timing or power on this occasion either. New Zealand know that whatever they face now, it's almost certainly beyond reach, so not quite going through the motions. No point really delaying things too much, because it's not as though they just need to bat out the day and tomorrow. There's bags of time. Full toss on the pads of Stokes, who clips this away and comes back for a second. Fielded forward a square by Glenn Phillips, and that will be 50 for Stokes.
49.
49. The crowd put me off there. Sometimes you're told about little milestones by the crowd, aren't you? And you look up and you think, oh, But no, they just sold me a dummy there. Never been sold a dummy by a crowd before.
Now the crowd are appreciation of the run, more than the fact that it gets Joe Root back on strike. A positive run in between these two. Be interesting to see if Joe gets 2 here and if they walk off. Stokes on 49.
Well, it's all about the team, isn't it? So maybe that's exactly what they will do. I had this image yesterday when Stokes came out to bat. He said that he was just going to bat to the end of the over, and then they'd take them off, bat the final 4 deliveries, not lose those 4 balls, then go off. That would have been pretty funny. As it is, it's Joe Root on 98 with William O'Rourke past the umpire, and Joe Root gets down on one knee and ramps the ball up and over his shoulder, over the keeper. Ben Stokes has his arms aloft before Joe Root had even started celebrating. Huge smile on the face of England's greatest run scorer. A shake of the hands, the England dressing room on its feet. Root takes the applause from another good crowd here at the Basin Reserve, looks to the heavens, and he's gone big in the capital city. A century again from Joe Root, and what a way to get it.
Yeah, what a way to get it. I mean, a lot of people having a go at Joe Root when Bazball started because of shots like that. Darryl Mitchell came up from the 3rd boundary and he's seen it was on. Safe shot in Joe Root's eyes, a wonderful 100.
O'Rourke again, driven in the air by Root, up and over mid-off. It's actually gone straight between mid-off and mid-on and away to the long-off boundary for another 4. Declaration probably now. 4 deliveries away. Actually, it's a no ball as well, so O'Rourke will have to bowl this one again. Did you see Darren Lehmann's been talking actually in Australia?
Seen that, yeah.
Seen that. Fair play to him. And the thing I like about Darren Lehmann is he doesn't take it too seriously, does he? He's got a smile on his face. He's backing up what he said. It's about opinion. Sport. There's no point doing it otherwise. Pushed up to mid-off, and Stokes immediately sets off, but it was Root running to the danger end. Stokes having a little... what's this going on? Stokes looks like he's communicating with the dressing room. Do you see that?
Yeah, he is. I'm not sure what he was signalling. He's basically. I think he's basically saying if it goes up in the air, if it's a wicket, we're walking off.
Which suggests if there isn't, they're not. Unless it's just this over he's talking about. Pitched up, driven by Root, thick outside edge, diving catch from Blundell behind the stumps. Joe Root's innings that comes to an end. He's been caught behind for 106, and that is also the end of the innings. Stokes runs off with 49. Root takes the applause of the crowd, takes his helmet off, and it's Devon Conway who just shakes his hand before he makes his way from the field as well. England have declared early in the morning of day 3, 427 for 6. Joe Root, the 6th man to fall for 106. And then New Zealand have been set the monumental task of either batting out the best part of 3 days, and if they do so, I imagine they will comfortably overhaul England's target of 582.
Yeah, what a task that is, and what it'll be if they get anywhere near it. I don't think they'll get anywhere near it. There's enough in this surface for England to comfortably take these 10 wickets. What an innings by Joe Root. It really was of power, the boundaries that he hit,
Can you hear me, Mark?
class, from a stroke making point of view, and also endurance, because he had to do a lot of running around that innings of Joe Root. 106 of 130 balls. Great partnership at the end with his good friend and great friend Ben Stokes. I think when you look at that England scorecard, it's a scorecard of contributions from all the way down. 92 from Duckett, 96 from Bethel, 106 from Root, 55 from Brook, 49 not out from Stokes, and England are in an unbelievable position to go 2-0 up and win the series, the Thorpe Trophy.
And that was a great catch from Blundell as well, wasn't it? Just to wrap things up. We're seeing a real old slow-mo of it here. I was just wondering whether there was some indication that maybe he's grounded it. But no. Innings is over, whatever. And here we are on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel with a little break in play between innings. What an effort from England. They have completely dominated this game. Pretty much from the time they were 41 for 4, 43 for 4, it's been all England. Pleased to say that alongside me in the commentary box for the next 10 minutes of my commentary stint, but for half an hour in total, former New Zealand all-rounder, international Grant Elliott, who popped into the commentary box before play and presented us with a lovely bottle of red wine, which the team will be drinking a glass of at the end of play today, probably maybe tomorrow, to toast Martin Crowe and also Graham Thorpe, two former teammates, one of Steve Harmison in our commentary box, and alongside us Ian Smith, the two combining earlier before play to record a chat which you'll be able to hear at lunchtime, looking back at two great players, legendary players actually, who Martin Crowe defined an era of cricket in this country, New Zealand, and Graham Thorpe played 100 test matches for England, both sadly not with us, but will be remembered at the lunch break and then toasted following play thanks to Grant Elliott's red wine. Hello to you, Grant.
Oh, I was just being hospitable. I thought,
well, of course.
You know, we've bowled in a hospitable way to England.
The gifts keep on coming.
When I come behind enemy lines into this studio, I just thought, well, and also I kind of do want to write Kane Williamson 303 not out on it and get him to sign it.
I'd love to see it. I'd love to be commentating on that moment. Well, I was in the commentary box with yourself, Sport Nation, yesterday, and England reached 333, and I was talking about that's a famous number in sport in our country. Graham Gooch at Lords in 1990. Maybe Kane Williamson will score 334.
Yeah, the Stuart Surridge 333 Turbo, wasn't it, or something like that? I remember
Jumbo?
that. Yeah,
Jumbo.
The SS Jumbo.
For those of you watching on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, you can see myself here, John Norman, Grant Elliott alongside me. Grant Elliott looks like the man that's going to turn up with gifts, doesn't he? Bearing bottles of the finest red wine. The gifts I turned up with this morning for the Sport Nation box and yourself and TalkSport was sausage and egg McMuffins. Guess, and TalkSport viewers on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, guess which one of us ate the sausage and egg McMuffin and which one turned it down? And Harmy in the back of the box had two. I tell you what, the Sport Nation producers, when I walked in with 2 bags of McMuffins, there were high fives all round.
I didn't know those were from you. Thank you,
were,
John.
yes.
I didn't realise it. I got asked for one, and it was reluctantly from Brad as well. I think he was just hiding it. But I turned up with an omelette this morning because I had to quickly leave, and I had this chorizo and feta omelette. I mean, how decadent is that, right?
That's
and Garth Galloway said, "What have you got there?" And I said, "Oh, it's an omelette." He said, "Can I see it?" Showed him. It fell on the carpet. And I thought, well, when last was this carpet vacuumed? I wasn't sure. I reckon since Brian Waddell first started commentating. So I like Harmy did with the gift he was given yesterday, the white bait fritter. I turned it down.
Yeah,
so.
I think you're right too, in a way that maybe Harmy wasn't. Although our producer, one of our producers, Mark Kelly, did point out it's not whitebait season. So... So maybe Harmy had a point not to have it yesterday.
Yeah,
either way,
point.
this ground, actually, on the subject of food, my wife Fee, who's in Auckland at the moment, she has absolutely no interest in cricket whatsoever. The only day's Test
Smart
cricket,
woman.
yes, the only day's Test cricket she ever came to was here, 2008, and she sat on the grassy bank up there, just by the memorial, and she lasted one session of play. The first hour of the session, absolutely loving it, because unlike in England where all you can get is greasy burgers and overpriced chicken nuggets, she was eating green-lit mussels, drinking Sauvignon Blanc, and she was thinking, hang on, I think John might have something here. But once she'd eaten that and drunk that, she sat there for an hour, and nothing really happened, and that was it, never to return. Although she did come to one white ball game, very, very famous white ball game, which you played in. Eden Park, New Zealand against Australia.
Oh yeah,
That
2015
game,
World
that
Cup. Unbelievable
What a game that was. I mean, I know you did a lunch chat with Manners yesterday about the semi-final at the same ground against South Africa, but that is still my favourite game of white ball. Well, 2019 World Cup was pretty out there for other reasons, but as a game, and the packed crowd, 40-odd thousand in at Eden Park, you know, they were like $10 tickets as well. I mean, there was a huge crowd there, and of course in Australia in town, it's off the scale anyway. And then you were playing. I mean, Australia got off to a decent start and then absolutely collapsed. New Zealand got off to a mad start with Brendan McCullum and Martin Guptill. And then, was it Mitchell Stark who just started swinging it?
Stark got 6 for, and Bolt got 6 for. I think they both
Yeah.
got 6 for, but
The two left armers were...
I've got a chance of putting the boots into England here,
Go on.
because I haven't had that chance during this Test match.
Yeah.
But we,
Do it now.
We beat England in,
Oh, you
in
did
a
here?
couple of hours, at the Sky Stadium.
Yes, in
And-
Wellington at the, what's it called, the cake tin or
Yeah,
the
the cake
biscuit
tin.
tin? Or...
And the crowd started singing to Australia, "You're worse than England," and then suddenly Stark went bang, 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 bang. I was one of the victims.
Yeah.
I told one of my friends, I said, never wear my shirt to a game, because he asked me for one of my shirts. I said, never wear one of my shirts to a game. He said, okay. He wore a shirt to the game. I got a first baller from Stark, and it's a ball, a delivery that I still think in my head, I go, I couldn't have done anything to that delivery.
It was ridiculous, wasn't it? He was basically hooping it in full and swinging, and you could just feel the crowd and maybe the team a little bit would think there's a collective gulp.
The crowd went from singing "You're worse than England" to being very quiet with us 9 down, and then a Kane Williamson, just like he's going to do in the next couple of days, he just lofted one over mid-on.
Pat Cummins.
Yeah, and he hit it over mid-on for 6 and then just shook hands with the players. Thank you very much.
I still believe that Michael Clark, so essentially Stark was, as we say, he was making the ball move in ways that just aren't possible. But then, of course, you watch him play against India in the pink ball test on day 1 and you realise he's still doing it now. But Trent Bolt had to face 2 deliveries at the end of Stark's over with Kane Williamson at the other end. And Michael Clark, and Stark is in the absolute zone. He's just ran through New Zealand. And it just felt like Michael Clark prevented him from bowling for too long. He was delaying and delaying. He wanted to put the pressure on Trent Bolt, who was just thinking, I just need to block this ball, please.
What am I doing
And he
here?
kept Stark back. And I think he kept him back too long. He was fiddling around with the field. He was trying to apply pressure, but Stark was so in the zone. And then Stark came in and he just fired it. And it just went, well, it didn't even go anywhere near the stumps. Trent Bolt let it go. And then first ball, 6 to win. Kane Williamson's thinking, I've just got to get this done. And they're very short boundaries straight, aren't they? It's really weird ground.
55 metres.
And and there's a great, I saw a little social clip. Glenn Maxwell is such a great character. I don't know if you ever played alongside him or and him, you know, the crowd here in New Zealand, they have a very hospitable and genial way about them until they play Australia. And then suddenly it's like they're coming down from the hills. And Glenn Maxwell's on the boundary and he's just absolutely giving it to them as Stark is taking the wickets. And then someone's got a camera on him as Williamson just pings the ball flat, straight, back over his head. And you just see Maxwell and he just pulls his cap down and just looks down and just walks off.
Well, the ball before, there was a viral video of him going like this to the crowds.
Choking.
Yeah, choking.
Absolutely. Oh, no, memories. That's what cricket does to you. It's the memories of the moment, and that's what New Zealand, I suppose, can you imagine if some point late tomorrow, and Kane Williamson breaks Brian Lara's run-scoring record to win the Test for New Zealand. It's 1-1 going to Hamilton, the greatest innings in the history of the game.
Write it down, start manifesting that now. That's what I did with the bottles of wine.
That's what you got to do, right? That's what you got to do. There's always hope, always. But wow, yeah, great stuff. Grant Elliott's alongside me for next one. It's Daniel McHardy. Who better to talk us through the opening stages of New Zealand's miraculous win here by, well, Williamson's got to hit 402. So miraculous 9-wicket win for New Zealand at the home of cricket. A Wellingtonian himself. Can't think of anybody better. Look, if you're just joining us here, you're wondering what the hell is going on. England have set New Zealand a target of 583. You won't know what a vidi printer is, Grant Elliott, but essentially, back in the day when football scores were read out on the TV and the score was a bit strange, 7-0 or something, they used to write it in capitals, so the figure 7, and then just to make sure you did understand it was 7, they'd write it out. So I'm not going to write out 583, but that is a big old number. Then New Zealand need to go in excess of 170 above what is and what would be the world record successful run chase in 4th innings if they're to win this game. To find out if they're going to get off to a good start, with Tom Latham and Devon Conway walking out to the crease after a word from Grant Elliott, will be Daniel McHardy.
Well, thank you, John. And yeah, I guess it is exciting. It'll be this first session that sets the foundation for things with a new ball that should be nipping around a little bit. Not too many demons. First 2 days, obviously more demons in it than now, which you'd say that this batting surface should be the best that it'll be throughout the 5 days of test matches. I did say to Daniel McHardy earlier, to the Sport Nation team, that first 4 batters have all scored test double hundreds. Daryl Mitchell scored a 190. So when you talk about hope, well, you've always got to hope. If you're a Black Caps fan, you're hoping like heck. Daniel McHardy, great to see you again, my Saturday Sesh friend.
And you, Grant. Hope John's okay. Has he lost his mind? Has he not slept? Well, we say strange things. Well, I say strange things happen at the Basin Reserve, but I just can't comprehend it. I know you're going to call me negative and half glass empty as always. 3 slips, 2 gullies. Here we go. Pushing up into a stiff Wellington breeze. It will be Woakes. Starts around the wicket and goes past the outside edge, and already it feels like a different game.
Why would you start opening the bowling into the wind? I don't understand it, Daniel. This is a very stiff northerly, and England have opted to use Chris Woakes into it for the first ball. Interesting.
Being the former Wellingtonian that Chris Woakes is, maybe. He tends to bowl the first over. Huge gust, blowing the slip cordon back. Welcome to Wellington, fellas. Hope you enjoy the next few hours. Dust whisking off the surface.
Do they have the heavy bails on the umpires? That's what I want to know. I spoke about this yesterday.
Woakes lumbering in, pushing into the breeze around the wicket to Latham, leaves a lone good carry through to Pope behind the wicket. 583 is the target. The Pahutakawa native tree to New Zealand, almost fully in bloom in parts. They are being thrown around like broccoli, shaking broccoli.
Like your broccoli on your breakfast plate this morning, Daniel.
No breakfast for this individual. Well down the leg side, tumbling stop by Pope. A stop, he didn't take it cleanly. English players acknowledge a rousing rendition of that famous song.
England struggling for line and length already. Well, it will be tough for Chris Woakes. Just joking, those first 2 balls were magnificent deliveries. That one there, down leg side. because it's blustery, it'll be very difficult for Chris Wokes to get rhythm from this end.
And again, from the Government House end, left on length by Latham. Right, these two New Zealand openers, what a daunting task it is when you just think of the score. They've got to put that into their mind firstly, I would think. These are two players who are averaging mid-20s since the start of 2023. That's quite a long period. One's far more secure because he's recently installed as captain. The other one, certainly from a New Zealand public perspective, is being much discussed. Maybe paying for his place in the side as Wokes moves it again into the front pad. Playing across the line was Latham, but it was too short to be threatening the stumps. How will they be feeling, those two? Quite weighted on the shoulder?
Well, I think, let's think positively. Tom Latham's just come back from India, the only captain ever to win a series in India, 3-0. So I think he'd be feeling pretty good about himself. Recently appointed the captaincy.
Wokes bowls fuller, wider of off stump. Gets quite low, maybe hitting the front of one of those indentations. So it tends to keep it a little bit lower. The end of the over. A maiden over bowled. The first maiden we have seen since New Zealand were last batted. As England, if you're just tuning in, an 82.3 overs bowled on 427 for the loss of 6. Not a solitary maiden bowled in those overs. 92 to Duckett, 96 to Bethel, but this morning it was Joe Root with a 106. His 36th Test match 100. Stokes was left 49 not out. Target. Enormous 583. Atkinson looking for 4 and 4. A hat-trick to end New Zealand's first innings.
Daniel McCarty.
Desperately disappointing 125 from around the wicket. He will bowl to Conway, who leaves alone outside of off stump full. Good length, like that length. Get Conway on the front foot, get him driving.
Did you recently sign up for your Barmy Army membership or something? You seem very pro-England this morning, Daniel.
Just try to engage those watching on the YouTube.
Oh, well, we were saying that Tom Latham, he should be feeling quite buoyed. He's had a pretty good month. Devon Conway, I'll tell you what I told him this morning. 5
in the cordon behind the wicket is Conway from the crease line. Feet not going anywhere but hitting high on the bat as he turns to short leg. 3 slips. What a 5th slip would say. Then a gully, mid-off, mid-on. Short leg who's 3 playing surfaces away. And then a deep backward square. Bowling downwind is Atkinson.
I walked past Devon Conway, who was taking some catches from Luke Ronke this morning, and I walked past him and I said, Devon, do you remember when you scored 200 against England?
He backs away, Conway. Big gust of wind and a bit of rubbish going across the field. Come on, we're tidy Kiwis. No littering, please.
And he said, no, I don't. I said, well, maybe you should remember that. And then I just walked away. But as a player, it's really good to relive your best moments and how you felt in those moments and how you approach things. And then you actually try and replicate that more from a mental point of view, that feeling of today's going to be a good day.
Atkinson moves in full, just outside of off stump, left alone by Conway. Sure in his mind at the moment, that feels like a long, long time ago. Made such a brilliant start to his international career. At one stage, he was averaging 50 in 3 forms of the game, and that is very hard to do, but it has been lean since really the calendar year flipped over to 2023. Home ground, of course. No better place, sure, for him to score back, but this is going to be a very challenging little period. As the ball hits his thigh pad, balloons backward off square. Look to the umpire. No signal. No ball. And a leg by. The signal comes late because they were waiting for umpire Raza to call from upon high. So, the first no ball.
second. Oh, well, I missed one to start the over. My apologies.
Well, this is the thing, Daniel, is, you know, everyone goes, oh, well, it would be amazing bowling with the wind, but is anyone used to bowling with, you know, 100k plus? It hasn't got up there yet, but when it does, it's equally as tough. You have to change your rhythm. You
It's
have
the
to,
big gusts that really put you off. as we
Absolutely.
saw the Wokes over, blowing the cord in backwards. Here's a check drive, almost carrying to mid-off. That would have been disaster for Latham. Maybe that's at the front of one of those indentations that's gone a little bit up. Tell us about, you've been out there, looked,
Well,
few indentations.
yeah, a few, but not as pronounced as they have been in previous tests, and that's because Hagen Faith, he said that they reclayed the surface.
Right.
in
They take the top 20 mils
off-season.
off, don't they?
Yeah, and then they got a 6-ton roller on it.
Atkinson, and again, leg, stump line, deflected very fine, down to the fence for 4. Took his bottom hand off the bat, and maybe new ball bounce just causing Latham some problems. He steers it away to get off the mark himself, and it's 7 without loss, chasing 583.
There have been a couple from this end, and we saw Southey bowling to Duckett, one off the shoulder of the bat yesterday. You're right, Latham took his bottom hand off that. It's like a spitting puff adder at you, back of a length. But all in all, there hasn't been that much variable bounce.
Latham waits from the Van stand end. Atkinson bowls full and straight. Defending is the New Zealand captain. No run. Root at first slip. Duckett second. Bethels at third. Stokes, final of the 2 gullies. So we had a 5th or 6th slip. And a substitute fielder at gully. Ahmed, I think, is on. Once more, Atkinson bowls. Back of the length, turned forward of square. Past the short leg. Got 1, they'll come back for 2. Nathan will go to 6-9 without loss. Rook, I can't see out there, fella. Joe Root's out there. You can't keep Joe Root out of the game. He's having too much fun. Ramping New Zealand's fastest bowler over the keeper's head down to the boundary to bring up his 36th Test 100.
It was a reverse ramp. He actually did it left-handed, didn't he? It was a reverse ramp.
So he took the wrong
The
off ramp.
toughest option.
Yeah.
If you go, okay, I'm going to go for the toughest option to get to my 36th hundred, what should it be?
Life's too
Let me
easy.
go for a left-handed ramp. Okay, off. New Zealand's probably most hostile and difficult bowler on the surface.
One who actually gave him trouble early in
Yeah.
the innings. It hit him, what, upper shoulder earlier today. Right, Wokes. 3 slips of gully, man catch around the corner on the onside. Bowled! Conway's played down the wrong line, and he's gone. Disaster for New Zealand, delight for England, and Wokes has the breakthrough. And Conway leaves with a duck next to his name.
Wobble seam from Wokes. It was just a 3/4 seam, and it hit the strings, nipped back a touch between bat and pad for Conway. Well, his 2024 continues, unfortunately, for Devon Conway. Around the wicket, bowling tight to him, giving him nothing outside the off stump. Magnificently bowled from Wokes. Just the perfect line and length, hitting the stumps. That was the key. England, well, 26% of their deliveries were hitting the stumps in the previous innings. And that might be the difference, bringing in the LBWs, bringing in the bowled. And in walks, steady the ship, Kane Williamson to the crease, where you feel that this is New Zealand's chance. If they ever had one, it would be on Kane Williamson's shoulders.
Devon Conway as far away as possible from that player who scored 200 on Test debut, Grant. A man who's just not trusting his game at all and his defensive game. An opener's got to be sounder than that. And the sound, the beating of those drums for His place in the side. Will Young in the squad, of course, player of the series against India. Hasn't had a lot of success as an opener, granted, Will Young, but something's got to give. 9 for 1.
Well, Rachin Ravindra has been an opener many times in his career.
Tom Blundell, 100 as an opener in Australia.
Yeah, you wouldn't throw a keeper in there. It's tough.
Arguably even more out of touch. All right, this is the dream for England. Early wicket. New Zealand's best player out. The ball just 2.1 overs old. 574 runs away from victory. 3 slips of gully, man catching around the corner. Williamson on his toes, getting over the top of the ball on his hip, working it backward of square. And there will be a single immediately to New Zealand's number 1. He's won. It's 10 for the loss of 1.
573 to go. And just having a replay of that delivery, that Woakes delivery, and he's come around the wicket, and it's showing the actual path and the path that it should have taken had it not nipped. It was just a little bit of nip off the strings, nip in.
It's a new ball, right?
Yep.
It's going to nip. Woakes in again from around the wicket. Slashing stroke high over the cordon. Went hard at it, Latham gets a boundary, 14 for the loss of 1. And for Devon Conway, once more, right arm pace around the wicket. I can sense Gary picking up the phone and flicking me the stats. I think he's averaging close to 50 in recent times from over the wicket, from right-handers, but he's in the teens. And teams have made adjustments to him, and unfortunately for Devon, who was just an absolute gentleman, and you like those guys doing well, but he has not made the adjustments himself. 6 catching it behind the wicket as Woakes in again, very straight turn to mid-on. Bashir's into field. 3 slips, 2 gullies, and a leg slip. Who's the England captain? 14 for 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, 11 of Conway's last 12 innings, second innings scores have been scores below 30. Actually, I spoke to Andrew McDonald a number of years ago when he was coaching Victoria, and now he's the coach of Australia. He said he would only measure players on their second innings scores, not first innings scores, because he felt that...
Here's Woakes, left alone by Latham on length, pretty close to that off stump as far as line.
You know, when you do your end of year review, how have you gone? He'd go, well, second innings scores, this is what your average was, because he felt that the best of the batting conditions were in your first innings. And
in Australia?
Yeah, in Australia, yeah, of course.
Yeah, right, because everything
but
begins and ends with Australia. That's why Joe Root's not a great, of course.
Oh, my goodness.
Flying are England at the moment. Full driving was the attempt from Latham. Thick inside edge sees the ball out to Ahmed in the deep backwards square for a single. 15 for the loss of 1. And over that saw Devon Conway bowled Woakes without scoring. 15 for 1.
So in contrast to Conway, who 11 of his last 12 second innings have been scores below 30, you look at Williamson. Thanks, Gary, for these numbers. Williamson has a second innings average of 50.65 with 11 hundreds. He averages 53.95 in the fourth innings of a match with 5 hundreds. So, you know, in the toughest of conditions, that's why you're measuring it. That's why it's relevant, is because the pitch is getting tougher. There's more variable bounce, there's more turn. It should be tougher on those fourth innings because you're leading more into day 4, day 5 of a test match.
It's tough out there for the field and the grounds crew and all officials, because the boundary Toblerones, of course that's what we call them on the talks, what the Toblerones are blowing around with this bolshy northerly rattling on through. Atkinson's ready to go, the cordon's not. Latham is. 3 slips, gully, leg slip, man under the helmet on the onside. Atkinson full, dug out by Latham, looking to target the stumps. Latham almost fell over towards the offside and is working on keeping his balance.
Daniel, we spoke about Tom Latham's captaincy and how he almost just has a blueprint and then sticks to it, very rarely changes the field. We've seen a change already. We've seen that second gully come out. Ben Stokes has brought himself into just a catching round the corner on the leg side.
Yeah,
The short legs in place for that ball that just jumps.
Proactive.
And he is. He's looking at the conditions. How can we get this player out?
Atkinson bowls, back of a length, playing with a straight bat is Latham. When you saw Latham yesterday, we talked about a lot. Southey's bowling to Crawley. First ball's thrashed through the covers. The lead goes up to 159. What do? Oh, let's get another one in the cordon if he's going to play like that. No, one comes out of the cordon. Goes and protects the point boundary, wasn't it?
Yeah, cover point.
Next ball, whacked for 4. Oh no, seems square leg out. Next reactionary and defensive. 15 for 1. Latham is tucked up inside edge into thigh pad.
Well, that delivery there, 131 kilometres an hour from Atkinson, sort of angling in from around the wicket at that middle and leg stump. Tom Latham comes down the wicket, he's tapping the pitch, and it's just spitting a little bit, it's just rising. And that's why they've got a short leg who's standing 3 pitches away. And now Ben Stokes says, right, deep fine leg, you come back up to mid-on. Let's get Chris Woakes into a catching position round the corner now. So we have 2 men just around the corner on the leg side, almost leg slips, 2 leg gullies.
Who cares
and a
about
short
runs?
leg.
Who cares about runs, Grant? They don't need to worry. Inside edge is going to go past that fielder as Grant painted the picture. It was Woakes, single to Latham. 16 for the loss of 1. Latham's 12.
But Daniel, this is out of the Brendan McCullum, blueprint or his playbook. Brendan used to, as a batter, you stand there, you look at your field and you go, okay, which strokes can I play and which strokes can I not play? And you throw that into the computer, into the mind, and then suddenly the captain goes, hang on, let's just change the field. Changes the field. You as a batter are slightly unsettled, so you have to change your game plan again. This is brilliant from Stokes.
Oh, listen to that, Gus.
Doing exactly that as sunglasses fly off the head of Bethel.
And down to the boundary
And
for 4.
down to-
Beautiful shot by the sunglasses.
First.
They take 4 off the deficit. We need all of them. New Zealand need every single one.
And now it's just 563 to win for New Zealand. But that just shows you how blustery it is now. Good on him running down all the way to third man to get his sunnies. He obviously hasn't got a sunglass sponsor yet.
He's put it back on his cap, though. They could return there. Here's Atkinson bowling to Williamson, leaning forward, defending to point. There's going to be no run. 1 ball remaining in the 4th over. 16 for 1. Conway, the man out, bowled Woakes without scoring.
A different field to Williamson. It's just more regulation. Just tells you, well, they've got the leg slip catching. But to Latham, the reason why they've got 2 leg slips catching is because Atkinson's coming around the wicket, got that angle to play with, and if one does just jump, hoping for an inside edge from Latham to those 2 men around the corner.
3 slips, Gully. Leg slip as well. Full, a drive by Williamson, dragging the ball to the onside. The end of the over. New Zealand set 583. England declared at 427 for the loss of 6. Root made 106. Stokes has left 49 not out. They have lost Conway without scoring. Latham is 12. Williamson is on 1. It's 16 for the loss of 1. Harmy would love bowling downwind today. I'm sure he's going to join us. And his thoughts before John Norman joins.
One thing for sure, Daniel, I think I wouldn't be bowling into it. That's what Matthew Hoggard was for. Good luck, Hoggy. Good luck, Chris Woakes. Started well, Chris Woakes. Got the under pressure Devon Conway out. Now it's about trying to somehow get the prize assets of Latham and Williamson.
Woakes is in. Good afternoon to you from New Zealand. Pushes this to the left of mid-wicket, comes through for a single. Chris Woakes continuing from the Adelaide Road end. You are joining us here on TalkSport 2 via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. My thoughts with anyone flying into or out of Wellington today. Harmy is very quick to point out his experience of flying with me.
You wouldn't have flown
I
today.
don't think anyone wants to be.
You would definitely not.
You
flown
wouldn't
today.
want to be flying in
No,
these.
no, but I don't think you would have flown today.
Well, I've already worked out my 7-hour car journey out of here. Wokes again, and there's a play and a miss from Kane Williamson. The ball just keeping a little low. Flat-footed pull. There's a lot of space out there with mid on, not straight, but certainly not wide. And Williamson eyeing up the deep mid-wicket boundary there. Yes, I'm not the greatest flyer. I don't think anyone would want to be going on a plane. I mean, the gusts of wind, hopefully Daniel McCarty described them perfectly for you if you've just been with us the last 10 minutes or so. Everything seems kind of normal here. I mean, there is consistent wind as Williamson comes forward and defends into the offside. But every now and again, there is a gust that just takes us all by surprise. There was one in the first over of play, which I've never seen three fielders almost blown over in the wind, but they all three of them had to take 2 or 3 paces to the left as the wind just came in. It's ridiculous. I don't know if I would want to be sheltering under the trees, because for fear it might fall down. Wokes again, and Williamson this time playing with a straight bat up to mid on, no run.
Got a bit of early season England feel, near time, where clouds are over, they've got big jumpers on and woolly hats, gloves on. Cricket supporters, they love their cricket, they enjoy watching in the sunshine, but I think they also enjoy watching in the cold as well. It's difficult for a bowler rolling into the wind.
Over the wicket, Chris Wokes, who has of course played for Wellington in the past. This is left alone from Williamson. The Tahutakawa trees that surround the ground here, that I swear 2 or 3 of them to the left of us have actually bloomed in the course of the last 2 days that we've been commentating. But when those gusts come in, you almost imagine all the leaves to fall off the trees. Warner Brothers cartoon style to suddenly be naked.
There's a few of them marquees empty as well, because I think expected him to blow over.
3 slips and a gully, and this is played on the front foot by Williamson up to mid-off. End of the over, just 1 run coming from it. A play and a miss in there as well. New Zealand in second innings set 583 to win this test match. Still, well, I mean, they're 566 runs off it. 17 for 1. It's all about just small wins, I suppose. Latham and Williamson, 2 very experienced batters. I didn't realise I think Latham's played 87 tests in a row. Brendan McCullum, I believe, holds the record. He made his debut and then played all the way until his retirement without missing a test match. 100 tests in and around that. Well, Latham's on 87, I believe. What a challenge, the greatest challenge he's ever faced, you could say, as Atkinson comes in round the wicket and Latham just comes forward and pushes this to the left of point and comes through for a single. He's got 2 leg slips, or a leg gully and a leg second slip, 3 slips. England have operated with fielders on the leg side behind the stumps in this fashion throughout the series. I can't remember them actually. I can't remember a catch being taken down there though.
There's no catch being taken. Ben Stokes had an unbelievable attempt at one off Kane Williamson in the first innings from bowling from the Adelaide Road end. I think it was off Bride Cast. Williamson just deflected it and Ben threw himself to his left, but it's the only time it's gone. There was one at leg slip, but that was off the spin of Bashir. Joe Root caught Nathan Smith in the first innings of Christchurch.
Williamson seems to be struggling a touch with the conditions, but just shoulders arms to this delivery from Atkinson, which is on a length and left alone, quite wide. Williamson, who has had scores of note, 2 half-centuries in the first test and a little innings in first innings of 37. Was that the top score? It was.
Top score, yeah.
Top score in the innings. I mean, how poor is that? How disappointing is that? Luke Ronke spoke with Daniel McCarty. We played it out before play today. And disappointment, Luke Ronke admitting, as this ball jags into Williamson, possibly via an inside edge as well. Williamson struck a blow there. Atkinson, he's bowling at a nasty length here, and he's bowling at speed, and that went where you don't want it to go.
Yeah, that was in the unthinkables. That's saw that. Very painful, very amusing for everybody else.
We have the remarkables in the South Island, and that was the unthinkables here at the bottom of the North. That looked painful. It is painful for New Zealand. As Atkinson again is in, he's past the umpire. Pitched up, driven by Williamson. It was in his zone. A touch over pitch by Atkinson. Not sure if it'll reach the boundary at long off. So Woakes doing the fielding. And Williamson comes back for third. So he moves to 4, scored 21 for 1. And despite the bleak outlook in terms of the weather and also where New Zealand find themselves, I think this is they've got to start looking forward now, New Zealand. It's an opportunity here just to change the way they go about things. Try and take England on. Try and throw a few punches. I mean, you're not going to see Williamson change his game particularly. Latham is in desperate need of a few runs in second innings. 2 noughts and 2 scores of 1 in his last 5 second innings, either home or away. But a little bit of aggression and a little bit of proactivity from New Zealand as Atkinson comes round the wicket to Latham. This is pushed to mid-off. You know, we need to see something a bit different.
Yeah, Williamson bats the way he bats, and I would never, like Joe Root, never encourage to change that. But I still think you've got to be positive in movement. You've got to be positive in mindset. Totals irrelevant, really. It's about you batting for yourself, your career, your time, and adding numbers to your game, and see where you get to at the end of each session.
3 slips and 2 leg gullies with Rayan Ahmed on the field for Harry Brook, who's nursing a bruised heel. At backward point, there's a short leg, and this is defended. Last ball of the over by Latham. 21 for 1. If you're listening on TalkSport 2 or via the TalkSport cricket YouTube channel, subscribe, by the way. Come and join us. So much content, so many brilliant videos from here in New Zealand on tour. Some of the coverage we've been bringing you at lunch and prior to play. They're all up there. Following on India with Jared Kimber and Saurabh Samani, reflecting on the Border Gavaskar Trophy every day of that series, which is going one way and then the next. The Gabba Test is just 3 days after the Adelaide Pink Ball Test, so no rest there. And we'll be bringing you coverage throughout the Hamilton Test as well. Jared Kimber and David Bumble-Lloyd do a regular show. That's up there on the YouTube channel. So head over there and subscribe. We're pushing 50,000 subscribers on the channel now. Only been going for a year. Plenty more to come. Woakes is in, and Williamson up on his toes, defending back down the track. And if you want to get in contact with us, if you've got a question for any of our team, Steve Harmison, former New Zealand international Grant Elliott, then please just drop us a line. We've got Katie Martin as well, part of the team. Jeremy Coney will be back later today. So if you've got a question, get in contact, cricket_TS. And if you want us to give your sleeping partner a silent shout out while they sleep and you listen to TalkSport, hashtag silent shout outs on cricket_TS. Woakes again, and this surprises Williamson. This lifts up off a length, and there's an extravagant play from Williamson, who gets the bat up, plays it down into the ground, but comes down and just has a little bit of gardening down the strip. Good ball from Woakes.
Yeah, good area from Chris Woakes. He's hit the deck hard there, back of the lead. Just bounced on Kane Williamson. He played it very well. He up on his toes and managed to keep the ball down. Didn't go aerial. Seen a couple of dismissals from balls like that have just flown straight to gully.
Just one leg slip in place for Williamson, with Woakes getting the ball to lift again and turn away from the right-handed Williamson, who again always concerns me a little bit. Williamson isn't one to show a lot of angst. He did against Atkinson. Was it Atkinson? No, it was Carse in first innings. You could tell he wasn't comfortable playing or facing Carse. Carse believed he had him caught behind. That wasn't upheld. He had him out to a no ball. Woakes is in here, and this is straighter. You can see why that leg slip is in place, or leg gully. This is fired onto the pads. Williamson gets or aims the bat at the ball, misses, hits the thigh, and comes through for a leg bye. But those last couple of deliveries were troubling Williamson, and I think he'll be quite pleased to get off strike. New Zealand 22 for 1.
Yeah, Brian Carse really did trouble Kane Williamson in that first innings. You mentioned about the wickets, but it wasn't just the wickets. I mean, I I thought Brydon Cross got him out of that bubble and out of that comfort zone that Kane Williamson likes to get in, and normally gets in comfortably against any seamer around the world.
Works around the wicket to Latham, and well, they say it drifts onto the pads when it's clipped through mid-wicket, don't they? But he's bowling at decent paces, Woakes. He's pushing 130. He's targeting an LBW after trying to get Tom Latham to move a touch across his stumps, but Latham meets this with the middle of the bat. Not 4 runs, just the 3, 25 for 1 New Zealand.
Yeah, it was straight. And I think the slips and Chris Woakes got excited there for a second, but it was a good shot from Tom Latham, and I think that's what I mean about being positive in movement. And put the scoreboard out of the equation. You just bat it, see the ball, play it on its merits, and hit it. Get in a good position, get in a positive position, whether you're defending it, leaving it, attacking it. And there, he was in perfect balance. It was a good shot from Tom Latham.
Last ball of the over the wicket, and beaten Williamson with a lifting delivery on a length. Williamson coming forward, and the outside edge has been taken. Williamson's got to go. That's still the big wicket for England. But is he being held back? Nope, he's on his way. 25 for 2 then at the start of the innings, and any small crumb of hope that New Zealand could even bat out the day and push towards this mammoth total was resting on the shoulders of the former skipper, but he has been dismissed to the disappointment of a good crowd here at the Basin Reserve. Woakes wizardry in Wellington. Williamson departs. New Zealand on their knees, 25 for 2.
What an absolute jaffa of a delivery. That's angled in towards off stump. It's just held and bounced. And I mean, I would say 95% of the world's cricket population miss that. Because it's Kane Williamson and because such a phenomenal player, it's found the outside edge. And he looked in. I mean, you had to troll him off. I mean, you had to send a rope out to drag him off the field, because I think he's in such disbelief on how he's nicked that. It's an absolute beauty of a ball. And England have got the big wicket. Rachin Ravindra walks out there. Kane Williamson has now departed. I'm not saying that's the wicket that wins England the game, because I think, chasing over nearly 600 was always going to be a tall effort, but watching the replay again, it's an absolute beauty. He can't believe he's nicked that, Kane Williamson. He probably can't believe the ball's done that much. But, the seam was bolt upright. It's just held its line of touch, and it's hit the top sticker. You look at the bat that Kane Williamson has. The sticker's right at the very top, splice of the bat, and he's clipped the outside edge of it. It's a beauty.
Atkinson is in. This is pitched up on off stump. Latham comes forward, pushes this, doesn't try and overhit, and he'll get 4 runs because of that. Doesn't even travel over the top of the road, just the boundary sponge. 4 runs at 29 for 2, Latham. Gary Morgan has just dropped me a message. 87 tests in succession for Tom Latham. From debut, I believe. He's also messaged that 583 is not the highest target set in a first-class game at the Basin Reserve. Atkinson, touch wide of the crease, and Latham is coming forward, defending off stump. This, again, zips past the outside edge, and there's a few anguished looks in the slip cordon. Oof, that's a good delivery from Atkinson.
Very good delivery from Atkinson, and all Latham can do is play down the line, don't chase it. Kane Williamson didn't chase it. It was a good ball, great ball. Harry Brook played missed quite a lot throughout that first innings. So that's the rub of the green you get. Some demons in this surface.
Here's Atkinson again with 3 slips, backward point, 2 leg gullies, a short leg, not particularly close to the batter, mid on and mid off, and this is left alone by Latham. Tim Mansfield's got in contact with us. Good afternoon from New Zealand, Tim, via cricket_TS. A shout out to my mum, who has served as a junior organiser and scorer for Shire's Head and Forton Cricket Club. She's poorly in hospital, will be chubbed to get a mention. beaten this time is Latham. A good length delivery. Yeah, you need to tell us your mum's name, Tim, but well, our thoughts with her. I hope she's okay, and hopefully enjoying listening to England, you imagine, on the verge of another big win against New Zealand. But it's people like that that keep the game going, isn't it, Harvey?
100%. Yeah, the umpire, scorers, ground staff, volunteers at cricket club. So, yeah, big shout out to Tim's mum. It would be nice if we knew her name, but we hope you're recuperating well in hospital, and we hope you get well soon.
Latham comes forward and pushes this in front of Stokes, who's back and not deep at mid-off. Ball pushed to cover point. Stokes runs forward, picks up the ball, but Latham comes through. Huge task, huge task. He would have had so many dreams ahead of this series. Would have seen the reports of the full houses that were expecting and anticipating some competitive Test cricket. We really thought this was going to be a nip and tuck affair. Hasn't proved to be that way. Plenty on Tom Latham's mind, whose captaincy got off to a perfect start. 3 wins out of 3 in India. Now on the verge of the first home series defeat to England since 2008. Bright spark in the side, or a shining light, I should say. Ravindra, who's about to face his first delivery here on TalkSport 2. Final ball of Gus Atkinson's over, and he's beaten Ravindra. No foot movement early on in his innings. Shapes to come forward, realises coming onto him a bit too quickly for that, and then in the end, almost fortunate not to get the outside edge as he pushes at a delivery which could have left alone and should have.
Excellent from England. Atkinson and Wokes really have bowled beautifully this morning. Wokes has been the one with the wickets, 2 for 10. He gets off his 4. Atkinson 0 for 18 off his 4. But Atkinson has bowled well. He's bowled better, I said, and even Gus admitted that he didn't think he was being at his best as what he was in the summer before he took that hat-trick. But in these 4 overs, I think he has got this spring in his step. The hat-trick's done him the world of good. It helps having a hurricane up your backside when you're running into bowl, and he certainly has that from the windy Wellington wind point of view. But Chris Wokes running into the wind. Rod Tucker's hat's is just blowing off. He's just had to compose himself for a second. It's been a good morning so far for England, Neil Manthorpe.
Again, another one. Here is Wokes off the back foot, punched away through the offside, and they'll turn for a second. Tom Latham now into the 20s. He doesn't look particularly perturbed. I think he's adopting the strategy that you have to adopt, like when you're playing golf in strong wind. Don't fight it.
No, don't
Make
fight
friends with the wind.
Absolutely. Use the wind if you can, especially when you're playing golf. Nice and swing easy. Nice and comfortable swing. You try and lash at it and hit it too hard, or you try and, from an action point of view, you try and go too hard, you lose all sense of direction.
Here is Wokes. That's good carry on that one. That zipped past the outside off stump and left alone by Tom Latham. 32 for 2 New Zealand, needing 583 for victory. Jeremy Coney was suggesting that the bowlers might consider wearing a cyclist helmet for a bit of streamlining.
Yeah. Bicycle clips on the bottom of their trousers.
Do you know that
to stop them from... Sometimes have to wear them in India and Pakistan and stuff like that. First couple of weeks of the tour, but he said about that one the better. But yeah, bicycle clips on the bottom of their trousers to stop them blowing.
And one of those helmets with the pointy back.
Yeah, with the pointy backs, yeah. Anything aerodynamic to help you get in. But like I've said many times, I don't know what it's like to bowl in the wind. I never did.
Here is Wokes once again, beaten outside the off stump, Latham, and there's an appeal from Wokes, not from anybody. Well, the appeal from Jacob Bethel, that is just a dutiful one from the 21-year-old. He's suddenly realised that Wokes is appealing all by himself, and so Bethel runs in energetically, enthusiastically and noisily from gully to offer some verbal support.
Yeah, I think Jacob's got the wind behind him as well, so he got in a bit faster than he needed to there. But there's a good ball again by Chris Wokes.
Swung in and straightened.
It has. It's an absolute beauty, but I think Tom Latham's bats hit the pad. And I think Ben Stokes, who's catching straight on the leg side, had a best view in the house of that, and he made that decision for the team. and it was a good decision at that.
Three slips gully, and now there's a man at a short catching mid-wicket. Oh, hang on, we're not finished yet. As Gus Atkinson's coming into a short catching mid-off as well, as Woakes is into Latham and pushes it away defensively up towards that man, Chris Woakes, at short catching. Sorry, Gus Atkinson. So yeah, interesting. Ben Stokes is tinkering. I'm a huge fan of tinkering. I've seen captains tinker with their fields purely for the sake of it, because they can, and it's an affectation really. But with Stokes, it just seems really clear. It doesn't, I mean, obviously these little moves don't pay immediate dividends, and that one goes whizzing past the outside edge again from Woakes. He's bowling absolutely beautifully. He's bowling as well as he did indifferently and at the start of the Christchurch Test match. But with Stokes, there always seems to be like an obvious plan, and even if it is just for a couple of balls, he enjoys it. He has to memorise a lot of information, I think, from the research team, from the analysts team. You know, like little foibles and potential weaknesses and strengths of all the batsmen.
I just think he's got a great sense of the game. The game that he senses, the game that he sees, and the instincts that he chooses. I think that's what makes him such a very, very good leader when he's on the pitch.
Woakes was actually literally into his delivery stride when he got blown off course.
Yes. Then he nearly ended up on the radar of air traffic control, didn't he? Just as he's coming up, just as he was about to take off into his stride, he got a little bit higher than he was expecting.
There is a ferocious gusting wind. Sometimes it feels quite gentle, and then suddenly it literally knocks you off course. His Woakes is in once again, and there's no run. 32 for 2, 9 overs gone. There's only 2 of the TalkSport 2 crew who go for a regular run. That's me and executive camera producer, video producer Katie Hanscom, and we're running around Oriental Bay, and there's one corner that you turn around, because it's quite a wiggly coastline, and you turn one corner and you're directly into the wind. You actually have to run at about 45 degrees to stop yourself being knocked over. It is absolutely, it's exhilarating actually, provided you're not in a hurry. 32 for 2. Devon Conway gone for a duck, and the big one, Kane Williamson, dismissed for 4, caught behind by Ollie Pope. Chris Woakes, the successful bowler on both occasions. And now then, it's the man of the moment, Bryden Carse, is the form bowler on tour in the 2 test matches that we've had so far, and he's getting an opportunity to add to his wicket tally. 11 in Christchurch, 4 in the first innings here at the Basin Reserve, and he's back into the attack, and he's into the attack for the first time, and this one is nudged away by Rachin Ravindra up towards mid-off. Gus Atkinson does the fielding, but they've scurried through for a single. Latham 24, Rachin Ravindra off the mark with that run. Earlier today, Joe Root completed his 36th Test 100. Let that sink in. His place on the list of all-time greats was already secured, but he's moved up one. Level now with Rahul Dravid on the list of all-time century makers. 36. Here is Carse once again, and caught and bowled. Rachin Ravindra's gone with a leading edge. A brilliant one-handed catch at the end of his follow-through from Bryden Carse. That is spectacular. Brilliant reactions from Bryden Carse, and not for the first time. He's already taken one spectacular catch, running in from mid-wicket when there was an inside edge onto the pad, and that too was Rachin Ravindra. So there's a batsman who knows all about the athleticism of Bryden Carse, and it's Tom Latham, not Rachin Ravindra, who's on his way. It's the New Zealand captain, both left-handers of course, but it's Latham who's gone. What a catch. Second delivery bowled by Bryden Carse, and Latham is on his way, and New Zealand are 33 for 3, and their chances of batting out the third day now diminish even further. The 2 men you would back and historically have shown themselves capable of making big centuries are both back in the pavilion now, Kane Williamson and Tom Latham. Daryl Mitchell offered a great deal of resistance in the Christchurch Test match, making 84 in the second innings and shepherding the tail, but he's coming out to an apparently hopeless situation. Latham now gone for 24, and well, we're not even at lunch on day 3. It was not the highest total ever set at the Basin Reserve, a target of 583, but it certainly would be a record by over 100 runs if it turned out to be a successful run chase. Very, very disappointing. There would have been plenty of New Zealand supporters hoping, as John Norman said, for a cricketing miracle. And I tell you what, there's a number of England supporters who were very much hoping that this game went into day 4. Big fan of TalkSport. Louis is a member of the Barmy Army. Bouncer for a first ball from Bryden Cass outside the off stump. Daryl Mitchell leaves that one alone. Met him in Christchurch Airport. Big follower of Following On and commentary on TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Met him again this morning in the members' long room down below us, and he was saying how he was hoping to spend at least a 4th morning at the Basin Reserve, but the chances of that, I think, have diminished to highly unlikely status. Here is Bryden Cass once again, bowls. Mitchell drives full and wide, opens the face of the bat, steers it nicely behind square on the offside for 4 runs. Rachin Ravindra is still there. Apologies for incorrectly giving him out when it was Tom Latham who was caught and bowled. Bryden Cass. 16 wickets now, 11 in Christchurch, 4 in the first innings, and now another in the second innings. So 11 at the Hagley Oval and 5 so far at the Basin Reserve. Runs as well, 33 not out in Christchurch. There are 2 leg slips now, or the narrower of the 2 leg slips is probably at a 3rd slip position. Then there's a gully as Cass is in again outside the off stump, left alone by Daryl Mitchell and taken by Ollie Pope. The trees around the back of the grass banks are waving ferociously, but they've withstood stronger winds than this one today. It's the gusting, as we always say, that makes it just so difficult. It's not a consistent wind. Sometimes it dies down to nothing more than a harmless zephyr, and then suddenly it picks up and buffets you around. We've seen Chris Woakes knocked out of his rhythm as he was about to bowl. Just got hit sideways by a massive gust of wind. 3 slips, 2 leg slips and a gully outside the off stump from Bryden Cass again, and there's no run. The over comes to an end. That's 10 gone now. Lunchtime at the Basin Reserve in about 27-28 minutes time. Was that a no ball? It was a no ball. Late call from 3rd umpire Ahsan Raza, who's signalling to Adrian Holstock that it was a no ball, and so the 10th over will have to, or the last ball of the 10th over will have to be re-bowled. Rachin Ravindra 1, Daryl Mitchell on 4. 3 men out so far. Tom Latham 24, opening partner Devon Conway not scoring, and Kane Williamson the big one. Caught behind by Ollie Pope off Chris Woakes for 4, and Woakes has now bowled 5 overs and taken 2 for 12. He's been outstanding. Gus Atkinson, no wickets in his 4 overs, which cost 18. Here is Cass again, and bowls. Mitchell tries to leave it alone. Extra pace and bounce, and he didn't manage to get his gloves and bat out of harm's way. He tried to lift them above his helmet, but I think that ball bounced a little bit extra, and it's actually hit him on the gloves. I reckon we're probably 80% full today, maybe 75% full. First couple of days, absolutely jam-packed, capacity crowd, 8,500. I think that a number of people may have had tickets for this, the 3rd day, and have decided they've either been dissuaded from coming by the weather, or the fact that they may be New Zealand supporters, of course, and believed it to be a futile situation. No Harry Brook on the field still, as far as I can see. He's not in the slip cordon, which is usually at second slip. Ben Duckett has moved from third slip to second to take his place, and Jacob Bethel from gully to third slip, and now Zach Crawley is the solitary gully. It's also a cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg and a long leg as change of ends for Gus Atkinson, running in from the Government House end, pushed away defensively towards extra cover, and no run there. We haven't had any news, have we, from the... Hello, Katie Martin.
Hello, what's on the news today?
Oh, sorry, I was wondering whether we'd had any news from the England change room about Harry Brook, whether he's... did you... Because television do get prioritised in these matters, and did you get a message? Harry Brook has a sore ankle, we're told. Okay. Pushed away defensively, or an attempt to push away defensively from Rachin Ravindra at back of a length, and it beats him outside the off stump. So Katie Martin, there was a thin hope that New Zealand would, I'm not going to say chase down 583, because that would be a thinner than thin hope, but just to bat through the day. But having lost Latham and Williamson now, they're the men that have the record and temperament to bat for a day or 2 days, as they would have needed to do, and they're both gone now. 38 for 3, pushed defensively but firmly by Ravindra. I think he was playing defensively, but he's going to get a single out towards deep backward square leg. It's been a meagre test match for the home side. Too many players out of form?
Yeah, a lot of players out of form. The top 5 have really struggled over the last couple of years. There's been big scores from Rachin Ravindra, a double 100 last year. Kane Williamson is averaging 58 in 2024, but you don't feel there's contributions consistently. I look at the England scorecard, a 96, a 92, 100 for Root, a 55 and a 49, and I think also the difference is those big partnerships they were able to put through in both tests, whereas New Zealand have struggled to build partnerships in either test, and they've also, I guess, got stuck at an end and allowed a bowler to work them over, whereas England just had that rhythm of soft hands, changing strike.
Atkinson pushed firmly by Mitchell off the back foot to mid-off. There's no run. 39 for 3. I have this theory about New Zealand cricket, men's cricket, I suppose, but I guess the same would apply to the women's game, that for so many years, so many decades, there were so few players to pick from that you had to get those players into form. You couldn't just replace them, because there was a small size group that you were picking from. And forward comes Mitchell again to Gus Atkinson, pushes it up towards mid-on, and it's misfielded by Chris Woakes, who now has to chase after it. He thought he had it covered, but actually he didn't. And so that breeds a tradition, I suppose, of loyalty, and that has carried on while the playing group and the depth and the quality of cricketers in reserve has improved and increased. Now, I think that perhaps that loyalty and that faith that is shown in the incumbent players is overextended, misplaced maybe. As Atkinson is in again, Mitchell drives through extra cover, and I think that will reach the boundary. There's a chase on, and it keeps Rian Ahmed, the 12th man, interested all the way until it hits the foam triangles. But it is 4 runs, and it's a lovely shot from Daryl Mitchell. He moves on to 10. Rachin Ravindra has 2. You can tell me that that's complete nonsense, that I'm daydreaming.
No, I don't disagree. I think there has been loyalty to selection, and it's something that is Gary Stead has held his hat on to say, okay, we want to select a similar amount of players, and even those players, the rotation of bowlers that have come through. We should look at One Day International, the white ball teams, and I think that's where a lot of the development is coming in, because you have so many players away at franchise cricket. So the new players, the new breed of cricketers for New Zealand are getting a lot more opportunity there and being seen and being successful as well. Outside of World Cups, I think that'll probably be the trend for ODI cricket. So I think it is, I talked about this yesterday, is around the cycles, and that's when often you do have changes. So you bring in players to go, okay, what's the next couple of cycles or the 2-year cycle for the World Test Championship? What's that core group? Because now with the WTC, you've pretty much got everything on every game, which I think has been an outstanding part, and we're seeing a push for more results. There is a few ageing players in this New Zealand side as well. You think the likes of Blundell's in his mid-30s, as well as Conway, and those players are looking elsewhere in terms of franchise opportunity. Just injecting new blood gives a little bit of energy to a group.
Here's Bryden Cast beginning his second over, and first delivery is pushed into the covers by Ravindra for a single. Trouble is, there's only 5 test matches coming up in the next 15 months, I think. Two in Zimbabwe, 3 next summer against the West Indies. I mean, yeah, why wouldn't you look for franchise opportunities? If you're a test specialist, or test cricket is your #1 priority, and you look at the calendar, you can be thinking, well, yeah, I've got almost nothing of it for the next year. Short and pulled away by Daryl Mitchell. It's a good-looking shot down to Shoaib Bashir at deep backward square leg, but there is some rebuilding to be done, and you know, if that requires taking a deep breath and looking some players in the eyes and telling them that maybe they want to consider their options, then it just has to be done. Is that Gary Stead's job?
Yeah, Gary Stead, Sam Wells, who's the new chairman of selectors. I think they call him chairman of selectors here. Yeah, so I mean, obviously Gary Stead has a big say in terms of who he'd like in his squad, and Sam Wells, and then there's a support network around the country.
Here is Bryden Cast once more, and Ravindra pushes it out towards cover. Straight to Zach Crawley, and there's no run. 47 for 3, target is 583. 583 in about 260 overs, so if you work it out as a run rate required.
Could be a slow-going chase, this one, if New Zealand can save a few wickets. Yeah, it was always going to be really around, it wasn't going to be an issue on time, was there? It was going to be an issue on wickets for New Zealand, and losing 3, what an ideal position for England after declaring this morning. They would have said, okay, if we take 3 in at lunch, it's not a bad morning.
Bryden Cast in once again, and Ravindra turns it up towards mid-on, fielded by Atkinson. Yeah, I mean, it's 2.3 and over.
Well, that's unheard of, isn't it? It is a funny point, though, because you sort of look at New Zealand's batting in both innings and you say, there's so many demons in the wicket. England have very much gone with their cross-seam, wobble-seam delivery today and said, okay, we're just going to put it in some good areas, force these New Zealand players to have to play and rely on that natural movement off the wicket, and it's exactly what's happened between catching edges and going through the batters.
Cast in again, and that's driven and very well fielded at mid-off. Really good tumbling, diving stop from Chris Wakes. I think he might have hurt himself, actually. Or maybe he's just lying on the ground to stay under the wind. But is it one of those ones where he landed on the ball? Diving away to his left, and he might just have dived and landed on the ball. And if you've never done that as a listener, it hurts. They're hard cricket balls.
I'll leave you to comment on how he's landed. That's your sort of areas rather than mine.
Do you think he's landed with the ball close to the unmentionables? I think he may have done. And that's why he's looking sheepish and staying down on the ground. He's now trying to loosen up. You can't loosen them up, Chris. You just need to get off and have a cold drink or a hot drink or something. 12 overs gone, 48 for 3, 20 overs, 20 minutes to go until lunch. Another word from Katie Martin, and to take you through to lunch will be Garth Galloway.
Some would say was tickled up with that ball on the fielding, Joe Root, but he can't do too much wrong. Love the way that he scored his 100, the ramp over the wicketkeeper, and he had that smile and said, you know what, I'll do it my way for most of it, and then I'll finish off and say, okay, here you go, Bazball. But England, Garth, have just controlled this test match so beautifully right from the start.
They sure have. The other thing about Root, and we were talking about it on Sport Nation, is I love the joy, absolute unbridled joy. 36 times he scored a test century. It was like his first, the way arms up above the the head, running down to Stokes, who was equally as excited. Here's Ravindra playing into the onside for a single, 49 for 3. And yeah, I mean, it was a courageous and quite frankly mad shot to bring it up. But, you know, the game hasn't left Root behind, has it? 49 for 3, Ravindra 5, Mitchell is 11, and New Zealand, well, they lasted 34 overs and 4 balls in the first innings, and it's been a pretty grim story so far. We're in the 12th, 13th over, 49 for 3. Very interesting. We had an interview on our station, and you might have had it on Talk Sport as well, with Luke Ronke, the New Zealand batting coach you have. Here's a shot from Mitchell. It's a lovely shot, just short of a length from Atkinson, and Mitchell's gone onto the back foot and played beautifully through the extra cover region for 4. That is glorious. 53 for 3, just a moment's joy for New Zealand. Mitchell 15. Ravindra is 5. 53 for 3. But yeah, just thinking about, just looking and reflecting on, Luke Ronke was saying that he doesn't think there are any technical issues with the opening batsman and things. I just disagree totally with that. You see Conway again getting out in the way that he did today. I think there are a number of technical issues here, and sure, maybe from the coaching staff you're trying to keep it low, lowbrow and not catastrophize as Mitchell drives back to Atkinson. But this has been going on for a long time now, Katie.
Well, Garth, you know I love my Hawkeye analysis stuff and spend a lot of time with the English lads in the Hawkeye truck, and there's definitely a trend. I think 3 out of 189 deliveries were bowled around the wicket to both Latham, well, to all the left-handers. Cass very much has bowled most of his deliveries to Latham over the wicket, which has caused 2 problems for him as well.
Well, you can tell us about that as Mitchell is just about caught. It's between fourth slip and gully. In the air and down to the boundary for 4, slashing at a looser ball from Atkinson and perilously close to being caught by Bethel in the fourth slip position. 57 for 3.
A couple of back foot shots from Daryl Mitchell. We're so used to seeing him press forward and then get high and over the ball, and just shows that extra bit of bounce. He's not going to reign in any natural game. 19 off 12 deliveries in his own Bazball sort of way, but he is a player that can really hit a bowler off their good length by getting forward and at them.
Atkinson bowls into the wind and Mitchell plays to mid-on, takes off and then is sent back. So tell us about the technical issues you see, if they are technical issues.
Well, I mean, I think there's a couple of things for Devon Conway. Obviously, not contracted, not playing a heap of test cricket, a lot of white ball cricket. There's little bits and pieces that can come into your game. You don't have as much time to work on those technical aspects. But when I look at Devon Conway, and I went back and spent some time when he had that double 100 in England a few years ago, and firstly today he was defending to cover, so he has a tendency, and he always has, where he gets his hands away from his body. He loves playing through point, very strong square of the wicket, but then he comes inside and around the ball.
Atkinson bowls to Mitchell, a repeat of the same of the last shot. End of the over. 57 for 3, Ravindra 5, Mitchell 19, Atkinson 6 overs, none for 34.
So what you think about his hands, I'm trying to describe this on the radio, but he has his hands close to his back hip, and then his hands will go away from his body, and then they come back around, and then his hands are still away from the body, so it presents that gap between bat and pad. Good deviation today. You've seen a subtle change where he does that. He's got a back and across in terms of his pre-movement, his trigger movement. He's getting even further outside off stump to try and take out that off stump. He used to stand probably leg stump, middle and leg stump, and then back and across, and his outside of his back toe would be just on off stump. Now it's probably good 3 or 4 centimetres wider outside off stump.
Cass to Ravindra forward and playing just square of the wicket on the offside.
Yeah, so he's made that change to go, okay, he's going to go further outside off stump, and he's also got quite a difference in terms of how open his stance is. So his front leg, his front foot is quite a wide gap, and so when he does bring that across, he's slightly late. So even today he was still on his heel when he was trying to defend the shot, and quite often if you're on your heel on that front shot, naturally your eyes and your head are going to be back. So maybe just a little bit rushed in terms of being able to get to the ball as well, and it presents that slight gap. So a couple of big things for me there.
Cass is bowling to Ravindra, and he gets a shorter ball. He's pulled it around the corner. Rain Ahmed has the chase from square leg, from mid-wicket rather, to the square leg boundary. Just one run, so 58 for 3. So what about Tom Latham?
Did that make any sense to
Makes
Conway?
perfect sense to me. I mean, I think what you're saying, when you take your hands away outside, I mean, it's almost like you're thinking about a golf swing again. When you take your hands away outside the line and you then bring them back in, it must affect the way that the bat comes down, and that for me is a starting problem for him.
And also front shoulder. We get taught so much, and I talked about this on telly yesterday around Joe Root. Very similar. Him and Harry Brook actually have a very similar trigger setup. Brooks talked a lot how he's actually copied Joe Root, and why would you not? One of the greatest. They have that back and across slightly, and then they hover. They bring their front foot forward and hover slightly on their toes.
Just looking to press a little,
Yeah,
and they can go back or forward.
Yep.
But the big thing, Katie, that I think you're talking about is this ball is turned into the onside, and another run for Mitchell, 59 for 3, is it's a side-on game, and they stay side-on.
And naturally will always engage that front shoulder. So we get taught as a kid, and I'm not sure what the coaching philosophies are in England nowadays, but you get taught...
Just smash it.
Yeah, well, you get taught to sort of point your shoulder to where you want the ball to go. So you would naturally turn your shoulder if you wanted to play through covers. If you're going to try and play it straight through the leg side, you might just slightly open up your shoulders. But it is very simple. A lot of those movements around your shoulder and dipping and being able to engage it works.
Cast to Ravindra, full delivery, the old-fashioned Yorker almost. Ravindra drives it firmly though, so it wasn't quite in that Yorker position, and Cast fields well on his follow-through.
Yeah, so I think for Devon Conway it's around, can he be a little bit stronger? When I saw him defend and had a look at the vision of that in that England double hundred, he was his hands were above the bounce of the ball. He was a lot stronger in terms of his front side. And I think for Tom Latham, it's just sometimes he gets that bat plane where it goes across to mid-on.
He comes outside and back in.
Yeah, whereas I thought there's just moments in an innings where that happens, and there's other moments where it doesn't.
Well, and it's quite often, obviously that's quite often when he's in trouble, getting caught in the slip cordon, caught behind, and the other thing that Tom does is Ravindra plays defensively to the next ball, as he does play across his front pad a lot, and he's often looking to hit the straight ball through the mid-wicket area. LB comes into play then. I mean, you watch Blundell today when he comes in. I just watched him, and I'm interested in your thoughts about him. He's just getting so front on now. His back leg is dragging across and pulling his whole body around, and he's ending up playing a defensive shot with his shoulders square to the bowler. And it's been happening for a while. We might have a little bit of rain here in Wellington at the moment. He's gone, Ravindra. The rain is starting to fall, and the wickets continue as well. Such a poor shot from Ravindra, so poor from New Zealand, and utterly persistent from Brydon Cast. He picks up his second wicket, 59 for 4. A ball that was far too close to Ravindra to play the slash outside the off stump. Well, I might be being a bit unkind, but it just not the ball in these circumstances.
Yeah, probably in between that wide line off the stumps, wide line to on the stumps, and he just tried to back foot drive it. So often we see him actually get over the top and cut that, and the lift in terms of the ball off the wicket. It's something that a lot of teams starting to target now, Rachin Ravindra, the slightly wider line, getting him to play away from his body. And we saw that last year against Australia, getting caught at point. So it's becoming a plan that most teams are looking at against Rachin Ravindra. That's a huge wicket because he's the glue in this New Zealand batting lineup without Kane Williamson.
Yeah, it's just, I can't say enough about this England side. I know that, that some of our listeners, I'm sure, will be at times have questioned the approach. And I know, reading some of the articles in England, the selection of Bethel caused a fair bit of discussion. Batting at 7 for his county, Warwickshire, 23 first-class matches, a moderate batting average and a highest score of 93. The first player to come into the side without a century, the specialist batsman, since Mike Gatting, a long, long time ago, and back in the 1970s. But when you look at, I think you've got to give England an awful lot of credit, McCullum and Stokes and Cohen. Bashir has worked for them. He's a long-term plan for the Ashes. He gets turned He gets bounced, most importantly. That's his real weapon. We see players like Bethel coming in. He looks like a test match cricketer. Cass has come into the setup, causing all sorts of problems, and they persisted with Woakes and been criticised for it. Woakes has bowled very well in the second innings in Christchurch and here in Wellington. Here's Mitchell pushing forward to a new over, a new delivery from Gus Atkinson, 59 for 4.
If you look at this field for Daryl Mitchell, they've got Ben Stokes is in that position where maybe he's 5 metres from mid-off, 5 metres, what would you call that, silly mid-off effectively, and then he's got a cover in place and then a backward point. Because Daryl Mitchell a couple of occasions have played in front of the wicket, hit in the air as well, and the fact that he's obviously bowling into the wind, he's got the breeze, and sometimes you can get your hands forward a little bit, so they're just saying, okay, if it's close enough, we want you to defend, which brings the catches in, the 3 slips in the gully, and if you want to try and play it out, you're going to have to control the bounce over top of it and have to look a little bit squarer to be able to find your gap.
You have to do something different to what the other New Zealand players have done. I would call Stokes probably a short mid-off. Do you know, when I was young, Katie, not you, you're a million years younger than me, but silly mid-off was a thing, and silly mid-on, and they were straighter and in, 4 or 5 metres from the bat, just right in the full blasting zone of a player on attack. Horrible positions to field, but you don't see people in that position. You see them at short leg, sometimes at silly point and so on, but not. They're more in that catching position. They give themselves room. Here's Mitchell pulling away and saying, I think it's too windy, there's a bit of rain coming, can we take a break? And the New Zealanders will scurry off for protection.
I think he saw it was 5 minutes to lunch. Effectively, the wind is just blowing this, they call it mizzle, just this misty rain across the field. It might have got in his eyes, but I think it might have been a little bit of play to say 5 minutes to lunch. I don't think we need to be here where there's this slight rain around. The ground staff are running on. They haven't even, I think they'll put a Hessian on. That might be the amount of cover on the coverage on the wicket, because that's how much rain is out there.
Do you know, Katie, this is just all this is going to do is we take this will be the lunch break. I'm sure they'll take lunch now. As hey, Faithful, the groundsman, is driving on at high speed, but safely, of course, and not breaking the speed limit, and they get the covers off. This has had about now a couple of minutes of that skiffing mizzle or whatever it's called, but it'll just freshen it up for the English again. When you get a little bit, the ball tends to skid on and come on quicker to the batters. Nothing going in New Zealand's favour. Applause, of course, for the England players, and so there should be. Woakes has picked up a couple of wickets, as has Cass Atkinson, wicketless so far. New Zealand, well, they're chasing 583 to win the match. I think they're really, I think we just stop saying they're chasing 583, don't we? They're batting.
Good point.
For as long as they can. And it doesn't look, they batted 34 overs and 4 balls, as I said, in the first innings. They're 14 overs and 1 ball through this innings, and they've lost 4 already, including their prize, Kane Williamson, 59 for 4. Latham out, Conway was first to go. It was 9 for 1. Conway bowled by Woakes again, just exposing a gap between bat and pad. It was a good delivery which came back, but Conway just exposed with those issues that he's got. Williamson was caught behind by Pope from Woakes' bowling for 4, 25 for 2. 33 for 3 when we saw Tom Latham being dismissed, caught and bowled by Cass for 24, and then 59 for 4 Russian Ravindra just out, caught by Pope from Cass's bowling, slashing with a horizontal bat at a ball just outside the off stump. So Woakes 2 for 12, Cass 2 for 11. Just before we take a break, Katie, I just come back and think about that Kane Williamson dismissal. I just thought it was a magnificent piece of bowling by Chris Woakes. He beat him in the start of the over with a ball that reared a little bit, but a new ball, hard ball on a pitch which I think is quite hard, and it did jump just a little bit, and you saw Williamson pulling his head back and being quite surprised by it. In fact, he got across and he played it. The next ball he went half forward and it beat him outside the off stump. They then ran a single and another one, and he came back down and faced, and you saw Woakes putting the ball in this perfect, beautiful position, exactly the same area. And I was surprised because when Williamson went off, it took a long time for him to leave the ground. and he stayed out there. There was no doubt he had hit it. There was no review or anything, but it was surprising to see him just look at the pitch as if to say, this is a minefield. Or so that was the impression I was getting. I don't see that at all. I just thought it was a very good piece of bowling, and now we're seeing the covers being lifted and the groundsman. This is Wellington, listeners, where we see the ground staff trying to hang on to the covers in the flapping wind, and one of them being pulled over off his feet. Now they're all on their hands and knees and they're sitting on top of it and they're not going to let it move.
Sometimes it's better just to let it go, otherwise you are going to go flying with it. The key of that delivery that actually got him out is he had bowled tighter in terms of to the stumps, and he had that natural deviation, the one that come off the wicket as well, and then he just released slightly wider. So he just pulled his release point and the angle back in, and with his ability to angle back in and then just hold the line and slightly go away. Kane Williamson thought, I need to defend that, and that's what he caught the edge. Very, very similar dismissal to the first innings as well. They might have found a wee kryptonite here for Kane Williamson.
Absolutely. Well, we will take a break now with the score. As I've said, scarcely believable with England batting on today, not for too long, enough time for Joe Root to bring up his 36th Test century. He joins Rahul Dravid with 36, becomes fifth equal in the number of Test centuries. Brilliant performance. Stokes 49 not out, 427 for 6, and New Zealand 59 for 4 when rain stopped play just before lunch.
Here's Atkinson. He does let go now, and Daryl Mitchell is it away defensively to the catcher in the stationary position at short mid-off. That's Zach Crawley, I think. Yes. No, Zach Crawley's in the gully.
Ben Stokes.
Ben Stokes, beg your pardon. The captain is in the catching mid-off position. Still no Harry Brook. He's got a sore ankle apparently. He didn't field in the morning session, but still no sign of him. Where's Rian Ahmed? He was the designated 12th man.
He's at point.
Yes, he is.
He's at point. He's got hand warmers. He's cold. Rian's cold. He's got his hand in his pockets. Got his hand warmers. He's got his hands out now.
Atkinson into Daryl Mitchell. Drives it up towards Chris Woakes at mid-on, and there's no run. It is chilly. Joe Root was wearing short sleeves. I think he always prefers to bat in short sleeves, but he had one of those, what do they call, undershirts?
Yeah, he had undershirt on. He had the sort of short sleeve sweater on as well, didn't he?
Yeah, but he likes his arms to be.
Yeah, the tight.
Under Armour.
The Under Armour. There are other brands of that, but I'm trying to think of what compression shirts in.
Okay, keeps him warm. Atkinson, again, he's got a wry grin on his face because once more he got knocked sideways as he was a couple of paces away from beginning the gather to deliver that one. And I mean, if you're not used to it, I guess there is an element of humour to it.
It is. It's so tough. I mean, the old saying when somebody's really sort of tall and gangly and skinny, a good gust of wind will blow you over. I mean, there's a good gust of wind here and it's blowing Gus Atkinson everywhere. It just shows you how good Chris Woakes bowled first up. Is
bowling into the wind predominantly. It's outside the off stump and it's left alone by Daryl Mitchell.
It's crazy because, I mean, I've bowled into the wind a couple of times. Not many. I'm tend to be more downwind, but I mean, you try and give up on your run up, and you just try and run the last 3 steps because you feel as though you're running on the spot. You as your body is trying to run as fast as you possibly can, but you actually just feel as though you're running on the spot. And you've got to somehow get towards the umpire, then accelerate and hold your action as tall as you possibly can when the wind's as strong as this.
Here is Atkinson once more, bowls on the back foot. Mitchell drives to backward point off the back foot upright. The back foot drive with a straight bat, if there is such a thing, and Rian Ahmed does the fielding again. Dot ball, 5 dot balls so far to begin this first over after lunch. New Zealand needing another 524 more to win. The weather forecast suggests there will be no saviour from the rain. It's not going to have to rain for 3 days, 2.5 days, for New Zealand to escape without losing this test match, and it's not going to happen. A few squally showers, that's the best they can hope for, as Mitchell drives foot, or defends off the back foot out to wide of Chris Wokes. And they're through for a single. Mitchell will keep the strike. 60 for 4 after 15 overs. Another word from Steve Harmison, and then it'll be John Norman in the commentary.
It's going to be Bryden Cast to come with the win. Big for him. He's started brilliantly, didn't he? He's got 2 for 11 off his 3 overs. I think that just a little indication there. He's obviously a bit taller. He's a bit sort of ganglier. A lot lighter on his feet as Gus Atkinson compared to Chris Wokes. But I just think them 2 false starts from Gus Atkinson and the wind as strong as it is just shows you how well Chris Wokes bowled in that first 5 overs. 2 for 12. He set the tone and put New Zealand under even more pressure, John Mother.
Yeah, good afternoon to you. Thanks to Manners for picking up those 4 deliveries. I got my timings badly wrong. Apologies. Pitched up and driven by Mitchell to mid-on, no run. 60 for 4 then. We've had 15 overs of play, plus a delivery. Gus Atkinson has actually bowled more than the 7 overs. I mean, he's ran in twice and then just had to stop in his delivery stride because of the gusts that are buffeting, blanketing this famous old ground. Some hardy souls out there, and only the English wearing shorts, you'd imagine, as they sit back and watch and wait for what will be a win at some point today, you feel? Who will take the wicket? So will New Zealand score any runs as Mitchell takes a single to square leg? I can confirm, I don't know if you remember, I don't think you were on commentary when we were here last time in Wellington, when I chanced upon essentially a shop where you can go in and throw axes at the wall.
Yes, I was on. Yeah.
It's still going.
It is still going. We drove Katie past it a little bit, I think the day before the game, and she was looking at me as though I was an idiot, as usual. And then when we drove by the shop and she'd seen the sign, the wood, and then peered through the glass in the window and seen the sort of axe board.
Scott
Very intrigued
Taylor
about going for an afternoon.
Scott Taylor's started to get a little bit nervous. Shorter of length, and that Blundell gets his hands out the way of the ball as it goes down the leg side and is taken by Ollie Pope to his left. What interested me was they've got something called a smash room. What is that? I mean, I didn't have the time. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time. I mean, if I'm being honest, I didn't have the time to even be in that part of the world. I should have been back here commentating. But what is a smash room?
I'm assuming you get a baseball bat and you go and enjoy yourself for 20 minutes.
Any environment, well, I mean, it's called Sweet Axe. You know, essentially the idea of the shop is to go in and throw axes. Short again, and Blundell obviously keen to get off the mark, maybe get off strike. Is a little jumpy at the start of his innings. Leaps forward, defends into the offside, and is sent back by Mitchell as Rayan Ahmed on the field for Harry Brook, who's nursing a little sore ankle. And Blundell's going to have to face this next delivery from Cast. Yeah, I mean, the whole premise of the shop is to throw axes at a wall. Why do you need a smash room?
It's like an archery board, isn't it? Wooden board.
Yes, but what goes on I mean, what's the level up from hurling an axe against a wall? Pitched up and driven and dropped at third slip. Boy, that would have been a more than impressive grab from Jacob Bethell. He got 2 hands to it, but Blundell has a life at the start of his innings, and he picks up 4. 65 for 4 New Zealand.
If Jacob Bethell gets 2 hands to this and takes the catch, I reckon I think with a wind he'll end up about 30 yards further back. I mean, this has flown, gone through 2 hands. He's going to his left, not normally to your right. If normally you're standing at slip to a right-hander, the tendency to be the way it'll be taking you towards your right, because there's obviously somebody on your left.
Pass again, dug in, Blundell. That's a beautiful shot that sails over the fielder at backward square leg and into the confectionery stall, and bounces back out, and Blundell moves to 10 in 2 balls.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. It was like that there. Shoaib Bashir's it's sort of fine leg, and I think it bounces off the roof back onto play, and I think Shoaib Bashir takes the catch. Has it come back in?
Is
he
it
takes a
one?
catch.
Is it one hand? Does he
So-
take it one-handed?
One hand, yeah, one-handed off the wall. Kids playing in the back.
Blundell's got to go.
backyard. Yeah, see you later, Tom Blundell.
We know the rules.
Top edge, he got a good piece of it. Good top edge. Yeah, the smash room. That's an interesting one, that John.
What is also interesting is that Shoaib Bashir is going to come on and have a bowl. Now, he hasn't, he's faced 2 deliveries, he hasn't scored a run, he hasn't taken a catch, and he didn't bowl in first innings. But last night, there were a few of us confidently predicting that Shoaib Bashir would be bowling into the wind for much of day 3 here at the Basin Reserve. Neil Manthorpe was saying early on commentary that Shoaib Bashir will definitely bowl just to prove a point. And not for the first time, he's right.
We did think he was a thanked for coming. Once we seen the pitch and the ball was moving around, he was going to get a little
Manners.
bat. No, Manners. He's seen far too much cricket as Manners.
He has watched
knows
a lot of
exactly
cricket,
what's
hasn't
going on. Seen the weather forecast.
We were just talking to David Gower about Manners down in the canteen. David Gower looked a bit nonplussed when I told him that Neil Manthorpe's run 10k every day for the last 30 years or something. Didn't find David Gower doing that. He was quick to point out, forward and push to mid-off. What is the record? You've missed 2 days, haven't you, Manners, in 30 years?
To be fair,
Long haul flights, of course. Unless
to be fair to David Gower, he said they got a decimal point in the wrong place for him.
Here's Bashir again. This is flat and pushed airily to Bethel, who's now fielding at mid-wicket. No run. So yeah, okay, so if you take flying days out of the equation, it is difficult to run 10k when you're on a 26-hour flight to New Zealand. I imagine the stewardesses and stewards will get a little tired of Manners pacing up and down the galley as this time Mitchell comes forward, pushes to mid-on. Slip in play, short leg. There's a mid-on that's quite wide. There's a mid-wicket that's been pushed back, mid-off. Kind of a deepish backward point, or short third. Deep point as this is pushed to mid-on again. And who's that down? Is that Gus Atkinson at fine leg? And there's also long on. So there is a temptation, a little carrot that's been dangled. Mitchell very strong down the ground. There's no one out on the extra cover boundary. Oh, he's wrapped on the pads. Is that via an inside edge? It balloons up, duck it round from first slip, can't catch. We'll have a look at the replay. But Bashir is getting a bowl. He took 4 wickets on day 1 at Christchurch, of course. Seeing a replay, there's a little bit of turn. In fact, it's more than a little bit of turn.
Good turn and bounce. That's cut. Mitchell in 2 hit him on the inner thigh pad from a good fullish length.
Good morning to you. If you're listening to us on TalkSport 2 back in the UK as Shoaib Bashir.
Nice boy.
Last ball of the over, maiden, as Mitchell pushes this out in front of him, and New Zealand moving along. 71 for 4 then, with Mitchell and Blundell at the crease. I mean, these two have got a ridiculous record against England. I mean, I imagine on the long flight back from England back in 2022, fresh from a 3-0 defeat, Blundell and Mitchell would have been forgiven a little look across from the business class section of Air New Zealand. I looked at each other and said, how did we lose that game? We've just scored about 4 centuries between us, had 3 or 4 century stands. We scored a lot of runs, and somehow we lost 3-0. It was a bizarre summer, that's for sure. The summer of Bazball, when it all began. And continuing up to this test match here. As Cast continues, he's seen Blundell put down. Ridiculous chance, really, from Jacob Bethel at 3rd slip, who wouldn't be fielding there if not for an injury to Harry Brook, who is off the field right now. Blundell followed that up with a 6 over deep backward square, and is at 10 not out, and playing very much with the pressure on his shoulders. Plays a lot of cricket here at Wellington. He knows the ground, knows the conditions, and this is a Yorker length delivery from Cast. And Blundell is so late on this shot as he tries to defend. If that was anywhere near off stump, then he would have been a goner. That really surprised him, didn't it?
Yeah, that's straight, that's gone. I mean, we see it from stump cam there. So late, the back came down. Right, cars. It says 132, 141. He looks as though he's got the wind behind him, so he's herring in. His knees are pumping. Confidence is so high. 16 wickets in this series so far.
Yeah, what a series he's having. Bryden Cass again. This is pitched up, not as full as the Yorker that he just delivered, and Blundell this time gets down comfortably enough, pushes the ball to backward point, well, gully actually, and it's no run. TV director just showing a dismissal of Tom Blundell. Yeah, it seems like quite some time ago, wasn't it, when he played a ball from Bashir, from the face of the bat, just straight to the gully fielder, who was kind of standing there on his own. One slip in place. It was a kind of a bizarre dismissal. Shorter of length this time. Blundell hopping and groping forward. Didn't need to play at that. That could have been left alone all day long on that length. Pope takes behind the stumps, and Blundell's still there.
That's what Cass does to you, though. I mean, the length he bowls a heavy ball into length. And that was a little bit fuller than length. Because it bounces, it does look as though you could leave it, but as a batter, when you're standing at the crease, from a visual point of view, you think I've got to play at this because of it's a full of length.
Pitched up, and Blundell's forward. He clips this leg side. Takes a single. Bashir coming in from the fine leg boundary. So he's really being tested here. Is Blundell moves to 11. Mitchell will face the final ball of Bryden Cass. 6th over.
They look nice.
Harmy's watching the
Yes.
TV screen where a couple of chaps are digging in. I think they're called corn dogs.
Corn dogs and chips.
Corn dogs and chips. Come on, get the
Tomato
production
sauce,
out
yeah.
there. We've had some
I
lunch.
tell you what, if I've got to go through what I
Whitebait.
went through Whitebait yesterday, somebody's going to have to get me corn dog and chips, especially with tomato sauce on, like
Right.
that lad's got on his nose.
There's the message. Which of the producers is going to get a free drink tonight? Pushed to the offside this time by Mitchell. Sees the over off.
Just watch the space, John, on Bryden Cass. He's uncomfortable here. He's right. I'm not sure. He's on his landing foot. Has he got a little bit of a heel or an ankle issue? Something's not quite comfortable with Cass. The last 2 balls he's pulled up gingerly.
TV director still focusing in on the corn dogs. I mean, we're watching. I mean, he must be 19, 20. He doesn't realise the whole of the country is essentially watching him eat a sausage.
To be honest, it wouldn't stop me from eating it.
Well, it won't. You're going to be on screen eating one.
Exactly.
I don't know how long you've got left of this. Probably a little bit too late for this commentary stint. But when you're back, Harmy,
Absolutely.
there'll be
I'd have-
corn dogs and there'll be chips and there'll be tomato
I'd
ketchup.
have thought corn dogs, chips, and then if we get 6 wickets, manager's cracking open a red wine.
When we get 6 wickets. Bashir again, this time it's driven nicely from Blundell up to mid-off.
Yeah, corn dog and chips. You don't get 20 stone eating salad, so yeah. Look forward to that.
Bashir again, this is wide and a touch short as well. Allows Blundell just to free his arms. Rayan Ahmed fielding on the deep point boundary, just runs round towards us. Another couple of runs to the score then. Blundell moves to 13. I think it's an element to our game that I think is truly unique. I've had this discussion with Jarrod Kimber, and we actually disagree. Not for the first time. Defended this time is Blundell. Watching a batter in Test cricket, and I still got the feeling he will play at Hamilton, Blundell. I think that's the way the selection works. I don't necessarily feel that he will lose his place for that 3rd Test match. So I'm not quite saying it's happening here. As he's beaten this time, Blundell. This is tossed up by Bashir and loses his shape as he reaches forward and tries to play an expansive cover drive, but it's not really in the position to do so. Doesn't get to the pitch of the ball, and not only that, The ball turns into the right-hander. And not only that, he overbalances. There's a moment we thought could have been stumped. As he plays back this time and moves to leg. Shoaib Bashir is causing a few problems. He should have been brought on to bowl earlier.
Yeah,
New Zealand might have been bowled out for 85 in first innings.
Yeah, the bounce, the turn and the bounce is really, the one before that, the drift was lovely. Just drifted off under the wind, got Blundell off balance and turned sharply back.
I don't think you'll talk more fondly about any delivery or anything other than when you get that corn dog in an hour's time. A couple of runs through mid-wicket this time, end of the over. Blundell moves to 15, the score 76 for 4. But going back to the point, watching, I remember being at Lords and Nick Compton batting second innings against Sri Lanka, and we've seen this play out so many times. A batter so down on form and luck and confidence, hasn't scored any runs, and the media have been speculating, then suggesting, then demanding, then up in arms about why it hasn't happened already, and the TV replays are showing modes of dismissal, and the bowlers have worked him out, and it's horrible. As Mitchell faces first delivery from Carse's 6th over, and he tries to clip to the leg side, but ball rushes onto him too fast. Actually, he's onto the ball a little bit too early. Either way, the ball goes to the offside, and it's fielded, no run. And you know when the guy's walking out to the crease, and he gets himself ready, and the bowler is at the top of his mark, and you've got this really extreme moment in life and sport where this could be the end right now.
Right, the last
right
minute,
now, this could be the end. Mitchell shoulders arms to a short length delivery, left alone, and you know it's a bit like going to the Olympics. And you know, I went to the Olympics in 2012, and what an experience that was. And you watch these men and women who have devoted their lives to this one moment, and it's either going to go their way or it isn't. And, you know, you cannot get more jeopardy than right here, right now, in a sporting sense. And this is where we are. This is where we were with Nick Compton, and it was, you know, the guy, and you know how much cricket runs through the family with that name, and how much has gone into this, and it's just about to come to an end, and it could be this delivery. Mitchell forward, pushing back to the bowler, Carse Fields, and we'll keep an eye on him because Harmy thinks he's just picked up a little niggle. I mean, he looks like the kind of Ben Stokes Durham bowler who's just going to keep going, and he's just not going to say anything, and actually will be forced to stop rather than choose to.
Yeah, I think it might be something like a bruised heel.
He does.
He might just have like a little hot spot on a heel where every time you land, it's not something that's going to cause you like long-term problems, but it's just painful.
And this is cricket, isn't it? Because Harry Brook, the batter, can be up in the dressing room nursing his sore heel, but the bowler's got to keep pounding in and running in on it. Pitched up, Carse isn't right. The reaction of the bowler's telling you everything you need to know in that regard. Is Mitchell comes forward and will take 2 to mid-wicket. He moves to 24, scored a nice innings, an inconsequential innings though, in that second innings at Christchurch. Will he do the same thing again here today? He played a ridiculous innings in the 3rd test against India. I have never seen a batter sweat more. He was the polar opposite of Alistair Cook, Sir Alistair Cook, who's never ever had to wipe sweat from his brow. Drenched. It was awesome to watch. Awe-inspiring. Heinrich Klaasen, good shout. Yeah, that World Cup in October. Yeah, in India. Well, it was up there, right? It was along those. I mean, Matt Pryor in Sri Lanka, forward defending Mitchell at 78 for 4. But yeah, going back to the point, I don't think there's anything like it. I can't think of much like it in professional sport, because you always get another go at the similar level. Olympics maybe, I've brought that as a comparison in. And Jared says it's the same for bowlers. You could be watching a bowler under the same kind of situation, but a bowler, it's only unless it's the 6th ball of the over or the 10th wicket to be taken. I don't think it's quite the same. Bowlers will always get another chance, and batters don't. Too short from Carse this time, and Mitchell can get under this. 20 overs done then here at the Basin Reserve. New Zealand 78 for 4. tiptoeing towards defeat, no doubt. But still with points to prove, runs to score, and a place in that third test match to cement. Blundell gets 50, 60, 70 here when he's definitely playing. Then the attention, because that's the way it goes, will go on Conway at the top of the order.
Conway at the top of the order. You've got Blundell.
Southey.
You could be looking at. You could be sitting here thinking Tim Southeys might have bowled his last ball in Test cricket. That's what I mean. The England declaring. That's not lying down. That's not sixth ball. That's
so he didn't even see the moment, or he didn't realise at the time that we saw the moment.
Time and the moment's there. So it is. That's why we love this unique game. It does have loads and loads of backstories.
And you can see why it's so mentally challenging as well. Short leg in place with a slip and short, or two catching mid-wicket fielders, and Blundell with route 66 on his back, without the route of course, just clips this to the left of the two. Bethell fielding, and it's no run. Bashir has bowled 2.1 overs, taken bowled one maiden, 0 for 4, as Blundell just eases back in towards the leg side, opens up the offside and steers this delivery from Bashir, which is a fraction short to the left of mid-off. Rayan Ahmed running around from deep point, two fielders combined, and that brings Mitchell back on strike. Blundell moves to 18, he's going to run a ball, and I've been impressed by, he was put down, but it was a shot afterwards that I liked from Blundell. Didn't look to duck, took on the hook, got a 6, he's into double figures, his innings is going, and New Zealand have got to play progressive and proactive cricket from here. They will lose the match, come what may, but score some runs, throw some punches. Down on the sweep is Mitchell. This is fourth stump line. He's sent back by Blundell, and that's a wise call because Bethell was running around from the mid-wicket position, and I'm not sure if just for a minute Mitchell was blindsided by the fact he ran past the square leg umpire. And
Mitchell's thinking it's gone behind square, and Blundell, Mitchell hasn't seen the ball hit Joe Root and gone.
It's hit his left leg, isn't it? Yep, that's what's happened. Well done, Harmy. The eyes and ears and voice of TalkSport cricket. This time Bethell comes in, clipped towards the fielder by Mitchell. Little fuller from Bashir. 81 for 4. There's a little hush around the ground after that trumpet solo. Fired in, popped to cover point. Bashir fields from his own bowling. 1 run added to the score. 501. We were talking about 501 ahead of the game.
England needed, wasn't it?
England needed 500 to score half a million or something, wasn't it? Or was it $250,000? Half a million from the bat. Yeah. Here's Bashir. This is clipped away. It's a packed leg side field, 3 of them close to the bat, and Blundell can't clip this ball to the right of Bethell away to the boundary. So end of the over, and Neil Manthorpe about to come in. Steve Harmison thinking of corn dogs and red wine.
Oh, don't teasing me, John Norman. Teasing me. England are getting teased here. Bashir's bowled well, he really has. He's doing the hard yards like he did at Christchurch. Different scenarios at Christchurch. It was more the footholds that were a problem. A little bit of wind, but not as much as what there is gale force here. So New Zealand might have to be a little bit more proactive towards Bashir and try and hit him out of the attack. But Chris Woakes coming back into what would be his second spell, and his first spell was very good. 2 for 12 after his 5 overs. And Brydon Carse, I just wonder if there's a little bit of an issue. I wonder if it's a heel or a little bruise on a toe, or maybe a little blood on a cut toe, something like that, which is not going to keep you out for any length of time from an injury point of view. It's just, as a fast bowler, it's just very, very annoying every time you throw your weight into that front foot. So he's come off and Woakes has come on. Afternoon, Matters.
Hello, Harmy. There's a famous story about Fred Truman, who's having trouble with his big toenail. Was impinging into his flesh. Forward comes Wokes then. His first opportunity downwind, and it's played defensively out on the offside by Daryl Mitchell, and he just had someone remove it with a pair of pliers at lunchtime.
Ouch. I once got hit by Jimmy Ormond in a 4-day game at Grace Road. Leicester hit me right on the big toe.
Did you know that it was going to go at some point?
Yeah. And then to culminate that, I was out LBW because I was straight in front of all three.
2 slips of gully and 2 catching mid-offs as Mitchell comes forward and leaves that one alone.
The big toe just went, it went black straight away. It was it was so uncomfortable.
How long before it went yellow and blue?
No, this story gets a little bit worse. So then I tried to cut a hole in my big toe. That didn't work. It was just pulsating. And when I came off for the second time, Durham's physio Nigel Kent was sort of lighting a paper clip up. And I looked at him and I went, "What on earth are you going to do with that?" And he went, "I'm going to put it in your big toe." I was like, "No, you aren't." And he went, "I am."
I'm not sure I can speak. Mitchell plays defensively to one of those 2 short catching mid-offs. It's all the way along the ground.
And what he did was
Through the nail.
straight through the top of the nail, bang. And
Did he use a hammer? How did he get it through?
well, it was hot, wasn't it? So it was hot. Just went straight through the top of the nail. It was like Niagara Falls, with just blood coming out everywhere. Apologies if anybody's eating their dinner at this moment in time, but the relief. You just thought I just passed the bowling ball. The relief was unreal.
Here's Wokes once more, and it's played again defensively by Mitchell. So it was
Strapped
like
it up and went out again.
it was like a little sort of mini blood volcano.
Yeah, just a little hole in the top of the nail, just blood volcano out the top. And once it just eased off, the relief and the pain of it was just. It felt lovely compared to what it felt 30 seconds earlier.
Did you bowl with it?
Yeah, I went back out. I went straight back out. Put some tape around, Elastoplast tape on it, and went back out and bowled.
Of course you do. Fast bowler. Wokes in off the back foot now. Mitchell pushes that one out to extra cover. Fielded by the squarer of the 2 short catching mid-offs. 82 for 4. I am obviously familiar with foot discomfort and various other discomforts being a runner, but nothing compares to fast bowlers' feet, which can get very, very mangled. Toes look like they've been.
You've got no choice. You just got to keep going.
Yeah, Works in. Forward comes Mitchell. Again, third ball in a row, pushes it straight to Zach Crawley at the squarer of the 2 catching mid-offs. Mitchell is 25. Tom Blundell has 18. I think there are a lot of people watching, even England supporters who are aware of the stage of Tom Blundell's career, that wouldn't begrudge him a big score. It's been very, very short of runs, to the extent that he's only got 1 score of 40, in excess of 40, in his last 30 innings. That is lean, isn't it?
That's lean as a batter, obviously. And he is a batter, and I still keep questioning why Phillips doesn't come in ahead of him. Take a little bit of pressure off him, counter-punch the opposition, because the way Glenn Phillips plays. But no, Blundell, he's in as a wicketkeeper. He's a wicketkeeper batter, and he's a batter at number 6.
Shoaib Bashir continues with his off-spin, and that one does spin from outside off stump in towards Blundell. He helps it away with the turn, as Steve Harmison said before the Test match started. He thought it would turn from day 3, and he'd bang on. It is turning, and it is day 3. New Zealand's target's down to just 500 now. They're 83 for 4. With Mitchell 25, Blundell on 19. There's a long on, but mid-off is up. And that requires a hit into the wind, directly into the wind at mid-off, as Mitchell pushes this one defensively out on the onside. So, it might seem obvious, but it's clever thinking from Ben Stokes. Right, you want to go over mid-off, you're going to have to hit it into the wind. You want to go over long on, that's quite less into the wind, isn't it? A bit. And he's on the boundary. And there's a man at deep back with square leg, but cow corner boundary, mid-wicket is unguarded as Mitchell uses his feet now and pushes it up towards Ben Duckett, that's not Duckett, that's Ben Stokes. Sorry. Joe Root's under the helmet, doesn't he?
He does for the spinner, doesn't he?
Yeah, we've established that he enjoys that. That's by choice. Obviously it is. The 151st Test match. Bashir in again, pushes it to Stokes again, and there's no run.
Yeah, Crawley was doing it for the seamers, so when the seamers were bowling, Zach Crawley was under the helmet, but Joe Root has been doing it for the spinners at Christchurch and here now.
Yeah, and took a very good catch at Christchurch as well. Low down, had to dive forward as Mitchell now pushes this one down to Zach Crawley on the long on boundary. Again, they go through for a single. Ben Stokes happy to be patient at the moment, but how long will his patience last? At some point he's going to bring long on up and bring everyone in and make them hit over the top and keep the game moving. He does get impatient quite quickly, but there's no need to just at the moment. England in complete control. Using his feet once again, Mitchell drives this one down to Crawley again on the long on boundary. Tom Blundell is braving the cold northerly wind with just a long sleeve shirt. In fact, Daryl Mitchell has a short sleeve shirt. Neither player has a sleeveless sweater or any other sort of sweater. 23 overs gone. It's 85 for 4. We did have a brief squalling rain shower during the lunch break, and actually led to lunch being called prematurely a couple of minutes before the scheduled stop at 1 o'clock local time. Chris Woakes now to bowl to Tom Blundell. 85 for 4. Shoaib Bashir's 4 overs have included a maiden, cost 11 runs. Chris Woakes 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 12. And Bryden Cass also has 2 wickets, 2 for 25 from his 6 overs. 2 slips Gully, backward point, and the 2 catching mid-offs, short mid-offs, as Woakes is in once again and Blundell is forward, pushing that to the straighter of the 2 catching mid-offs. That is Ben Stokes. There's also a mid-on in a regulation position. There's it's the captain, Ben Stokes, and then there's a mid-wicket as well. Rian Ahmed, the 12th man, still on for Harry Brook, who's nursing a sore ankle. Just a precaution, but I'm sure it's a precaution that he's very happy to be told to take. Harry Brook, I'm sure, well, he'd like to be on there from when England win the game today. He'd like to be on the field, but for now, quite happy to stay out of the wind. Let Rian Ahmed have a run around. Next ball again defended up towards Ben Stokes at mid-on, and there's no run. The other to complete the field, deep backwards, square leg. Grant Elliott's joined me. Local man, Wellingtonian. I have experienced, I'm not going to ask you about the weather because I've experienced far more extreme conditions in Wellington. I've experienced a stronger wind, although it is strong today. It's pushed away defensively up towards Stokes again at mid-off. I mean, a run round Oriental Bay and you turn the corner and you suddenly into the wind. I mean, honestly, it's knocked me over, literally knocked me over. Not today, but in previous times. I was expecting it today.
That's my drive to work, actually. So I drive around that corner. I like driving around the bays, and then I go to the airport.
I bet you feel it in the car as well.
Work for the air ambulance. Yeah, I've been blown into the harbour a few times in my car.
No, his works again. Steered away into the gully and no run.
No, I always enjoy going around that corner. So that's when a southerly's or a northerly's blowing and you're coming into it, or a southerly's blowing and you. So I always take a lot of pleasure in driving around because I'm not into long distance. I think Harmy would be the same. You finish playing cricket and you spend 20 years on a cricket field. The last thing you want to do is, well, I can't wait to run a marathon. No thanks. That's not going to be my game. But I love watching these endurance athletes hit that corner and they just can't get through it. They can't chew through it.
Again on the back foot defending Tom Blundell. There was a fantastic exercise performed on behalf of Courtney Walsh. I was commentating with him many years ago, and I did say, would you like to come for a run with me one morning, Courtney? And he said, no, I've done enough running, thanks. And a statistician worked out to the as greater detail as possible, and he actually said, how often did you used to come off your short run? How long was your normal run? And how many no balls, factored that in, because He has to bowl them again, so it required another run up. His works again outside the off stump and left alone by Blundell. So he wasn't able to include Nett's training sessions running from fine leg to third man or fine leg to fine leg between overs. Just in overs bowled off a 25-yard run-up in all list A games, the T20 games that he played, all those first-class games for Gloucestershire and for the West Indies, and one-day internationals. So every measurable number of overs bowled in official games. How many standard marathons do you think that equated to? Yeah, I'll give you a couple of balls to think about it, right? So a standard marathon is obviously 26 miles, 42 kilometres. Shoaib Bashir is into Daryl Mitchell once again, and he dives away to his right to field off his own bowling. It remains 85 for 4. So we're talking about just overs bowled by Courtney Walsh, and he had an unusually long career, one of the longest ever actually for a fast bowler. He did play an unusually high number of games. That's blocked now defensively by Daryl Mitchell. By the way, we then performed a similar exercise to work out how many standard marathons Steve Harmison ran, just bowling in official cricket matches. And it explains why he's never been for a run ever since he stopped playing. Punched off the back foot down towards long on. And they take a single. They're going through some stout resistance now from Daryl Mitchell and Tom Blundell. Blundell 20, Mitchell 27, New Zealand 86 for 4. The target is 497 now, 583 in total. Earlier today, Joe Root completed his 36th Test 100. He made 106 when he was out. England declared with the captain himself, Ben Stokes, unbeaten on 49. Shows you how much care and attention he pays towards personal milestones. Declaring on 49, I did suggest to Harmy that he would be amongst the professional players who cared least about personal milestones, and he probably didn't even notice that he was on 49, to be honest. Bashir is in once again, and it's defended by Blundell on the back foot. You've had time to think about it, and you got the calculator out.
106,000 balls he bowled in first class in 1 days, and I times that by 40 meters, and I got 4.24 million meters. Divided that by 42,000, which is a marathon, and I got 101 marathons.
Bashir once again, final ball of the over. You nerd.
Is that close?
That's phenomenal.
Is that 101 marathons?
The actual answer was 93.6.
Oh, close enough.
You managed to do all that on your phone. You got that was first class games.
First class and list A. So first class was 85,000 deliveries, and then there was, I think, 21,000 in list A. So that's 106,000.
That's incredible, Grant Elliott. I can't absolutely. But I asked Courtney to have a guess, and he had absolutely no concept whatsoever. I said to him, "Well, is it 10 or 100?" He said, "I don't know, no idea." He had no idea. But when I told him that he had effectively run without all the other run, like I said, not training, not nets, not third man to fine leg. And I told him 93.6. That's how you've run 93.6 marathons, and he just said, "That's why I don't run anymore."
You've talked him out of running another one. He's like, "I've done it now."
That is incredibly impressive, Grant Elliott. I've asked that question to a lot of bowlers, and they've had absolutely no concept. And you did that in the space of a Shoaib Bashir over, and you were less than you were what, 6.5 marathons out, 6.5 marathons over the top.
Yeah, it's 6.5 more than I've done.
I wonder how many marathons you run just bowling in official cricket matches.
It out. I can work that out.
I reckon you'd be maybe a tenth of Courtney. So you'd be like more.
No, well,
less.
I was a batting all-rounder.
Yeah, no, you were. Here's Wokes once again running away from us from commentary end. The Bob Vance stand end, the R.A. Vance stand. 86.4. Harmy's number was 46.
Oh, wow.
So he's half a Courtney.
Yeah. Half a Courtney marathon. How are those hips going? Right, I walked past Chris Wokes this morning and I asked him, I said, you'll be bowling with the wind today, and we had a laugh about it.
And he started into it.
He bowled better into the wind than he has with the wind here.
Here is Wokes. He's downwind now, and that's left alone by Daryl Mitchell outside the off stump. 86 for 4, New Zealand.
But I was talking on Sport Nation about how Chris Wokes, he came to Wellington to play a few first-class games before the T20 tournament and that, and he said, I can't wait to play at the Basin Reserve. And we ended up at Karori Park, which was our second ground, which had shipping containers, which the tarpaulin had blown away, and the shipping containers were red, so that didn't help. So
sight screen.
So the general manager had to go and paint them. Classic.
Here's Wokes again, and turned away out on the onside, and there's no run. So it's really quite rustic. And shipping containers for sight screens,
Well,
and the changing facilities in the shipping containers.
That would have been good. Just a knock on the shipping container when a wicket went, you're into bed. But you know, we've had so many English pros that played during that time. Luke Wright played. Graham Napier played. Graham Napier was funny because we were at Petone and we had a warm-up game, and he started chatting to someone who was at the game.
Wokes in once again, and it's defended once again resolutely by Mitchell, but he will get a single out to square leg.
And the person asked, how are you finding your time for Wellington? And he said, oh, I'm loving it. He said, the only thing is I have to bowl into the wind. Now, Graham Napier was playing one-day cricket, so he's like, oh, it's just so tough bowling into the wind, and left the conversation but moaned about the wind quite a bit. And then when he left the conversation, he said, oh, who was that bloke? And I said, oh, that was Ewan Chatfield. He bowled into the wind for his whole career in Wellington.
And it was a long career as well, and he was always the into the wind guy, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
I mean, I think that if you get your mind right and you don't fight it, and especially if you're a swing bowler, or and you would, as long as you didn't have an ego that bothered about pace and what there was no speed gun, I think it might help a little bit of wobble bowling into the wind, wouldn't it? That one is steered off an open face bat by Blundell between second slip Ben Duckett and Jacob Bethel in the gully, and he's got 4 runs for it. It's very, very nicely played by Tom Blundell. As I said, there won't be anybody in the game of cricket who would begrudge Tom Blundell a half-century here. He's desperately in need of runs, and he's got 24 of them now. Mitchell has 28. It's 91 for 4, more from Grant Elliott, and then it'll be Garth Galloway for next 20 minutes.
Yeah, a number of New Zealanders would have been waking up this morning and hoping for an early declaration and hoping for plenty of runs as well. But unfortunately, the scorecard looks very different to how they would have envisaged it. Latham 24, Conway 0, Williamson 4, and a Ravindra 6. But Blundell, well, he's almost halfway there to a half century. It's Garth Galloway joins me.
Bashir bowling to Mitchell, who turns the ball square of the wicket on the onside. 92 for 4 with that run to Mitchell. He's 29. Blundell is 24. Yeah, Jeremy Coney was saying on Sport Nation that he's seen chats today, Ewan Chatfield, who's down in the long room down below and sitting in the front row. He loves his cricket. Chats, it's really his thing, isn't it? But he was saying he thinks his whole demeanour, everything's been affected by bowling into the wind for a long period of time. He's thin. Here's Blundell getting underneath the ball. It's over the boundary for 4 at mid-off. Good shot, used his feet a bit, got to the pitch of it and hit it pretty straight really. There was just a thought for a moment of a fielder running round to see if there was going to be a catch taken, but no such luck. 96 for 4, Blundell 28. Good shot. It's that lovely heading with the wind. It's one of the advantages of having that. And Bashir, it's a good exercise for him, bowling into it, I'm sure. His control's been pretty good so far. And we have seen a little bit of turn and bounce as Blundell plays the next ball to Bethel at mid-wicket.
Yeah, you'd also say confidence mindset from Tom Blundell there. That's promising signs. Someone who's struggling for runs and searching for runs, coming down the wicket and taking a little bit of risk, hitting with the wind. There's a man at long on, so if he gets that slightly wrong and the ball turns into the inside half of the bat, could be gone. As Ben Stokes changes the field to a little bit more aggressive field, Garth, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is, and I think it's as a result of a little bit of turn and certainly some bounce from Bashir as he plays to Bethel at mid-wicket again. Just a bit flatter and faster, 86 kilometres an hour, so slowest 182 in this over, and the others 86 and 87. Runs past umpire Tucker now, bowling and slower delivery, which he holds back a little bit, and you can hear the approval he's getting from Ollie Pope and the rest of his teammates. Just holding that one back, 79 k's, so allowing it to dip in this wind. I think it's a really good exercise for him bowling in these conditions, just part of that development of a young off-spin bowler, flatter and faster, and another run to Blundell. Playing square of the wicket, 97 for 4. Blundell is 29. He equals Mitchell on the same score. And Bashir, 6 overs, none for 18. Your impressions of him?
Yeah, I watched him a little bit in Christchurch, and I thought initially I was like innocuous. Like it didn't look like there was much there, to be honest, in the action. And I was like, well, he won't get much turn, and he doesn't. But he gets... What he gets is bounce and variable pace. So he's got the ability to drop the ball on a length and change the pace. And being tall probably gives him a slight advantage. But, you know, one thing that's really impressed me, Garth, and I'm going to put it in contrast to Latham's captaincy, is Ben Stokes is right out of the Brendan McCullum playbook.
Yep.
You just watch him. Every over, he doesn't keep things the same. There's subtle changes. In that last over, he went into leg slip, and then a ball later, he's back at short fine leg.
He's got a leg slip, two slips in a gully, and this ball is good delivery, which is challenging Blundell. Wokes back into the bowling attack, 2 for 17. Yeah, he's restless, isn't he? Blundell let that one go, and it was a good leave in the end. Managed to get his bat out of the way.
Great leave. Really good leave. Got out at it, got out at that dangerous length, even if there was a bit of nip, making sure that it was going over the stumps.
Wokes bowls from the Vance stand end, and he squares up a little bit and then says wait as he's played the ball to cover.
Because as a batter, you survey the field and you go, all right, there's 3 slips in a gully, there's no one at point, there's a cover in a mid-off. I know Chris Wokes is looking about full here. That's the danger delivery. There's no one back at square leg, so if he drops it short, I know I've got a free shot there. As a captain, if you start changing the field around, that changes the mental approach from the batter.
Absolutely, as Wokes bowls to Blundell outside the off stump, no shot.
So what you're doing is you're always asking the batter to change their mental approach, because they go, hang on a second, you've changed the field, let me change what I need to put into my computer in my mind. That's fatiguing for a batter, but also unsettling.
Yeah, well, so why are you doing it? What are you thinking? What are you seeing that I'm not seeing? What's your plan?
Yeah, exactly. So you start changing things as a batter. Now, we didn't do that. We just settled into a field and we let things and go, we'll wait for them to make a mistake.
Yep. No, it's fantastic. It is, and a lot more interesting, I think, for everybody as Wokes bowls, and this is played defensively by Blundell. No is the call. I've forgotten that you were, when I was listening to you talking to Neil before, and about Graham Napier playing at the Karori ground. That was less than lovely, wasn't it? Is that a fair way to put it?
Oh, I didn't mind Karori, but
right.
We called it Siberia.
Yeah, barely. I mean, not a great first-class ground.
No, I mean, they tried to get it up to first-class standards, but, you know, when it rained there, then it was just pretty much washed out.
The other ground I remember is as Wokes bowls, and this is driven by Blundell, who, of course, was dropped on naught by Bethel at third slip. He slashed at a ball, and it flew to the high end to the left, 97 for The Petone, is it the Hutt Recreation Ground was one? It's first class cricket played there.
Yeah, I think a Hutt Rec, not for me personally, and then
No.
maybe Trentham Memorial.
Yep,
They tried
yep.
tried a few times as the out
But
ground.
there's still, we've lost touch. We used to broadcast first class cricket in New Zealand. All the games were broadcast, but not anymore. And there's very little coverage of the game, unfortunately, as Wokes bowls, and this ball's played off the back foot. The end of the over, 97 for 4. But just thinking about, there were a number of overseas professionals who used to come and play in either the one-day competition or the domestic one, or both, in their off seasons. And it's something that I perceive is not happening as much in New Zealand now. And they added an awful lot when you think about some of the players who have come over here and played. Some wonderful cricketers, and it raises the standard and brings a different lens.
Oh, I was in a fantastic era because Super Smash started, the T20 started, so we had Muralitharan promised Stephen Fleming that he'd come out and play a few games, and facing Murali in the nets, and then we had Brett Lee come out for a Boxing Day game that poured down, and he played with us in Queenstown as well.
Did he really? Yeah, I can. Aravinda de Silva came and had quite a few games for Auckland a long time ago. I thought the best of the pros, the real pros that I saw out here was this ball was driven into the onside by Mitchell, 98 for 4 with the run. There was a Somerset and Northants pro, Neil Mallender, who came out and played for Otago for 7 or 8 seasons in the 1980s. He was just a fantastic cricketer. Played 2 tests for England against Pakistan at home and took 10 wickets for 21 and never played again. There are a lot of worse records than that around. As this next ball is short and played again down the ground for 1.
But growing up at the inception of T20 cricket, where we were told to have this MCC coaching manual technique to going to T20s where you expected to hit the ball out of the ground. I was fortunate enough to play with Brad Hodge. Now, Brad Hodge, he was one of the better players to adapt from first class or test cricket into T20s.
Bashir bowls to Mitchell, driven into the offside. A run a ball at the moment, 100 up for New Zealand, 104. Gosh, there was a time when it felt like New Zealand might not even get to that. Ravindra was out, caught by Pope from Casters bowling for 6, and now a partnership of sorts being put together at the moment. 41 between these two. New Zealand 100 for 4.
A cynical clap from the Black Caps fans. Just 100, well, 483 to win.
Here's Blundell back and across his stumps and cutting a ball to Ahmed, and Blundell wants a second. Mitchell says no. I think Mitchell was probably right. Ahmed is, he's not the slimmest man in international cricket, but he gets to the ball quickly and he's got a good arm.
He gets the job done. For sure, that would have been run out had Tom Blundell taken the second. But I'll tell you why Brad Hodge was so successful. I started chatting to him, and he had this amazing swing path of his bat. He was a representative baseball player.
There you are.
Yeah. I reckon if I was to start my career again, I would 100% incorporate a bit of baseball into my game.
Yeah, there'd be a few things that you could think about as this ball's driven to. Not you personally, Grant.
Not just on the field.
Just talking about no run there. But hockey is another game that lends itself to that, and golf, of course. Those baseball, all of them would give you a good start for white ball cricket, the way it's played now. Hodge was a very good cricketer, wasn't he? As this ball was played back to the bowler Bashir. Another over comes to an end. It's 101. TalkSport should be simulcasting soon. 101 for 4. But Brad Hodge had a long series, in white ball cricket for the Perth Scorchers, and he was a left arm wrist spinner as well, wasn't he?
No,
Am I
you're
right?
thinking
No,
of
Hogg.
Hogg, yeah.
No, I'm on Hogg.
Brad Hodge is the one that
Hodge
played for every county in England, I think.
Yeah. He did too. Yeah, he did.
More teams than Imran Tahir almost.
So he was he'd started playing baseball as a kid.
Representative baseball for Australia, he
Wow.
reckons, at the age of sort of 18, 19. Now, Harry Brook loves his baseball.
He does.
I think I saw a viral social media post of him going to some baseball ground and trying his hand, and some West Indians have actually tried to cross code and go from cricket to baseball. Tough to do, though. apparently the
Yeah.
changes of pace and all of that. You know, it takes you a while to get up to the level that those pros are at.
101 for 4 as Wokes bowls, and this beats Blundell on the just outside the off stump. This again is this habit that Blundell has of just walking around a little bit and following the ball.
Well, let's watch and see where this delivery is. It's on 5th stump, and it's probably going around waist height, so it's not hitting the stumps on line or length. So it's a leave delivery. So to me, that's a mental mistake. That's not a technical mistake.
Yeah, understand that.
Because he's feeling for the ball. He needs runs. He's looking to get bat on ball. It makes you feel good as a batter. You get bat on ball, you feel like you can get into a rhythm. Obviously, you're looking for runs, so you want to try and get bat on ball.
The leg gully in place now, 3 slips and a gully on the offside as well. Here's a good shot from Blundell, just over pitched by Wokes and drifting down the leg side. Bashir fields deep square of the wicket on the onside, 103 for 4. Blundell is 33 and just starting after being dropped on naught to build an innings. And this is, I think, what New Zealand cricket fans would say they would like to see. It's very early days, the partnership just 44 runs, but use this opportunity as a chance to spend time in the middle. They're not going to win the game, of course they're not, but there's a real opportunity to get something out of it. As Blundell is playing, and this time he's playing forward, the ball just runs to that leg gully area. There's time for 104 for 4.
We'll bring back the spirits and the history of 2022 for these two. They've had 4 100 partnership stands against England.
And that was in England, that series.
In England.
And yeah, they were absolutely brilliant. We'll take us through them. They were incredible in that series.
It was 236 at Nottingham in 2022, 195 at Lords in the same year, and also 120 at Leeds for both, and 113 at Leeds as well. So enjoy batting with each other.
Then they saved New Zealand from time and time again in that series as Mitchell turns the ball square. There's a slight misfield by Ahmed, and they decide not to run.
They enjoy batting together almost as much as we enjoy having breakfast together. Smithy doesn't like that, does he, when we have breakfast in the
No, he didn't
the
like
studio?
it at all. We're talking about Ian Smith. We had things got away to a very bad start here in Wellington with you joining us. That's not the reason we got away to a bad start, Grant. But you were hungry
As
and
well.
asking me for a bacon butty, and all I could find is what's called a Fritz's Wiener, which is a sausage over here in New Zealand, a special sausage outside the off stump through to the keeper. And the thing I had to, I almost wanted to ring you to say, look, what, because they've got about 10 things you can add to them. First I had to choose the flavour, and I didn't think you'd be into spice at that hour of the day.
I like a bit of spice.
Well, I know you like a bit of spice, but I'm talking about the sausage. And I went for pork, just straight pork, and I put grainy mustard and a barbecue sauce and dropped it off in front of you, and your phrase was you bazballed it, which meant it went down very quickly.
And sauerkraut. There was sauerkraut in there as well.
Was too.
It's good for the microbiome.
It's not good when you realise suddenly, as we see Mitchell driving very pleasantly to mid-off, another over comes to an end. 104 for 4. Not quite so good when you realise that your breakfast consumption has been recorded on our camera equipment. And it then appears on Instagram time and time again.
And then it's there for everyone to see forever.
And you had, of course, you then this morning turned up, and you were full of joy this morning, having been out for dinner with your partner. You were bouncing up the steps, and you had your breakfast in a takeaway container. And I made the mistake of saying to you, what's that? Because I'm curious. I love my food. And it's an omelette. It's an omelette, Goth. It's an omelette, you know.
Goth.
And I said, okay, well, let's have a look at it. And you opened it up and spilt the whole thing onto the floor. And you then had that moment of the 2-second rule. And I think it was back in the box within 5 seconds, but it's still sitting outside, rather forlorn and uneaten.
I'll give it to Jeremy tomorrow.
Jeremy Coney will enjoy that. Yes, and Bashir bowls, and Blundell comes down the pitch and drives to long on. Good use of his feet, 105 for 5. Blundell is 35, Mitchell is 31. Just the bowling figures. Wokes 10 overs, 2 for 20, and Bashir is in his 8th over and has none for 23. And then I made the mistake of taking a sort of, what was it? I'm not sure what I had. A roti, an Indian roti with a vegetable sort of curry sauce. Smithy does not like food in the commentary box, it seems. which is why I'm taking more back tomorrow. Here's Bashir bowling over the wicket, and Mitchell plays to cover.
Well, it's an interesting field here to Bashir. You've got long on and a deep cover are the only ones out. So the money shot here is the sweep. And it's Gus Atkinson who's on that 45. If you do take the sweep with the bounce in Wellington, you can get top edges.
Bashir bowls flatter and faster, really pushing that one through. It's through to Pope.
But it's so tempting, Garth. It's so tempting looking at that leg side from long on all the way around the boundary. There is no one on the boundary. And as a batter, you will eye that up and you'll go, I can hit with a spin here and get huge reward.
Well, both these players favour the sweep shot. The issue at the moment is that Bashir's bowling medium pace. He's pushing them through at 89 and 90. They have to get themselves into position and organised early. There's just a moment as we pause with the bails coming off. We have heavy bails here in Wellington for these sort of conditions. Special Wellington bails.
I'm just glad the umpires have put them on. We haven't seen them fall off.
Bashir pulls out of his run-up again. Not easy for a bowler bowling into this, and you see it there as he just drags that ball down outside the off stump. He's lucky not to be smashed away for a boundary with Mitchell mistiming. He's 32 with the single, 35 for Blundell.
Partnership of 47 now for 100 balls, so just 3 shy of the half century. As I said, these two enjoy batting with each other against England. And Stokes once again changing the field, changing the ideas that the batter has in his head of how he's going to play Bashir, blocking up that little punch to mid-on.
Blundell is forward, doesn't get a long way forward, sits back on his crease really, plays it with the weight on the front foot, just straight down into the pitch.
But don't you like how proactive Stokes is as a captain? He's busy. He's always thinking about the next move.
I love it. And as you say, what's he thinking about? Every time you're looking around and seeing something different. Here's Blundell playing back and across and pulling the ball with a straight bat to mid-wicket. So it's 106 for 4. 31 overs have been bowled. Bashir, 8 overs, none for 24. Mitchell is 32. Blundell is 35. And we've just lost, have we? No, there he is, Neil Mental. But I thought he'd run away as drinks are coming onto the field. But the hard-working Neil Manthorpe has come back into the commentary box, and we'll have some comments from him. Drinks are coming onto the field. New Zealand, well, they're 477 runs behind. 477 runs behind. England 427 for 6 today. Joe Root scoring 106 before he was out. Caught behind O'Rourke, finally picking up a wicket. And the 36th century scored by Joe Root in Test cricket. He joins Rahul Dravid, and number 5, 5th equal on the all-time century scoring list. A fantastic effort, and just a lovely moment when he scored the 100 with an extraordinary ramp shot. And I do hope that if you're listening, you'll get a chance to see how Joe Root brought up that century. It was like a young boy playing club cricket. Fantastic shot, and it was cheeky, and then to see the joy of bringing up that 100. Stokes was cock-a-hoop as well, and it just shows you, I think it indicates just how much these England players enjoying playing for each other and with each other. I'll leave you now. 106 for 4. Harmy's here. Newcastle lost. I'm going.
Oh, don't get me started on that one. Oh my word, we were in it 2-2 half-time, thinking, do you know what, we've got a chance here, away from home, and unfortunately we didn't turn up for the second half. A poor performance in the second half. Geordie Nation in the storm, in the rain. Right, that's that out of the way. Joe Root, fantastic 100. It was a brilliant 100. First 15-20 he looked as though he didn't have the rhythm as a normal Joe Root, but once he got past that and through the gears, and really is in this England cricket team, when you're bowling against them, your good bowls go for 1 and 2, and you bowl a bad ball, you go for 4. And I think that's the difference between the two sides, man, is that when England have batted, I mean, the nature of the way they play their cricket, some people, like to criticise when it goes wrong, but I think you have to marvel when it goes right in such a way that when they don't let bowlers get on top of you, they don't let bowlers bowl good balls in consecutive the odd balls or overs don't tie you down. No maidens in that third innings of this match. And if your good bowls are going for 1s and 2s, your bad bowls are going for 4s and 6s, you're in for a chase in an afternoon. And that's what we've had so far, I think, on this trip in these first 2 test matches. England are ahead because of their mentality, their manner, and the way they've really took it to the New Zealand bowlers.
Drinks break here at the Basin Reserve. Harmy, as you know, because you've been doing some Sport Nation commentary as well on New Zealand radio, next door, they have sponsors for most aspects of the game, and they've seamlessly delivered. Have you been in the commentary box when there's been a drinks break? Do you know who sponsors the drinks break?
No, I don't, but I've been on when they've been doing the sponsors.
Yeah.
There's a few nice ale houses.
Spates sponsors the drinks break.
Oh, very
Spates Ale.
What a morning I've had. I've watched somebody eat a hot dog and chips.
And the drinks break is sponsored by a local beer.
And a local beer, which is very, very nice, by the way, because me and Katie and John Norman got invited while you were in Christchurch talking to some former players. We got invited by the Sport Nations team to go and sample a few pints of the Spates Ale. Very, very enjoyable it was.
I went to what they call in India a felicitation for the 1978 team that was the first to beat England, and 8 of the playing 11 were on stage recounting some of their memories and tales of that game.
As we
was
welcome
here.
listeners from TalkSport.
That's short and wide and cut to cover point, fielded by Zach Crawley. Welcome to our listeners on TalkSport, joining us here on TalkSport 2. Every ball, of course, live and exclusive on TalkSport 2, but TalkSport joining us now for the next little while. And I can tell you that New Zealand have been set, if you didn't know this already, not insubstantial target of 583, and they are 106 for 4, but they're fighting back because at lunchtime they were 59 for 4. A pair of wickets apiece for Chris Woakes and Bryden Carse. And it's Gus Atkinson now running away from us from our commentary end, the main grandstand end, and he's edged, he's got him! That's the end of Daryl Mitchell, caught behind by Ollie Pope. The safe gloves of Pope have snaffled a third one. It's 5 down, Atkinson in the wickets once again. Good delivery, held its line. Daryl Mitchell felt he had to play, and he's got a thin edge, and the resistance has come to an end. A fighting, spirited partnership is no longer, and Mitchell has gone for 32, 106 for 5.
Gus Atkinson, he has enjoyed bowling from the end with the wind, struggled from the Adelaide Road end, but he deserved that. He really has deserved that. His first spell was probably his most expensive spell of the opening 4 overs he's bowled on this trip so far, but I actually thought it looked as though he was in the most rhythm, and there he's just nibbled one outside off stump. The first ball was a short wide one. Daryl Mitchell after the break slapped it straight to backward point, should have put it away for 4, and this one was an absolute beauty, pitched in and around the off stump area, just held its line, and a faint edge taken very, very well by Ollie Pope, who again has had another good game behind the stumps.
Very, very good. I mean, I think it's fair to say that there was never going to be a question mark over Jamie Smith. I think he's done more than enough to make certain that he is the first choice wicketkeeper. But my word, Ollie Pope has equally done more than enough to suggest that should Jamie Smith not, for whatever reason, form or fitness, be the first choice, then Ollie Pope, well, he's had 2 very, very good test matches. Blemish free, actually, flawless.
Yeah, I think his energy's been good from behind the stumps as well. He's been good. We must say congratulations to Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Jamie Smith. They had the birth of the child was yesterday, I think. So the arrival of the arrival of the birth of his first child was why he's not on this trip. So congratulations to them both.
Atkinson into the new batsman, It's Glenn Phillips, first delivery on the back foot, pushing away defensively behind square on the offside. Yes, it's not the easiest place to get to and from, and initially there was a thought that Jamie Smith would be at home for the berth and then join the tour, either for the second test or the third test, but common sense. It's
a long way, isn't
it's
it?
a long way.
It is, it's a long way. And I think rightly so. You had a good summer, really good summer. Come on to the scene with a whirlwind, and exciting times for the Smith family. Noah, little boy, congratulations to Jamie and his partner.
Here is Atkinson once more, pushed away by Phillips up towards mid-on, fielded by Wokes, and there's no run. 106 for 5. England halfway towards claiming the inaugural version of the Crow Thorpe Trophy. New Zealand need 477 more to win. Tom Blundell, who's been desperately short of runs for over a year for New Zealand, or a year and a half actually, to be brutally honest. One score of 40 in his last 35 innings. Here is Atkinson once more, punched nicely off the back foot by Glenn Phillips, who's a positive cricketer, coming in at number 7. He's got 4 runs there behind square on the offside, and New Zealand move up to 105 for 110 for 5.
Shot. A little bit of width, not a massive amount of width, Manners. I think it was just Glenn Phillips he plays the ball very, very close to him, and he tends to, because of his size and his stature, he tends to play a lot squarer of the wicket. So Gus Atkinson will be looking to try and get that little bit fuller to Phillips.
Here is Atkinson, bowls to Phillips, similar delivery, and this time fielded by Zach Crawley at backward point as Phillips plays a similar shot but with less intent. We spent the lunch break talking about the inaugural trophy, and it really is a thing of beauty. Very unusual, unique amongst sporting trophies that I'm aware of. It's been handcrafted by local artist David Angarati, out of bats provided by the Thorpe family and the Crow family, bats with which both batsmen scored hundreds against New Zealand and England respectively. Martin Crowe scored 5 of his 1700s against England. Graham Thorpe scored 4 of his 16 against New Zealand. So that's just one of the many reasons why it is so appropriate that those two players should be have the naming rights for the trophy that's played for now between these two teams. His first series was back in 1930. Shoaib Bashir's continuing. Down the wicket comes Tom Blundell, launching one over the top of mid-off. He's hit that very, very cleanly. Just a couple of bounces for 4 over mid-off. And Tom Blundell moves on to 39. So shot of aggression. I mean, he's done his hanging around now. He's done his playing himself in. He's now decided that it's time to score some runs.
Yeah, and it's Bashir they should be looking to score off, because that's the end. They should be looking to dominate, because that's the end where it's difficult to bowl from.
Bashir in once more and clipped away by Blundell as far as Jacob Bethel at mid-wicket. I do like the fact that Stokes, for a couple of reasons, has saying he's got long on covered, and he's saying you want to hit over mid-off, that's fine. It's into the wind, and it's against the spin. So you want to take that risk, that's absolutely fine by Ben Stokes. Not like he's need to protect the target. This one is defended. 114 for 5.
Left mid-wicket on the boundary open though, so there's a big gap out there. And that means you've got to go squarer. If the ball bounces, doesn't quite turn as much, beats the outside edge, you're in trouble. So
here is Bashir once again. Blundell goes again. Long on, is momentarily interested, but then turns and watches the ball flight onto the grass bank behind him. Good shot, Tom Blundell. Man on the boundary. Tall man on the boundary. Zach Crawley down there. All 6'4" of him, and it's cleared him by about 10 feet.
Yeah, good shot, powerful shot. That is slightly more with the wind. Blundell's executed that perfectly. He come out of his crease very, very early.
Here's Bashir's got the ball back now, and he bowls full and straight. A little bit of turn. Blundell plays it with the turn down towards long on all the way along the ground. Blundell now 46. Glenn Phillips has 4. It's 121 for 5. If this is going to be the last day of the Test match, then Tom Blundell's decided to provide some entertainment and some fight back resistance. There's been, unfortunately from a New Zealand point of view, precious little of that. 24 from captain Tom Latham, 32 from Daryl Mitchell, who was out moments ago in the previous over, turned away out towards mid-wicket again and fielded by Bethel, and there's no run. At least Shoaib Bashir's had a bowl. He hasn't taken a wicket yet. 9 overs, 1 made, none for 35. England could have managed, one suspects, without his services in this Test match, but he's a fixture.
He is a fixture. I think it's good that Stokes can turn to him and does turn to him and gives him confidence, even if it is at he's bowling sort of the donkey overs at the end with the wind howling. So he's doing a good job for the team. He did a great job for the team up at Christchurch, down at Christchurch, sorry, and he's now bowling the hard overs into the wind, so the seamers can rotate short spells with the wind. With Carson, Wokes and Atkinson really looking dangerous down breeze, and it is a strong breeze.
Here is Atkinson bowling to Tom Blundell forward, pushing defensively to mid-on, and there's no run. 121 for 5. As I said, 24 from Tom Latham, 32 from Daryl Mitchell, but single-figure scores, or in fact no score, from Devon Conway, who's enduring a really, really rotten series and a rotten year in the Test format, barring one excellent 80 on that extraordinary 3-0 series win in India. But it's his solitary score as Atkinson is in once more and steered away. Oh, lovely shot from Blundell behind square on the offside. Question of fetch for Zach Crawley. Super shot from Tom Blundell, 50 for the New Zealand wicketkeeper. I did say when he got to 20 that there wouldn't be anybody that would begrudge him a half century and begrudge him some runs. And I think that the level of applause there for a half century is a measure of the respect and affection with which he's held.
Absolutely, yeah. That's what I keep saying to you, man, is when you be careful when you're dropping players that are at the point of no return.
Here is Atkinson once more. Blundell turns it away off his pads, straight out to mid-wicket, fielded by Rian Ahmed, the 12th man.
That's straight. Wow, that's straight. That just needs to keep a little bit lower, and Tom Blundell's in a bit of trouble there. Good bowling from Atkinson, more fuller in length. But you're right, he didn't have much to lose, does he? There's a lot of noise, external noise about his place. He's a fighter. We've seen that on many occasions. A couple of years ago in England, Mitchell and Blundell caused England a load of headaches.
Here is Atkinson once again. Blundell now moving his feet. He's light on his feet now, and he didn't play a shot at that one, but there was a couple of double movement of his feet as he is clearly warming to the task. Just big stride out towards the line of that delivery before deciding against playing a shot. 125 for 5. The grass bank away to the left of the ground covers I reckon about 30% of the boundary area from the pavilion all the way round to maybe 40% actually, as Atkinson is in again. Short and wide and cut for 4 more. Guided steer cut from Tom Blundell. Didn't follow through, just angled the bat in the line of the ball where he wanted to play that, and he's done it very well. Jacob Bethel has to fetch this time. 4 more.
Nice shot. Just a little bit of width from Atkinson. But Blundell batting out of his crease. Just waited for the ball to come that little bit longer, and late cut Ian Bell style down towards that third boundary.
Yeah, Ian Bell.
Belly played that shot brilliantly, didn't he? It wasn't quite Joe Root off the face of the bat. This was a horizontal bat.
Good call. I knew he was reminding me of someone. Struck on the pad now. No, he wasn't. That was the bat. Back and across as Tom Blundell. knocks that one up towards mid-on, and there's no run. 129 for 5. Tom Blundell on to 54. Glenn Phillips has 4. And still all-rounder Nathan Smith to come for New Zealand. So just take it hour by hour, to the drinks break, to the interval break, to the drinks break. Just, you never know. You never know what'll happen. Except in this case, you probably do know what's going to happen. But it is Test cricket. It is the least predictable.
It is Test cricket. Who would have thought that Shoaib Bashir would be getting a bow? Manners is going to take a break.
I am.
John Norman's coming in.
Don't worry, Manners. Bashir is just waiting for you. This is clipped, not that far in front of Joe Root at short leg. A few groans. Oh, where are the corn dogs?
I don't know. They look really, really nice.
Well, there's 10 minutes left of your stint, so leaving it late. Full quota of production staff in the commentary box as this is pushed to cover point. Glenn Phillips at 4 not out. A real feeling that he should be batting inside the top 6. But Blundell saying, hang on, hold my beer, I'm 54 not out. As Bashir comes in, this is thrashed from Phillips. Up and over extra cover and away to the boundary for 6. Wow, that's a good shot. And the New Zealand spectators who have decided to come along today, and there are a fair few of them, certainly a far more well-populated grassy bank than we see against any other nation other than Australia. I've got a smile on their face after that shot. It was there to be hit, but hit it he did. Here's Bashir. This is a touch flatter, driven along the ground now. Chase on for Rayan Ahmed. Could be back-to-back boundaries. No good. Commando roll in the deep from the young spinner. Phillips comes back for a second. 137 for 5 here in New Zealand.
Yeah, great bit of fielding from Rayan Ahmed, but I'm sure Shoaib Bashir will not be too deterred by this. You know, it was an excellent shot, the 6th shot. That's a good shot, drive outside off stump, but it's against the spin.
This time he hits with the spin, gets inside the line of the ball and helps it up and over the field, which is more offside dominant than leg side. It's a chase on for Bethel, who collects the ball just inside the boundary. 4 more. And New Zealand move on. 141 for 5. Phillips is already 16 from 10. Blundell. Career continues. He's 54. Mitchell the man to fall in the session for 32. Gus Atkinson with the success! And there's success for Bashir. Phillips is playing back. He should have been coming forward. The ball kept a touch low. Off stump spin. Push back. And we've seen a wicket to spin. 141 for 6 New Zealand.
Yeah, it's kept low, but Shoaib Bashir wouldn't mind the 6 over extra cover. Drop one short, pull through mid-wicket. Phillips is in hitting mode. And Bashir stayed with his nerve. He's just thrown it that little bit up above the eye line, and it's gone running straight along the floor. It's kept massively low, and Phillips goes off, shaking his head. That red wine is getting closer and closer, John Norman.
But is the corn dog harmy?
I don't think so, no. No, because I
don't think he's shaking his head at the back. You're not going to be back for another commentary stint.
I mean, unless I'm sure we'll be drinking red wine during the following on podcast. So, can we have a corn dog and red wine during the following on podcast?
I tell you what,
looks like it.
It won't be disappointment. It will be anger if the corn dogs and the chips don't appear at some point. And Scott's still not moving. I mean, it's very difficult to ask for something more clearly, and it's still not turn up.
We've hinted that much, haven't we?
It's not being a hint. It's an out and out order.
We haven't quite wrote it Black Marker style on the commentary box window yet, but it's getting close.
All I'm saying, Harmy, is Scott's got to decide: is he going to walk there or fly?
He could be flying.
He
I
could
mean-
be, you know, I reckon you've still got a good arm on you. I reckon you could, I reckon he could reach the corn dogs stand from here if you javelin throw style him.
I mean, you mentioned Whitebait once yesterday, and within 5 minutes, I had a bush trucker trail in front of me.
You do know what I'm not sure that Scott knows what Grant Elliott's nickname is. It's the hairy javelin.
Hairy javelin, yeah. Maybe we can send Grant Elliott and he can throw it back to us.
Well, something's going to have to happen because I'm not sure New Zealand are going to be sticking around long enough for you to come back for another commentary stint. Blundell, 54 not out, facing Atkinson, and he's driving to mid-on.
Scott might be waiting for the end of the day when the corn dogs are 2 for 1.
Well, he can expense them, you know. It's not coming out of his pocket. Has he bought around, actually, Scott, on his
Well,
tour?
He had to get me 2 drinks last night because he made me walk for 15 minutes longer than I expected.
I have
when we
seen
came
you.
out
I
for
have
it.
seen a flash of anger across your eyes.
Yes, I was.
And more often than not, it is because of our producer Scott Taylor. Pushed that to cover from the bat of Tom Blundell. Concentrate on the day job, maybe. He's 54. Nathan Smith yet to face. Yeah, we found out. You find out a lot about your colleagues on these tours, didn't you? So we're a very tight, small team,
No.
compact, bijou.
No problem whatsoever. It was the fact that, I mean, he said it was 5 minutes around the corner last night to that bar we were in. And I mean, it took us, we nearly walked back to the ground. It was just all uphill. I mean, I was whistling the sound of music most of the time.
Atkinson starts to run in, but then there's movement behind the bowler's arm, so Blundell just steps away from the crease. Sunshine, beautiful sunshine, lighting up the Basin Reserve here. It's been one of those Wellington days, and it's been one of those days for New Zealand. They've had a few of them in this series. Looking like a 3-day test here as Atkinson comes in, and Blundell, that extravagant on-the-move leave. I mean, technically, a leave isn't a shot in the textbooks of how to play Test cricket. But if there was to be one, I reckon Tom Blundell's should be the one that we all try and replicate.
Yeah, it's good. It's like Ricky Ponting used to leave like that. The big studs coming down a pitch, pad coming towards you, bat above the air, bat in the air.
Blundell waits as Atkinson comes in, and good length delivery is played back to the bowler who fields. And as is his way, just in his own world a little bit, Atkinson. Who knows what he's thinking of? Maybe, like Grant Elliott, he's trying to work out how many marathons Courtney Walsh ran in his Test career and how many Gus Atkinson will end up completing. Here he is at the top of his mark, with New Zealand 4 wickets away from one of the biggest ever defeats in their history. That has smashed Blundell on the pad so hard that it looks like it's actually hurt him, but an inside edge, and maybe it's actually evaded the pads and hit the batter. No, it hasn't. It has just done a bit too much, and it's just hit him on the knee roll, on the front foot, but going down the leg side. And whilst the fielders went up, Atkinson didn't bother. He knew. Here he is again, the Surrey man. He's past the umpire, and this is touch over pitched and driven to the right of mid-on. Chase on as well, but ball's going to win that. Blundell moves to 58. New Zealand 145 for 6. Palmy's off. Well, Scott Taylor's just said he's off to get a corn dog. I mean, if he doesn't, nobody else is going to go and get him one. I mean, like a dog with a bone, I'm not going to let this one drop. Mark Kelly did get the coffees. Scott Taylor went to get the coffees and came back saying the queue was too long. Katie got the coffees yesterday. Who got the white bet yesterday? Who's that? So he can do it. Maybe it's a health thing. He is a very healthy individual, is our producer Scott. Doesn't drink, runs every morning, goes to the gym a lot. Maybe he just doesn't want us to eat corn dogs and chips. This is smashed first ball by Nathan Smith. Up to long on, gets off the mark. First ball, that brings Blundell back on strike. He's gone big against Shoaib Bashir on a couple of occasions, and Stokes, as his way, has made sure he's kept his field exactly the same. He's not pushing anyone back onto the boundary. There is a fielder on the long on boundary, and he's done exactly the same thing here. Inside edge, past leg stump as Blundell plays back, trying to push the ball to Rayan Ahmed at deep point. Instead, it's a thick inside edge, past leg stump, and he comes through for a single. And of course, it's exactly that kind of shot that would have seen him edge it onto his stumps at Christchurch or on any other occasion when he was new to the crease. That's just the way. But now he's past 50. Of course, it misses, and he takes a single as well. 147 for 6. Bashir comes in again. Tossed up, a tempter. Smith takes it on. Long on for it. Second is interested. But the spectators over the boundary are jumping. There's a couple of kids there. I would advise their parents to keep an eye on them. 6 more to the score, 153 for 6. Smith moves to 7. And the field stays resolutely exactly the same as shorter from Bashir. I imagine that Stokes would have actually preferred him to toss it up again there. Smith pushing to cover, no run. 2 balls left of the 37th over. Bashir at the start of his 11th here on day 3 at the Basin Reserve. This is straighter, draws Smith forward, who plays defensively. And there will be a question for the selectors. Blundell looks like he's safe. All right, mates, he's 59. Will Mitchell-Santner play in Hamilton? I've got a feeling that might be his home ground, actually. Smith steps back and cuts this away, square of the wicket. Rayan Ahmed. Santner's home ground is here, is it? So I'm right, yeah. Mitchell-Santner, the left armour, who took 14 wickets in a test against India and hasn't played since because of injury in the 3rd test and wasn't selected for the first 2. Could he come back for the 3rd test at Seddon Park? And if he does, who does he come in for? Nathan Smith and William O'Rourke have bowled without any luck whatsoever, really, across 2 test matches. So their positions will be looked at. There's a push to think William O'Rourke's going to miss out. Santner can bat, of course. So runs here for Smith would certainly make that selection decision a little trickier, as he's up on his toes this time, Blundell. And again, playing quite flamboyantly through extra cover, up on his toes, are forcing on the up cover drive, and it races away for a boundary. Blundell moves to 63. Nearly a run a ball. New Zealand 159 for 6. 2 wickets falling in this afternoon session as we push towards the tea break. I was wondering whether we would get to tea at one stage. 59 for 4 when Ravindra was out. Caught behind for 6, but Mitchell and Blundell have a history of partnerships. But Mitchell was caught behind. First ball after the drinks break. Yorker from Atkinson, clipped away by Blundell for another single. How often does that happen, by the way? A wicket after a drinks break. And then Glenn Phillips playing back to a ball that kept very, very low. He was bowled for 16. The fun and game's coming to an end. But Smith has come in and hit a 6. He's 9. And as I say, Blundell's 64. Katie Martin is alongside me in the commentary box here. High up on the RA Advanced stand for, I imagine, the last time, maybe. Do you reckon you'll be back for one? Do you think we'll see do you think they'll still be playing at 5:30 when you're down on the rotor to be back?
Well, I'm confident of a Blundell 100, but I've said a couple of things and then batters have got out the old commentator's curse, so I might just keep quiet.
Well, keeping quiet isn't an option as Nathan Smith coming forward and driving this ball on good length up and over mid-on and away to the boundary for 4 more. 164 for 6, and New Zealand are going for their runs, and this is what they have to do. They're not going to win the match, but try and put a smile on some of the spectators' faces.
I sort of feel this is the first time in this Test match New Zealand has counter-attacked or counter-punched back against these English bowlers. And
well, they've left it a bit late, Katie. I thought that from the outset they've been a little bit, negative in their approach when batting. It's difficult, of course. It's easier to say. It's pushed to cover point, because then, of course, everybody's a critic when they watch the replay. And, an expansive shot has led to the downfall. But you can go too far the other way, can't you? And I kind of felt they did on day 1 in Christchurch. Bowlers are allowed to bowl very well, and I think England have bowled very well.
Slight difference in terms of how their seamers are bowled compared to New Zealand. I think they're about 20 centimetres fuller, so they've just allowed or forced the batters to come forward and create those edge opportunities.
Pitched up again and driven by Smith. He's going to go for his shots, inside portion of the bat, and Wokes at fields at mid-on.
That's where you look at the England batting innings, both of them really, and over 5 runs and over in each of those innings, and then New Zealand have struggled to score. They've picked up the edges so many occasions. They look like there's more demons in the wicket, whereas England, because of their approach, because of their attacking nature, they go about it. They force New Zealand to go off their plans quickly, and then with the ball they have the control to say, okay, we're going to use our plans, and that's what's happened today.
Yeah, totally agree. Touch wider of the crease this time from Atkinson, left alone from Smith. 164 for 6. You saw it immediately, and you do see it a lot. I mean, I grew up during the 80s and 90s where England would be playing Australia, and Australia would be batting for 5-6 sessions on a pitch that looked like it was giving absolutely nothing, racking up scores, centuries as far as you can go. And then England will come into bat, and suddenly the ball was hooping around corners, bouncing up off of a leg, keeping low, seaming, swinging, and you're like, hang on, what is going on here? And there was an exact case in point earlier today when New Zealand were bowling the tired attack, they're out of the game, and Stokes and Root full of confidence at the crease, Root hitting a century, and then as soon as New Zealand came out to bat, ball of course is newer and the bowlers are fresher and the game's there to be won, and suddenly it looks like a minefield out there. Devon Conway under all sorts of pressure. Neil Manthorpe, you've played the game, Katie. I mean, Neil Manthorpe made the point that Devon Conway has spent much of the last 2 Test matches on his own out on the boundary, and there's a lot of time to think, isn't there? Such a mental game.
That's the worst part about cricket, is the time, because you just have so much time to think, and you have so much time to understand what your flaws are. You know what your flaws are. You know, your technique's
I certainly
not
do
always
know.
going to be perfect.
I'm well aware of my flaws. Sense of direction, ability to fly without crying, and that's about it. They're my 2 flaws. Organisation away from a cricket ground. Yeah, I could probably do with a haircut. Bashir is in. This is wide and left alone by
Yeah, looks all right.
Blundell. All right.
Yeah, it's all right.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, go
Can
for
you
it.
say Tim Southey?
Tim Southey.
Yeah, it is there.
I think Matt Henry's a hard name for Kiwis to say. How do you say Matt Henry?
Inside edge, I think. Ollie Pope, who was described as flawless behind the stumps, not an hour ago by Neil Manthorpe. Steve Harmison agreed. I felt exactly the same way. Has he just put down Tom Blundell?
Bottom edge. I think this is the hardest ones to take. Oh,
no, he hasn't.
He's just chopped it straight into the wicket-keeper's foot.
He's actually done well to field it.
You guys
Manners.
are so harsh on wicket-keepers.
I doubt Manners in 30 years has ever cursed. I'm not saying swore. I'm just saying, very rarely. I don't think I've ever heard Manners say something and then he's looking good and then the batter's got out or something similar. Defended. Southey. Yeah, and Dan says it as well. I'd never ever picked up on it before, and then I heard you and Dan the same day. Tim Southey.
How do you say it?
Southey.
Yeah, but you get your mouth around the O's a lot better than what we do.
Blundell goes big. He's hit a few big Bashir hits into the Pahutakawa tree on the banks, and he picks up another one. 6 more to the score. He's 30 away from 100. He's putting smiles on the faces of all of us, Bashir aside. 170 for 6.
By that I mean you English people rather than the Kiwis.
You English people.
You English people. You use beautiful words and we don't so much. Southie. How good. The sixes that Tom Blundell's hit today is the use of the feet, the smother of the bounce, and to be able to get that elevation. All his sixes, he's used his feet, he's got to the ball, and then he's used his crease really well. I think.
But there's also confidence there, isn't there? And again, that goes back to the mentality of cricket. What has turned up to the right of Mark Kelly? It's like a mini birthday cakes. I think this ball's actually, I think it's landed on the roundabout. That's okay. You can move them for now. But thank you, Scott. Did you make them yourself, Scott? When I asked you to go and get corn dogs.
Are they the Louisa cake? Is that what you call them? The coconut on the top, a bit of raspberry jam, and then sort of like a shortbreadish kind of base?
No, we don't call them that, but we should. Louisa cakes.
Yeah.
Do you know what I love? I love the food in this part of the world, but there is one dessert or I'm trying to think what sugared baked good that I just can't get my head around, and it's those ginger slices that you do here. Oh no, ginger is for, this is left alone by Blundell. Too much ginger. You're going way too much on the ginger front.
Well, I think what you're not meant to do is put big chunks of ginger in the ginger slice.
Honestly,
on the top.
it's actually it's just not good. Maybe a very thin slice of ginger, but so thick. I'm like, not in for that one. Driven back to the bowler, Bashir. That's a good diving stop. It's a bump ball. Some of the English fans in the crowd here at the Basin Reserve thought that was a good catch, but it was a good stop. 170 for 6. Blundell is 70 not out. Smith is 13. Daniel McCarty is going to come in and say Tim Southee at some point if there's another wicket or two. But for now, I'll leave in the capable hands of Katie Martin. 6 runs coming from that Bashir over at New Zealand. I'm not even going to tell you how many runs they need to win. It's kind of irrelevant. England needs 4 wickets. New Zealand 170 for 6.
I mean, I feel like I'm going to have to try and practice the word Southee. Southee. I travel a bit with commentary, and sometimes I end up the odd word comes out in the wrong accent at times. But anyway, this is good counter punching from New Zealand batters. I think Blundell's batted beautifully. He's had quite nice support as well from the Wellington crowd, his home crowd. He's got a healthy average here. Nathan Smith coming out with good intent as well. His home ground. You feel there's a little sense of hum and confidence from the Wellington crowd supporting their own?
Well, strong Wellington, strong New Zealand.
Is that a parliamentary statement from you? Through Parliament is here in Wellington.
Hello, Katie. Good to see you. 170 for the loss of 6. Smith is 13 not out. Blundell is 70. Atkinson bowling to the right-handed Nathan Smith. He's been in the wickets. He's been expensive with the ball, but you can see signs of something there. New Zealand desperate for a bowling all-rounder. I'd love to see him contribute with the bat. He got, I tried to find him on the main scoreboard. He got 14 in the first innings before he made a late decision to leave. Thick inside edge, down onto the stumps. I think that was the first of that Atkinson hat-trick. 413 runs away from the most unlikely victory. It's all England in Wellington. Outside edge, go straight to ground, down to the gully, diving, stop, away to his left by Bethel, no run.
It's interesting looking at, there's been so many talking points around selections and who should be in the team and who should not be, and so often it's always about the bowlers and who you rotate. That's the common change that happens within teams. It's not often that you would rotate a batter out, you would drop a batter for someone else. You get a sense that it's always the batters that get a little bit more leeway in terms of their selection.
Blundell's a prime example of that, and he's repaid the faith so far. 70, Smith turns a ball from outside of off stump. It was back of a length, so using the wrists as he works it up towards mid-on, can't beat the field. Averaging in the teens throughout 2024. This is the 10th test New Zealand have, 10th test they've played so far this year, so quite a sample by New Zealand standards. I think as it currently stands, they've only got 5 tests locked in for next year. Scott Weenig, the CEO of New Zealand Cricket, confirmed with us on Sport Nation yesterday that they've added a 3rd test to the West Indian series and working on another 2 overseas tours. A glorious straight drive for 4. Wow. Smith to 17, 174 for 6. Not all that. It wasn't a long half volley, is it? But he's just eased into a classical off drive.
Oh, a good length delivery. He's actually hit that on the up as the ball was still rising on the bat. That is how good that shot is. Nice straight bat, high front elbow. That mid-off is slightly wider, so anything to the right gets plenty of space.
2 slips in the gully. Straighter and flicked uppishly. Oh, delicious. Not the Cadbury Dairy Milk I'm holding in my hand to throw that to the side. That's much better. Nathan Smith, glorious pickup stroke through mid-wicket. He's 21 in a blink of an eye. 178 for the loss of 6.
And 2 good overs against Gus Atkinson, taking him for a few runs, saying, okay, what is your plan to me now? Somebody went straighter. Yeah, it was purposely lifted up and into that mid-wicket area. I think a number 8 scoring runs for New Zealand is so vital, especially the form of the top order.
And again, from over the wicket he bowls, wider of off stump, full of length, no stroke. Partnerships worth 37. Well, this has been an ongoing theme for New Zealand. Lack of substantial partnerships. Even in the first innings of the first test, where they got 348, there were 3 partnerships north of 50, but nothing kicked on beyond 60 odd, I think it was. England, on the other hand, have had 3 over 150. 174, of course, the key partnership, you would argue, in this test match, coming together at 43 for 4 when Bethel departed, remember, on the first morning. And Pope and the Brook blistering partnership, 174. Took England to 217 for 5 in the 40th over on a pitch that had plenty of nibble. Seems a long time ago, but it's not a long time ago. Still day 3, Katie.
I know, it's ridiculous. The highest 2 partnerships of 69, 1 of 68, and then I think of 47. That's been New Zealand's partnerships this whole series. England, top 5 partnerships in the series, and big ones at that.
At the end of the over, it's 178 for the loss of 6. Bashir to continue, bowling to Blundell, who's on 70. Goes back into a ball that is short, cuts away nicely, just backward a point. Ahmed, who's been heavily involved since coming onto the field as a substitute for Harry Brook, who has an ankle problem. 2 more to Blundell, 180 for the loss of 6. You a fan of the Cadbury?
Oh, yeah, I'm a Black Forest kind of fan.
Solid.
Yeah. What's your favourite dairy milk chocolate? Or no?
But they changed the recipe, didn't they? Just can't fathom it. Defending on off stump is Blundell, more of a Whitakers guy. Lint. High end. I'm a high roller after all, Katie, you know that.
I don't know, I thought I'd just lead you to say that rather than me have to say that. That's fine. We all have our fine tastes in life.
Exactly.
Interesting field here. They've got an in-out field, long off back.
Very short, quick through the air, pulled away. Square legs lost this. This happens often at the ground, generally when the sun from the west is settling. There's none of that because it's grey above. You'd think reasonably easy to pick up, but fielder in the deep, I'm just struggling to pick up who it is myself because I'm looking through the binoculars initially through the wrong end. That's Wokes. He had no idea. He realised the ball had gone to the fence for 4. 184 for the loss of 6, but she's bowling a little bit quicker and wider of off stump. Jeetan Patel went down and spoke to him about 2 or 3 overs ago, and maybe that's the plan the former Wellington spinner who played with Tom Blundell a lot has come up with thus far. No real signs of it working. Bashir, reverse sweep this time. The man is blossoming in confidence as Tom Blundell. He looked all at sea for long periods of this year, but another boundary. He's 80 off 80. Glorious reverse sweep, 188 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, I think his understanding of the plan. They've bowled wider in the last 3 overs to him, the spinners. They've got a cover that's in, extra cover that's in tight, and someone that's a little bit straighter in tight as well. So that in outfield, because we've seen the Sixers, him using his feet down the ground, they've said, okay, we're going to change our option. We're going to go wider and try and get him to reach for the ball. That third has come a little bit finer now for the reverse.
Bashir gets very close to the stumps as he releases, goes Fuller straight to off stump. Respectful as Blundell, he turns to mid-wicket. That is the end of the over. 10 runs off at Bashir now, 13 overs, my apologies, 1 maiden, 1 for 73. He got rid of Glenn Phillips, the last wicket to fall at 141. Glenn Phillips appears to have a few issues defending slower bowlers, often going back when you could argue should go forward. Went back and missed it. And Bashir saw the timber knock back.
He's got a couple of excellent variations. The ball that got Glenn Phillips out is his new variation, whereas if you think of an off spin, they very much have that seam pointing to that fine leg position, and then they get up and over their action and spin it with their index finger, whereas he, on that delivery, has the seam pointing to square leg or mid-wicket. So you think a cross-seam delivery for a pace bowler, and then he rolls his fingers down similarly, and then that one just stayed low, so it hits the leather and just stayed a little bit lower. He got Blundell out actually the same variation in Christchurch, but with extra bounce playing off the back foot. So with his height and then those two variations, makes it really, really effective.
You'd expect him to continue to do a lot of work pushing up into this very stiff northerly wind, as you can hear in our effects mic on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Here is Cast back into the attack from the bandstand. He goes with a bouncer to Smith, replacing Atkinson. Cast has 2 for 25, getting rid of Ravindra for 6 and Latham for 24. Latham, a very sharp caught and bowled. Low into his right, got the right hand down. He's falling away to his left. He had to go back the other way. Took it very well. And then Rachin Ravindra playing outside his eye line, outside of off stump to a steepling ball. Top of the bat, thin edge. Pope took the catch. One of 3 catches Pope has taken. 188 for 6. Bouncer pulled away through whitish mid-on, ballooning about 35 metres from the bat. I don't think Stokes picked this one up either. Oh, he's having a word to Ahmed, who came around from deep mid-wicket to do the fielding.
It's definitely a bouncer plan. They've sort of got a fielder pretty much as a backstop behind the wicket keeper. There's no one, I guess you've got a short backward point, a gully position, someone in a forward of point, no one back on the boundary at point, but you've got deep fine leg, deep square leg behind deep mid-wicket, and 2 in that mid-wicket position.
190 for 6 Cast. Short to outside of off stump this time. Well steered through the point region for a single. There's also a fly slip. That's the 50-run partnership of 39 balls. Going to take those hollow victories, I guess. Something to celebrate for the New Zealand fans, because there hasn't been a whole heap of it, Katie.
They were just about clapping. England was batting there. It got such a surprise, but no, it's just the way the approach that they've played. This wickets continue to flatten out, but England's been able to get anything out of it. They've bowled those wobble seam deliveries all day, not worried about any swing, and said, okay, let's use that natural variation.
Right, 3 back on the onside boundary. So 3 sort of closer to the bat as Cast's having a crack at Blundell, who plays a delicate little ramp over, slip down to fly slip. He's placed it between keeper and the man on the boundary. Ramping it over.
Do you think that was intentional or just a lifesaver?
Because it followed him a touch right. Let's watch the replay. He's backing up. He is backing away. I think it's deliberate in the end. He's had to react. Ad hoc cricket. 192 for the loss of 6 as Blundell moves to 81. Is that right? Smith driving powerfully back to the bowler, sharply fielded by Cast with the left hand, like a predator looking to strike, swivels around, throws at the stumps. Blundell's back like that. Plays with great energy, doesn't he?
I loved your energy there, the whole enthusiasm, the way that you've been able to show how you've done that with your hand. Jeez, that was good from you, Dan.
We're painting pictures.
Yeah, it's nice. Oh, he's bowled another no ball.
Thanks, Katie. I feel honoured to have a compliment from you.
Oh,
Doesn't come too often in this industry,
that's quite
especially
nice,
when you're with
isn't it?
Smithy and Coney. There's knife you in the front as they're looking you straight in the eye. Here's Cass again, short wide of off stump. There's no run. I'm sure John Norman would nod.
If you want any confidence builders, just come my way. That is an interesting point, though, in this industry that we're very, very fortunate to be in. We get paid to talk about the game we love, and you always seek feedback, don't you, on how you're going, and it's quite subjective in terms of who you like as a commentator or not, and that's fine. That's the way it goes. And yeah, I guess you'd rather get it told to your face than behind your back. Is that what you feel?
Absolutely. Big enough, ugly enough, and all of that. But
there are a couple of legends of New Zealand media, though, aren't
they are. If you can't find joy in this as a job, I don't think I can help you. 193 for the loss of 6 into the pad. Flicked away nicely down towards the finer of the 3 men on the onside boundary for a single by Smith. That will be the end of the over. 194 for the loss of 6. We're approaching tea on day number 3. New Zealand, for the record, need 389 runs to win. The target, a mammoth 583 after England earlier today declared at 427 for 6. Root his 36th Test 100, 106. He was the last to go. Stokes declaring when he was caught by Blundell off the bowling of O'Rourke for 49. Stokes then ran off, declared. New Zealanders left. The umpires had to stay on the field again as they checked if it was a clean catch, because Blundell sort of juggled it, held on to it. Just like Gus Atkinson's hat-trick, there was no one on the field when the decision, when the umpires gave it out.
I thought they couldn't undeclare at that time, could they? They weren't going to run back on and go, okay, Stokes, you try and get 50. But I just love the celebrations from Joe Root. He just continues to love the game and appreciate the moments of success as well.
Bashir with a slip, backward point, deep cover, sort of creeping in at extra cover mid-off, sort of catching positions as Nathan Smith leans forward, and there is no run. You suppose they don't have a short leg, considering he just steered one to short leg in Christchurch?
I think what they're trying to say here is get him to try and get at the ball and try and use his hands, create catching opportunity in front.
From the crease line, playing with the straight bat to the bowler. There's also a long off, long on, mid-wicket, deep forward square. Yeah. Ben listening to our live and exclusive coverage of the Test Series on TalkSport 2.
How's it that Joe Root's in there, though?
151 tests. Hasn't proven himself yet.
He did field one with his eyes closed, his head down, and it just went off his shin. Saved a single.
What cannot he do? Here's a ball that does spin back, hits high on the bat, goes to Root at short leg. I just think once you get out like that, it's going to be in your head for a little bit. And Smith is an attacking player. We've seen some really nice strokes through 25, but does he trust his defence over a longer period of time? It's an off-spinner who's getting a little bit of spin and bounce too. Long stride forward, leaves alone outside of off stump, does an overbalance Pope, ready to take the bails off, like you pest keepers always are.
Well, it's a new age keeper. The English keepers are very much like goalkeepers, so they lack any give, there's no give. It's hit the gloves, take the ball straight back to the stumps.
194 for 6, Bashir in again. Full, outside of off stump, prodding forward, poking the ball to point, no run.
Remember Emi Stone, he was so quick with his gloves and he had no give. When you actually slowed him down, all of his weight was going the opposite direction the ball was going in, but he just held enough of his head over top of the ball to be able to effectively push his gloves at the ball and create those opportunities, the millimetre stumpings he used to get.
Will this be the last ball of the session? Turn this time in front of Root at short leg into the mid-wicket region. There is no run. We look to the umpires. Let's see if they get there before 3:40 local time. I think we will have one more. Right, you keepers see that skill differently to the average cricket fan, who's the keeper's keeper? Who's the one that you've appreciated and liked watching and go, heck, they're a little bit different to most?
I used to actually model my keeping on Adam Perori back in the day, and he was a complete opposite to new age wicket keepers. Was long give, open the outside hip. These days I really like Foakes. I thought he was one of the best keepers, if not the best keeper, and obviously it's around batting and how he fits in terms of the style. I thought some of the games that he kept in the subcontinent were incredible.
Cass in again, bouncer pulled down to square leg. Wait, there is the call from Blundell, no run. He takes on the hook stroke, but from up to down, keeping the ball along the ground. Tom Blundell on 81 with 83 balls. He's hit 10 fours and 3 sixes.
Who's your favourite wicket keeper at the moment? Well, Alex Carey, I like the traditional way that he wicket keeps. It looks beautiful.
Carson again, short, pulled away powerfully through the heavily stacked onside field. Straight between the mid-wicket and, or the second deeper squarer mid-wicket. Perfectly positioned by Blundell. He moves to 85. Well, if Tom Blundell plays like this for another 4 hours, maybe him. But a lot of cricket fans sort of judge wicket keeping now on batting. Darn Adam Gilchrist. Hey, he's got a lot to answer for.
Well, it's the opposite of what it used to be. The best wicket keeper had the job, and then the batting was secondary. You always pick your best gloveman first, and then the batting was secondary to that, but not so much these days.
Cast from over the wicket. A tad fuller, but still back of a length. A rather interesting leap after the defensive push into the offside, and then a high squeaking no from Blundell. Everything about his body language, his movement, it's been positive. He's feeling better about himself. You compare that directly to Devon Conway, who sort of, reminds me of a young kid who's been told off. His sort of shoulders slump. He's really going through a bit of a tough patch, fair to say, out without scoring today. Here's a delicate late cut. Won't beat the fine gully. Diving stop nicely. Turned around the front post by Duckett, to use another goalkeeping reference. It's trickled down towards third man. A single will be taken. 199 for the loss of 6. Blundell to 86. Smith is 25. The partnership is 58.
So who's your favourite wicket keeper then? Don't really have one.
No,
Ian Smith.
I'm trying.
You've got to say Ian
What, of
Smith,
all
yeah.
time?
Just your favourite wicket keeper.
Well, Smithy was pretty good.
Yeah. Jack Russell was probably.
And he's within earshot.
Yeah.
Smithy hears everything.
I thought Jack Russell was before his time. He was very simplistic in the nature as an English wicketkeeper, quite limited movement, great hand-eye coordination.
Cast, bowl short underneath, Smith goes. How about I tell you who Ian Smith thought was his keeper's keeper?
The current one?
No, his favourite, the smoothest keeper that he believes he's ever seen, Bob Taylor.
Yeah, no, I see that. He always credits that he gave Mike Atherton his test career because he dropped him in his first test, and he buys him wine every time apparently when he comes to New Zealand, Mike Atherton. So we've all dropped a great cricketer at some point in time, and then said, walked past her and said, "Where's my thanks? Oh, I thanked you for the last 10 years."
199 for 6. Smith on strike on 25. Last over of the middle session on day number 3. Cast, who's been brilliant this series, bowls fuller, wider off stump. No stroke from Smith. Wellington fans always knowledgeable here. Immediately into a round of applause because they know the bails will come off, and that will signal the end of session, for which England still have picked up 2 wickets, made to fight a little bit harder because New Zealand's middle order has shown some resistance. Firstly, it was a 47-run partnership between Mitchell and Blundell. They got through to drinks in the first hour, and then almost straight away, a couple of balls after the drinks break, Daryl Mitchell nicked off the bowling of Atkinson. Pope at his third catch, 32, he was gone for, and then Glenn Phillips going back to ball from Bashir, slid on just a bit quicker, and he was bowled for 16. But Katie's thought Tom Blundell really has been the standout thus far for New Zealand, and otherwise underwhelming performance collectively from the team at the bat. 125 in the first innings and now 199 for 6, still needing 384 for victory. This Blundell can smile.
Yeah, Blundell, you feel like he's kept it quite simple. He's brought some really nice energy to the crease and the way that he's approached it, and played really well off the back foot and attacked the spin as well. So he has an opportunity to score 100 at his home ground, which we know he's done before.
Also, Katie Martin, appreciate your time. That is T on day number 3. 199 for 6.
Greetings from Wellington. T on day 3, and we're still playing. New Zealand are still batting, and Tom Blundell is putting smiles on the faces. Oh, it's a Stuart Dash out there on the outfield, and Matey Boy, who's not wearing the red and yellow jacket, has with a huge beard, fresh from throwing some axes down the street, no doubt, has just won the race from the stewards, who all haired from their positions off the pitch just in time for the umpires to walk out onto it, followed by Ben Stokes, the off-spinner Shoaib Bashir, who picked up the wicket of Glenn Phillips in that afternoon session, 1 or 2 to fall. Red Hot Chili Peppers, haven't heard them for a session. Chris Wokes, who really set the tone with the new ball. A really fierce, accurate, probing opening spell of bowling, which accounted for a couple of wickets. Both Conway and Williamson dismissed. 25 for 2 at that stage. Tom Latham was dismissed thanks to a smart bit of fielding as well as bowling from Bryden Cast, who then came back to dismiss Ravindra, who for the 4th time in this series really will reflect on a disappointing dismissal. It was 59 for 4 at the lunch break. The afternoon panned out and was actually one of New Zealand's better efforts with the bat. Daryl Mitchell, for so long, able to blunt this England attack and counter and score. 32, first ball after the drinks break, caught behind. And then Glenn Phillips, as mentioned, Shoaib Bashir, a ball that kept very low. And Phillips playing back. It's easy to say it now. I think I probably said it at the time of the dismissal. If he'd been playing forward, he would have been able to defend the ball. But because he was playing back, by the time he got his bat down in time to try and block the delivery from Shoaib Bashir, had already hit off and middle. So Phillips went for 16, but since then, Nathan Smith's come in and hit 3 4s and a 6. And as I say, Tom Blundell is 86 not out. Shoaib Bashir's just getting ready to come in. I think so is Neil Manthorpe, but I will just check that as Bashir does come in. And will we see a century from Tom Blundell in this session? Steve Harmison alongside me. He's just had the corn dog. It arrived, but it arrived at the midway point of the tea break, so it couldn't really hang around. You ate it in 3 bites, but if you head over to the cricket_TS account, you'll be able to see a photo of him. Down the track is Blundell. He's already hit 4 sixes from Bashir, and you can add another to that. This is sailed over long off, and he moves into the 90s. And he's just created a hole in the sight screen, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, he put a hole in that. I put a massive hole in that corn dog, and Tom Blundell has just put a massive hole in that side screen. This one from Bashir, thrown down the leg side. Pope not being able to get a hold of it, and just goes through. 45 would be, and Duckett does the fielding, and Blundell runs through. New Zealand get a bye.
Shoaib Bashir from the Government House end, and Nathan Smith now whips it bottom hand strong down towards long on. They go through for a single. Did you notice, Harmy, Nathan Smith had a responsibility attack before tea? He suddenly realised that he needed to play for Blundell. Blundell moved towards the 80s, and Nathan Smith went into his shell and stopped playing shots. Thought, I better be here, because Uncle Tom has got 100 on the cards, and I thought it was really good to see. Whipped away for another single through the leg side.
Yeah, it was good to see, with a view that, Smith got out in the first innings. Henry and Southey got out in consecutive balls. So yes, it is up to him to get to 100.
Yes. Nathan Smith again comes forward and plays it defensively out on the onside. Blundell 93 now. Heck of a way to end a run drought, and it really has been dreadful. 150 in 27 innings before this, and to end it with 100, I think, would be a very special moment, and it will be loudly and warmly cheered by the crowd, which I have to say has been thinning out regularly through that course of the day.
Yeah, I think the wind has made them run for the hills a little bit, run into town, get some shelter. There's a few come back. Say about the locals, if Tom Blundell does go on to get 100, I think there'll be quite a lot of the England fans in the Barmy Army will respectfully applaud as well, because it really has been a very, very good innings so far.
Bryden Carse is continuing. We're running through the pain barrier. Short hook shot from Blundell makes no contact. Bryden Carse asks the question politely. One for the over, says Adrian Holdstock. I presume he said not out as well. Very similar, these two chaps, in their playing days, Bryden Carse and Adrian Holdstock. I mentioned in Christchurch that Holdstock will see a little bit of himself in Bryden Carse. He's a bit bigger and a bit heavier now as Holdstock than he used to be, but he was also strong, barrel-chested, and genuinely quick for a brief period of time before stress fractures eventually ended his career. Here's Carse again, short and pulled powerfully out towards Rian Ahmed, fielding on the deep mid-wicket boundary. They go through for another single.
I thought you were going to say they're very, very fluent and speak to each other comfortably in Afrikaans.
Well, Adrian is English South African, and of course they all have to speak Afrikaans. They have to learn Afrikaans at school. It's part of the curriculum, but Adrian's is a bit rusty. And he went to Bishop's School in Cape Town, which is the posh school, posh boys' school. Short pull shot attempted again from this time Nathan Smith. He too misses, and it goes through to Ollie Pope.
I remember we were here in New Zealand, and the rugby was on, and there was a South African team playing corridor cricket from South Africa in the hotel corridor. Me and Huggy walked by, and
A Super Rugby team.
yeah, and they were giving it big licks in Afrikaans. In their astonishment when Hoggard turned round in fluent Afrikaans, I mean, the bat got dropped, and there were. I mean, it's like you was watching a horror movie. These big sort of 22-stone blokes looking at Hoggard.
Flicked away by Nathan Smith for another single down towards long leg, fielded by Jacob Bethel. 210 for 6. I suspect that it wasn't necessarily the fact that the Englishman was speaking Afrikaans, which he should do after his 3 years playing for the Free State. I suspect it was the content rather than the quality of what he was saying.
Yeah, definitely the content. He didn't tell me what it was. It's him. 2005 Ashes series. Rudi Cutson. He was a good friend to England during that series. Spent a lot of time talking to Kevin Peterson in Afrikaans.
Here comes Bryden Carse again. Oh, short, hooked away by Blundell. He's got 4 more. He's honing in on 100, is Tom Blundell. Up to 98 with his 12th 4. 4 sixes to go with those. And, well, there is consolation in personal achievement within this game. There always will be. Whatever Ben Stokes and this New England team say about personal milestones and landmarks, he's got 400s, and he's closing in on a 5th. And well, that was me saying when he got to 30 nobody would begrudge him a 50. I think he'd go on to 100.
He's batted beautifully, he really has. Took England on.
Here is Bryden Carse once again, thundering into Blundell, turns it away off the hip again. It's back of a length once more from Carse, who's shaking his head. He's obviously, as we've been saying for the last hour or so, in some discomfort and pain, but it's not stopping him bowling. Blundell has 99 from 94 balls, 215 for 6, and New Zealand still need 368 to win. Their target was 583. Can England finish the game on day 3? That's the question on most people's lips and minds at the moment. Those who have decided to stick it out on the grass bank, so at least have a little more space to spread out now. People have brought their blankets along, and most have got the extra layer or two that they brought with them. They've got them on now, and they're sticking around, and the New Zealand supporters, and I think, as Harmy said, even the England supporters will be quite pleased to see a Tom Blundell century. Here he is on 99, Shoaib Bashir into him, bowls, and forward he comes, playing defensively. You watch him block a maiden now.
Yeah, block a maiden. His biggest release shot, his biggest scoring shot has been to run down the wicket and hit Shoaib Bashir over the side screen. He's hit one onto the road already.
3 men saving one on the offside as well as a slip. Bashir in. Blundell gets an inside edge, drags it back past the stumps. It doesn't matter, the scorebook won't reflect that they were lucky runs, just that they were the runs that brought him his 5th Test century. He is absolutely delighted. He looks like a man relieved as much as pleased. And Nathan Smith has run all the way from the non-striker's end to give him a hug. The helmet is off, and it just looked like he was trying to suppress, given the match situation, the sheer joy and pleasure. He just clenched his eyes, clenched his fists. It evidently means the world to him.
It does, and well played, Tom Blundell. 5th Test match, 100. He deserves that bit of luck. He's inside edged it back through Ollie Pope, and he deserves that bit of luck. A little bit of emotion, I think. A lot of external noise. Teammates have backed him, and he's played wonderfully well, and he deserves that little bit of luck to get him to that 5th Test century.
Turns it away off his hip down towards fine leg, and there's a chase on for Ben Duckett here. He's having to run from slip all the way down to deep fine leg, and the batsmen have gone through for a leisurely 3 runs. Well, that'll warm Ben Duckett up if he needed warming up. And Tom Blundell moves on to 104, 220 for 6. It is a spirited fight back from New Zealand, and I have to say, from 59 for 4 at lunch, it's been welcome.
It's been welcome, it's been positive. I think a message to the top 6 of New Zealand to play against this England side. You be positive, you do get an element of luck.
Low full toss now. Nathan Smith has driven it down towards long on, and Zach Crawley for a moment thought it was going to carry to him. He was steadying himself, readying himself for a pushback, a leap over the rope, maybe a palm back into the playing area and a dive forward, but it just had a bit too much on it. But it was a knee-high full toss.
What a shot this is, by the way. Yes, it's a knee-high full toss. You know, scratching Ravindra at Christchurch, he hits it straight to a fielder there, middle of the bat, and he's just guided it over the top of Zach Crawley.
It was really middle, wasn't it? My goodness. Nathan Smith was his 2nd maximum, moving to 33, 226 for 6. And that actually, I think that the point you're alluding to is that knee-high full tosses can be quite difficult to hit. You're not expecting them for a start. Often hit very high on the bat and miss the sweet spot, as Nathan Smith now pushes defensively forward to Shoaib Bashir, and Bryden Cast does the fielding and takes his sweater off because he's going to bowl the next over. No one's going to talk him out of it. Shoaib Bashir now has gone for 92 in his 16 overs, does have a wicket, the wicket of Glenn Phillips, with one that kept very low. A bit of a shooter, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little bit of a shooter. Phillips was trying to be aggressive, like what Smith and Blundell have been, and he hit 6 and he hit a nice 4, then he got one that just kept a touch low. So Cast again, they're going to stick with this bouncer theory. Blundell's played it well so far. He's tried to get on top of it so far against Cast.
6 men on the leg side as it's hook shot and 4 from Tom Blundell. Bryden Cast, I'm not sure, maybe a little bit straight, and he was able to step inside the line of it and pulled it down. So there's a long leg, a deep backward square leg, a deep square leg on the boundary, a deep mid-wicket 20 yards in from the boundary, another square leg in the orthodox position just in front of square, a mid-on. So 3 men on the boundary, 1 close to it, and now 2 further men on the leg side in catching positions at mid-wicket and wideish mid-on, but it's turned away by Blundell for another single out towards deep backward square. Jacob Bethel fields. Fly slip on the offside, short third, short third man, deep, narrow gully, and a cover point. It's an interesting field, isn't it? I mean, you're not going to be pitching too many up with this field.
No, that's the way England go, don't they? When the ball stops, doing that little bit in and around the sort of good length and fuller of a good length. It's now go to the short ball tactic, put 3 men on the leg side, a couple of catches in mid-wicket, and now Carson's going round the wicket to Smith.
Up to the crease he comes, thundering in. Smith goes for the pull shot. It's not actually short, and it didn't bounce as much as he intended. I think he's played over the top of that one and taken, or did it just carry to Ollie Pope? I think maybe taken on the half volley by the England keeper. Almost put the mockers on him by saying that he'd been faultless, flawless in the 2 Test matches so far. John Norman thought that he'd dropped a catch, but in fact he hadn't. So I think he is still faultless so far in 4 innings, as Nathan Smith now tries to turn one away. In at the thigh pad again. It's picked up by Joe Root, trotting in from one of, well, he's at mid-wicket. So we've got a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, a square leg and a deep square leg, a long leg and a fine leg, and a fly slip, a gully, a cover point, no mid-off. One of those classic fields that, again, just illustrates that 9 fielders is just 1 short. You really need 10. That's a perfect number. But then it would be 12 aside. Bryden Cars around the wicket. Once again, running in past umpire Adrian Holdstock, bowls a bouncer, and Nathan Smith ducks underneath it. And it's taken behind by Ollie Pope. There are some players in a situation like this, Harmy, who just have a bit of fun and you know, throw the bat and be carefree rather than careless, because everyone cares about. But I think Nathan Smith has. He started like that, didn't he? And I think he suddenly thought to himself, "Hang on a minute, I could get myself 70 or 80 here."
It just got himself in good positions. That first 10 balls, it got himself in a good position, and now, because of the position he's in, and his movements are good, and his execution's good, stand him in good stead.
Here's Bryden Carson once again, bangs it in short. Smith pushes it away defensively out on the onside, and there's no run. 231 for 6. Was there ever a time where you thought, hang on, this is a flat pitch, it's a tired bowling attack, I'm actually going to play properly and get myself some runs here?
Whenever I thought like that,
I
got out. I did. It's like playing golf. I mean, you hit a couple of good shots, and you think you can play like Tiger Woods, and then you bogey the next 3. So, yeah, I mean, for a tail ender, always the sort of the warning signs and worry point. You start hitting 2 fours in a row, and you think you're Brian Lara, and then that's it, bang. You end up chipping one up in the air or missing one. So that's why you bat number 10, number 11. So I think the answer to your question, no, I never really felt as though I get my head down on a good wicket and think I'm here for the afternoon.
I remember you smashing Mackay and Tini all over the oval, I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, the oval. That was I think if I was smashing anybody, anywhere, it was at the oval. I mean, my batting average at the oval was decent. Struggled everywhere else, but it was good at the oval.
Gary Morgan, Steve Harmison's batting average at the oval, please. I know you've given it to us before. Down the wicket comes Tom Blundell to Shoaib Bashir and launches it over long on. He's hit down the ground supremely well. He's used his feet well. Honestly, his range hitting, his straight driving against Bashir has been magnificent, and there's another half dozen.
Yeah, got to the pitch quickly, middle of the bat, straight over Zach Crawley's head. With the wind. Bashir's again just thinking, right, just throw it above the eye line. He's bound to miss one or cloth one soon. I think he's been working to that theory for the last 50 or 60 runs for Tom Blundell.
You said decent. You remember what it is, don't you?
Yeah, I do know what it is.
131.
Is that right?
Punched off the back foot by Blundell into the offside to the covers and fielded by Stokes. No run.
Yeah, it's 130. Yeah, I think it was 131. Is it? I think it's second
To
for
Don
behind Bradman at Ayr cricket venue.
Here is Bashir once again. Little paddle sweep. Oh, he's caught him. Ben Duckett has taken an absolutely brilliant thinking man's catch. He's standing at orthodox slip. Blundell's gone down for the lap sweep, and Duckett has stepped across. He's taken 2 or 3 steps to his left, anticipating the shot. He's got to it. He's parried it up in the air and caught the rebound.
This is unbelievable. It's hit exactly what you're saying, off the middle of the bat. It's hit Ollie Pope. It's gone up in the air. He's parried it with one hand, dived, and managed to carry it to catch it with the other hand. A fantastic catch. A bit of improvisation from Ben Duckett, but well played, Tom Blundell. Really well played. Come up to this test match under real pressure when his team was probably out of the game. Well, definitely out of the game. He stood up and he's give the game some respectability from the New Zealand point of view. It probably has saved his test career. I said to you a couple of days ago, Manners, be careful writing players off when they at the point of no return. And that for me is a brilliant innings from Tom Blundell. The way he went about that job in such a positive manner should be a message to the New Zealand dressing room for the next test match and how to play cricket against this England side. He took it to England, he's been positive, and he was rewarded with a 5th test century.
Well said, Harmy, and well done, Tom Blundell. And well done, Ben Duckett. What an amazing grab that was. A drop there from Pope behind the stumps. Manners, he's not listening. Well, he's always listening. He is always listening. Don't ever be fooled. I think he's thinking of something else. It wasn't a drop by Pope behind the stumps, by the way. I tell you what, there is a feeling, and it's been mentioned, just how many England fans are here watching. But on day one, when Kane Williamson was reprieved thanks to that no ball wicket, as Bashir, this is cut hard to the left of Rayan Ahmed, does really well to get down to his left and field. And Nathan Smith is sent back. There actually was a run there in the end, but yeah, Kane Williamson was dismissed by Brydon Carse, and Carse overstepped by a fraction. And the roar here at the Basin Reserve when that became apparent. And Henry has just sliced this delivery from Bashir to the right of Duckett. It wasn't a catching opportunity, but wasn't far away from the fielder. Down to the boundary at third. Just in front of us here in the RA Advanced stand. Is that Carse who fields? He's still on the field and still bowling. But I'm not sure. I'm sure if you listen back to the commentary, brilliantly delivered by Manners as ever, as Bashir is in, and this is driven straight to mid-on, but on the bounce. And that's the end of another successful over for England and Shoaib Bashir, who picked up his 2nd wicket. Tom Blundell, who walked to the crease with his side in absolute disarray, his career in the balance, and has just walked off with 115 next to his name, better than a run of ball as well. But if you listen back to the commentary, there is of course the excitement of the wicket, brilliantly taken by Duckett, and Blundell walks off, and he almost doesn't congratulate Duckett, but he can see what's happened, and he knows something special has occurred. He's had a bit of luck, and he's deserved it, and he's got to walk off. Joe Root, by the way, before he congratulated Ben Duckett, shook his hand, as only Joe Root would. Not that the other players wouldn't, but he's always the first to do so. And then this is tucked away to a square leg, no run from the bat of Nathan Smith. And Blundell got about halfway to the boundary's edge, and then there was this cheer from the fans who were below us, and I'm sure hundreds of local fans, New Zealand fans, Wellington fans, and they were just making it clear to Tom Blundell how happy they were that a guy had walked to the crease under so much pressure and has walked off it with 100 next to his name. This is a horrible delivery for any batter to get. And
Oh, he's going to get 5.
Nathan Smith almost deserves 5 for surviving that delivery. It won't quite be 5, but there's overthrows. Shy at the stumps at the non-strikers. Nathan Smith, I don't think he knew where that ball had gone for a moment. It was back of a length. It was fast. It was homing in on the body of the batter. And Smith has thrown his hands up at the ball. It's hit his glove, gone fine, and Pope running round has picked up and thrown at the striker's end actually, but nobody was backing up, and Bashir's got to clean up. So another few runs added to the score. 245 for 7.
Matt Henry there. I mean, it was an all-run 4, but Matt Henry's never run a 4th run as quick in his life after first seeing Smith miss that ball.
To get back. Short again, very short. And Smith would have left that alone for much of the series, but there's no point now.
No, I'd have to say lying on the ground isn't going to get him.
Throws his hands, or rather the bat at the ball whilst leaning back. There is a fly slip, but it doesn't connect, and it's no run. So 245 for 7, and you know this game has been one-sided, too one-sided, truth be told, but it's been entertaining, and that's continued throughout into this evening session here at the Basin Reserve on day 3.
It has, John, but if you look at the way England have played, you know, the one person that stood out for New Zealand with the bat has played exactly the same way as England.
Exactly. I hope that point has been made, or will be made, either publicly or silently. If you can make a point silently. Yeah, of course you can. This is pushed to mid-wicket, no run. If you were with us in the afternoon session, you could hear us bullying the producer, Scott Taylor, into getting a corn dog for Steve Harmison. Well, finally he did so. They're not called corn dogs, and Steve Harmison ate it in 3 bites.
It was nice, really nice. I'm going to talk about food more often. I get fed, it's great. Seen that ice cream van over there?
No, says Scott. Pushed into the covers by Nathan Smith. No real foot movement there, just almost like presenting a straight bat in the general direction of where a ball is going to end up. It comes through for a single, probably doing him a disservice. He is 38 not out and batting very nicely. This must be his test best.
Beer tent looks great down there.
Well, this will be over soon and we can all head off to Cuba Street. We can all head off to Cuba Street. We journeyed out into the night last night, didn't we? We had a very enjoyable drink or two. The food was good. It's just it's a really cool city, this, isn't it?
Good vibe, isn't it?
Good vibe.
New Zealand, full stop is.
Yeah, but it's a proper city. There aren't. I mean, especially when you walk around the centre of town. Full and surprise Yorker from Cast. Henry, good enough to get his bat down on it. Sees the over out. 246 for 7 here at the Basin Reserve. It is a cool city. You've got the waterfront. There's a lot going on down there.
You've got down there yet?
We were there last time we were here,
last
though,
time
didn't we?
Here, yeah. But not been down there.
Well,
yet.
you're going to have a couple of days off.
Yeah.
Have you got the golf booked yet? You went to see
we're
Gladdy earlier.
yeah.
Does Gladstone play golf?
Gladstone does everything. I mean, Gladstone is the happiest man in the world. Gladstone's small former England.
Fast bowler.
Bowler stroke batter. He batted
More of a
low
bowler,
down.
wasn't
Yeah,
he?
more of a bowler. Played in the 92 World Cup. Ashes winner in the 86.
86-87.
Yeah.
With Mike Gatting, who's also... Well, he was here in Christchurch. I haven't
he's
seen
here.
him. Is he here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a long way to come for one test. isn't it?
Gladstone's small. Big follower of England. Great man. Play golf with him at Christchurch. Probably play golf with him at least once before we get to Hamilton. Part of the... he's in charge of the Black Opal group here. That's with David Gower.
David Gower, of
Yeah.
course, yeah. Another Ashes winner. He captained England to an Ashes win at home, 1985. Here's a stat that we might mention to Jeremy Coney if and when he's back on duty. Ben Stokes is going to bowl for the first time today. He's dug it in. On the pull is Smith, bowling from the Adelaide Road end. And there's 2 fielders out there for exactly that shot, but it drops short at mid-wicket, fielded, and Smith moves to 39. He'll be eyeing up a 50. And Henry, he'll hope, Smith, that Henry, Southey, and O'Rourke hang around long enough to give him that opportunity. There's some dark cloud over the hills there on the other side of the tunnel, but as things stand, doesn't look like we're going to lose any play due to the weather. We lost a couple of minutes just before the lunch break. Stokes is in again, short and caught down the leg side by Ollie Pope, and Joe Root just asking the question, is there anything on the bat there? But no excitement from bowler or keeper, so Stokes walks back to the top of his mark. What are we talking about? Food? Where were we?
Food. Then I went into ice cream, and then I went into beer. Scott Taylor.
Oh,
still
we talked
hasn't
about
took
this
a hint.
city.
Yeah, the city.
The city of Wellington. Yeah, so you've got the harbour, got the museum, Te Papa, which you won't go to, but Katie, our video producer, will, I imagine. Scott might. No, golf. Short again, attempter, and Matt Henry just leans back, and this shot, an attempted swipe to mid-wicket where there's three fielders, rather than what looked like a more straightforward option to try and hit this through extra cover, even if you get a thick edge. It may fly down to the fly slip that is in position, but who knows? We'll never know. Either way, he missed the ball. And Stokes is in again. Short again, and he does connect this time, does Henry, but there's a fielder nestling underneath. It's swirling, it's high, and Jacob Bethel readies himself and diving, stooping low to his left, takes a good catch in the outfield, and that brings to an end Matt Henry's innings. And New Zealand now 8 down here at the Basin Reserve. Stokes with a wicket. New Zealand 247 for 8.
Yeah, another good catch from Jacob Bethel. He dropped Tom Blundell, but that was a fast and a hard chance at third slip. That more natural for Bethel. Spends a lot of time in the deep, and an outfielder in the deep in one-day cricket. Big boundary rider, but comfortably took that two-handed. Short ball that didn't quite get up from Stokes. But a good one nevertheless. One that Matt Henry could hit. And I think that's it. From a tail ender's point of view, it's not about getting it high, it's getting it wide and making sure that the tail ender has to fetch it.
Here's a moment, Harmy. Tim Southey walking to the crease at the Wellington Basin Reserve for the final time in his long 16-year storied career as an international cricketer for New Zealand. The crowd, to a man and woman, getting to their feet to applaud a guy that will be missed greatly once he has put the bat, the gloves, the pads and the ball to one side, hung up the helmet and made his way. And what a career he has had for New Zealand. This test match, this series may not have gone the way that he would have hoped for, but he played a part in that series win away in India. He's pretty much achieved everything any international cricketer would want to go on and achieve. And first ball, he's bounced by Stokes. Southey fends the ball away and it drops just short via the glove, just in front of Joe Root. Welcome back, Tim Southey, and welcome back, Grant Elliott.
Yeah, interesting. I heard you say last time, and I was wondering if that's the last test or you were alluding to the last time at the Basin Reserve. But yeah, getting appreciation, and he deserves it. He's been an amazing player for New Zealand, achieved so much.
Yeah, former teammate of yours, of course. Last ball of the over, and Stokes again drags it in. Not quite as short as the last ball. Southey expecting it, giving himself a little bit of room. One final hurrah, one final six. Either way, his attempted pull is unsuccessful. And that's the end of an over for England and Stokes, which has seen the wicket of Matt Henry. Nathan Smith is still there, 39 not out. England now just 2 wickets away.
Yeah, New Zealand need 336 to win.
Well, they do, Grant, but I've kind of stopped saying it.
I know.
You know, and I'm glad you're here, because you're perhaps the only person in the world who will continue saying it right to the end.
No, I won't.
And you're right to.
Well, what I will say is that England are past the 50 over mark, so white ball cricket, and the bowlers will start fatiguing. And we're seeing an interesting change here. We're seeing Bashir come with the wind. So Stokes obviously, and I actually thought Bethel was going to have a go. I thought give Bashir a little bit of a break just to regroup, even just before he got that wicket. He got that wicket. As soon as he changed to a wide line, he started getting whacked a bit. And he has leaked a bit of runs. He's gone for 6 and over, but now he comes with the wind. So as a player now in Wellington, you go, well, I can't really hit him over his head because I'm hitting it into the wind. And that's exactly why Stokes brings mid-on up 3/4. Mid-off is up quite a bit, is Chris Wokes.
There's 3 catching fielders in front of the bat on the leg side, and Nathan Smith showing good awareness, although not particularly good execution. Just tries to wrap this up over a leg slip or gully, and doesn't connect, but that's the right idea.
But look at Duckett. Duckett shows just as much awareness, and that's how they got Tom Blundell out. Starts sprinting from first slip, almost to try get to a leg slip position.
Here comes Bashir with a short leg in place, but this is quite wide, and it enables Smith to punch to the left of mid-off and come through for a single. He's 40. I'd love to see, we'd all love to see 5 sixes that Southey needs to reach 100 sixes in Test cricket. But I'd rather like to see Nathan Smith get 50. And I wouldn't mind.
I'd like
Southey,
to see both.
Well, and maybe both will happen. There's Southey playing back, and then at the last minute just coming forward and pushing this into the offside. We're just seeing a replay of that Nathan Smith, and I hope Neil Manthorpe's watching. I hope Neil Manthorpe's listening. As Southey just takes this delivery, which is well outside the line of off stump, helps it round the corner to square leg, although it ends up at mid-wicket and comes through for a single. And there was a little edge on that, or a glove, from that attempted ramp scoop from Nathan Smith. Cannon straight into the breadbasket of Ollie Pope. So I suppose there's a statistician somewhere that's put that down as a drop. Thick outside edge from the bat of Nathan Smith. He tries to go down the ground. There's no one on the boundary at long off, but it escapes short third, and there's a chase on there. Smith comes back for a second. He moves to 42. 250 runs scored by New Zealand in second innings. If only they'd scored 250 runs in the first innings, Grant Elliott, we would have one hell of a game on, but they didn't. They scored half that. Here's Bashir and Smith forward. It's a languid drive, but straight to extra cover. End of the over, 250 for 1. 251 for 8, rather, New Zealand, with Nathan Smith 8 away from what would be his first 50 in Test cricket, and Tim Southey 1 not out. And it must have warmed the heart to hear the roars of approval when fellow Wellington player Tom Blundell reached 100, and then the reception he got as he got halfway off the field. I'm sure you heard it, Grant. Big cheer from a lot of fans that come along to support New Zealand, and really pleased to see a local guy with all the pressure on him succeed against England today. That's Stokes ready for the start of his second over, success in his first, and Southey steps away and tries to smash this over deep square leg. There's a top edge, and Rayan Ahmed running in from the boundary at third, just dropped short of him. Just for a minute there, looked like it was going to settle into his grasp, but a little moment going the way of New Zealand. Southey comes back for a second, and the score moves on to 353 for 8.
Southey's got one target in sight, and that's 5 sixes. Just what you said, John. 5 sixes to reach 100.
It's not quite as big a ground as Christchurch, is it?
No.
Certainly the boundaries aren't. He perished in the deep. I wonder how many times he's holed out. I'm sure Gary Morgan can tell us in his career. How many times has Tim Southey been caught on the boundary? Go for it, Gary, at 20 to 4 in the morning. Stokes again, short again. pulled by Southey for a single. 254 for 8.
But yeah, back to Tom Blundell. It was quite funny. I was in the Sport Nation studio and I said that I was his first roommate. So Jeremy Coney thought that I was claiming that 100. I was claiming his career. I wasn't. It was just a nice moment. You think back to, a player that started in Wellington, and when he started his career, I was playing with him, and just what he's achieved. And it was a real character building innings that from Blundell.
He's got a terrific record against England, that's for sure. And has Nathan Smith been caught down the leg side? He has, advancing down the track, trying to pull another short delivery from Stokes. A little glove on it. Pope's done the rest, and Smith's got to go. New Zealand 9 down now. England 1 away from a big win, and a series win as well. And Stokes has struck late on day 3 here at the Basin Reserve.
What a shame, what a real shame, because I think Nathan Smith, he batted with composure, he batted with aggression. The one thing he has shown is he's shown what he can do with the bat, more importantly. Shown his teammates, shown the New Zealand public, and shown the selectors. He's a player that, well, he bustled in with the ball, never gave up. He's fast around the field. He's a true all-rounder. And it's great, satisfying to see him get runs under these circumstances. And just unfortunate he didn't get his 50, John. I know you were looking forward to that as well.
Yeah, I've really been impressed. He signed for my team back in England, Surrey. So, of course, as soon as I saw him play on day 1, I texted Gareth Batty. I said, we've got a gun fielder here. Hadn't seen him bat up until that point, but he picked up those 2 wickets. Joe Root being the 2nd wicket in Test cricket, by the way. Thank you very much. And then to come back and get Root again in his 2nd match. Thank you very much. I think he's got good attitude, good heart, and I'm excited to see more of Nathan Smith, and I'm sure we will. Not just at Surrey, but for New Zealand over the upcoming years. Stokes at the top of his mark, so is Neil Manthorpe after a word from Grant Elliott.
Well, the big Will O'Rourke strides to the crease, and Ben Stokes with only 2 players in front of square. One's at a wideish mid-on catching and one's at mid-wicket on the 1. The rest of them are behind the wicket, which indicates short pitch bowling to the big towering 1m97 Will O'Rourke, and it is. It's round the chin. Neil Manthorpe.
Is he only 197?
1m97. Yeah, I was surprised.
Could have sworn he's over 2 metres.
Listen, that's what Google says, so we don't believe it. Brighton Cast 1m91 I got, so because I was comparing their bowling and who hit the stumps the most.
Here is Stokes once again, bowls to Will O'Rourke. It's another bouncer, and the big man ducks underneath it. It's only 3 centimetres. Between friends, I'm going 2 metres.
Yeah, I think he's
2 metre Will.
He definitely does look like 2 metre Peter Fulton.
Yes, Peter
looks
Fulton.
like he's similar sort of height to him.
You watch him bat 20 overs now. Hey, honestly, I can see it. I think I'm become a massive fan of his. 26 ball naught as night watchman. Here is Ben Stokes thundering in from Government House End and beats Will O'Rourke outside the off stump, I think. The Barmy Army trumpeter, Simon Finch, has been playing Christmas carols. Did you hear that a moment ago? Jingle bells. It's not a Christmas carol, it's a Christmas song. Over comes to an end. Ben Stokes, late introduction to the attack by himself, and he's got 2 for 4 in 2 overs, and New Zealand are 254 for 9, and we will have a 3-day test match. England will win the inaugural Crow Thorpe Trophy.
Wow, you've called it early.
Do you think I'm going out on a limb there?
I've seen this Wellington weather. I tell you what, it can change
It's going
quickly.
to rain for 2.5 days. I've checked the forecast.
Stranger things have happened. You believe the forecast?
Well, I just think that it's going to be all right for today. And anyway, here's Shoaib Bashir bowling downwind, swing across the line here from Tim Southey. The misses, hits him on the pad, bounces out on the offside. Southey's going to play like that. He's not going to last till the close of play.
No. Well, one thing I can predict is that if Tim Southey is going to get his 5 6s, which he desperately wants, it's going to be against Bashir right now.
Bashir in. Southey swings too hard, lost his shape, misses into the gloves of Ollie Pope. The end is nigh, Grant Elliott.
I feel it.
I feel it. because Ben Stokes has not got men on the boundary. That's why Tim Southee's swinging like this. No, he doesn't. He comes forward and blocks it to the great amusement of the crowd. But that's why Ben Stokes is doing this. He's going, you middle them, you're fine. You've got your sixes. But make one mistake and I've got you. Long on. Deep mid-wicket. Bashir in again. Southee swings again and misses once more, and it hits him on the pad. I'm enjoying this. It's good, isn't it?
I don't think Southee is. He's missed every single one of them. He normally hits a couple. He's got a great eye. I debuted with Tim Southee when he got those runs against Anderson and Broad and Napier.
Bashir in again. Southee swings and he won't get 6. It drops one bounce short at deep mid-wicket. Well, that's what. So if Ben Stokes had his men on the boundary, then that would have been a catch. But then that removes that element of fun, and Tim Southee may not take on those fielders.
Well, John Norman's just shown me Southee's been caught 13 times in the deep, 5 against England.
I would have thought it'd be more than that, wouldn't
Yeah, me too, yeah. He's going to come down the wicket again.
Bashir in again to Southee, backs away and gives himself some room. He wants to hit it through the offside. Nobody on that boundary, but he can't pierce the infield, and Bryden cast fields. 258 for 9. Tim Southee on 8. Will O'Rourke has faced 3 balls. He hasn't scored. Has Will O'Rourke scored a run in this series? He made I thought, an excellent 15-ball naught in the first innings at the Hagley Oval. So that was naught.
You're such a purist because you said you've
5.
really been enjoying watching O'Rourke. You said in a 26-ball naught and a 15-ball naught.
Yeah.
Loving it.
I think that's great.
Yeah.
I think that's really, really organised. You don't see number 11s with a technique like that. And he's the best lever in the team. Short pulled away by Will O'Rourke. It's up in the air and it just falls short. Back page headline. Hold the press. Will O'Rourke plays aggressive shot. Will O'Rourke scores a run.
Well, he feels at home now in Test cricket and he thinks I'm going to open my shoulders a bit.
Well, he's doing the wrong thing. He should be playing for Tim Southee's sixes.
True.
He needs to get the blockathon out again. So Southee is on strike. He might fancy hitting Ben Stokes for 6 more than Shoaib Bashir. Here is Stokes once again, bowls. Southee heaves it out towards deep mid-wicket and is caught. Chris Woakes takes the catch. Ben Stokes has come on and bowled 14 balls and taken 3 for 5. He knocks over the tail. New Zealand are bowled out for 259 with an impossible target of 583, and England have won by 323 runs after an 8-wicket triumph at the Hagley Oval, and they become the holders, the inaugural holders of the Crowthorpe Trophy, taking an unassailable 2-0 lead in the 3-match series. Ben Stokes 3 for 5. Didn't overbowl himself today with his 14 balls. And a century from Tom Blundell. Excellent consolation for the home side. But ultimately, Grant Elliott, they have been heavily outplayed. It's a lesson, isn't it, for New Zealand and for all teams. Don't let England get on top in a test match because they'll bully you and they'll hurt you. And New Zealand have been hurt in this test.
Convincingly and dominantly outplayed in every day, in every session, you'd say, in this test match. The only shining light really for New Zealand was having England's 40 for 4 on day one, where they thought, wow, maybe our fortunes are changing. But it was a Harry Brook 100 and an Ollie Pope partnership with Harry Brook broke the back in that first innings of New Zealand, who just had no reply since then besides Tom Blundell, as the players clapped Tim Southee off the field. Who knows whether that may be his last test innings for New Zealand or his last test for New Zealand. The players shaking hands. Ben Stokes can be very happy with his team because they'll be lining up a few golf rounds, I'm sure, with 2 days to go.
You can't award a fellow a benefit series and then drop him for the last game on his home ground, so he's surely going to play at Seddon Park in Hamilton. He's surely having said, you're playing the series, he's going to play all three, isn't he? I mean, that was the whole point. It's hard to manufacture fairy tale finishes in professional sport, particularly this fickle game that we love so much. But that's what Tim Southee said. He would like to retire on his home ground, and I think that is exactly what will happen. 259 all out New Zealand. Tim Southee, the last man to go for 8 from 13 deliveries. Grant Elliott, you can't see Tim Southee being dropped for the last test, can you? Surely.
Oh, I don't know. New Zealand doesn't get many tests a year. 13 tests maximum a year. The opportunity to blood someone else. Opportunity for Will O'Rourke to take the new ball and Henry with him. I don't know.
Well, there are cricketing reasons for it. I'm not doubting that.
Yeah, absolutely. Neil Wagner wasn't really given the luxury to retire when he wanted to. Wasn't picked here in Wellington, and that was, signalled the end of his career. And that was one Will O'Rourke that took his place. Tim Southee's been amazing, player for New Zealand. 700 wickets in all 3 formats. The only player to do it for New Zealand. It's up to the selectors to decide. I don't know. I just don't think that any player has the right to go out on their terms. I think the game is bigger than any player. So leave it up to the selectors, see what they say. If he's the best man for the job, he's the best man for the job. You pick your best 11. And who am I to pick my best 11 and leave Southee out of it? I guess time will tell. I think that
there is sentiment and loyalty, though, in New Zealand cricket, more than in any other. After this theory that because they had such a small player pool for so long, they had to get their best players into form rather than replace them. But now that there is so much more depth in the playing group, I think that sentiment and loyalty and faith in the long-established, long-serving players remains, and perhaps it is misplaced, but I certainly cannot imagine the legend that is Tim Southee after a 16-year career. I mean, it was interesting, he said he would like to retire on his home ground anyway. I think if he was any other nationality, he might have copped a bit of criticism for trying to manufacture a fairy tale ending. But I think Cricket New Zealand and Gary Stead are loyal, and I think that they will grant him that farewell that he envisaged. Players have made their way from the field. There are all the usual post-test match duties to be done, all the media duties. There are a couple of people holding NZ Cricket banners behind the television presentation area, and they're battling to hold them up in this fierce Wellington wind. Just a reminder, if you missed the early proceedings in the day, England resumed. Did England resume? Yes, they did. England resumed on 378 for 5 before reaching 427 for 6. There was a 36th Test century for Joe Root, made 106 before he edged Will O'Rourke behind to Tom Blundell. 106, he draws level with Rahul Dravid on the all-time list of century makers, and of course he's still 9 behind the second place man Jacques Kallis, and 13 behind top place Sachin Tendulkar, all of which left Ben Stokes unbeaten on 49 and New Zealand with a target of 583, a nominal target at that, and the wicket takers shared amongst the England bowlers, all of whom had some success. Chris Woakes 2 for 20, Gus Atkinson 1 for 68, Bryden Cast 2 for 53, giving him 17 in the series. Shoaib Bashir 2 for 110, and Ben Stokes coming on to knock the tail over, which he does so well, and did exactly that, finishing with 3 for 5 in 2.2 overs.
Yeah, fascinating for me to have a look at, Gary's stats, and thanks Gary during the test match, outstanding. This is the England's first series win in New Zealand since 2007-2008, and that was when Tim Southee debuted, I'm guessing. That would have been his debut series. So to go full circle, I think that was the year that I debuted with Tim Southee, where Ryan Sidebottom took those 23 wickets in the series. So You know, almost 16 years later, he's finishing his career playing against England again, and a losing series. It's their first series away win since December 2022 in Pakistan, and it's the biggest win versus New Zealand in terms of runs, which previously was 267 runs at Mount Maunganui in 2023, just last year. So it's England's 7th biggest win overall in tests in terms of runs. So convincing victory here. And something for New Zealand to think about going to Hamilton. How are they going to play? Do the batsmen change the way that they play? Do they change the selection of the side? The makeup of the side? Is it going to be a turning wicket? Is it going to be a green wicket? I think to beat this England team, you actually need a seaming wicket for all 5 days. Or 3 days.
Grant Elliott, you arrived this morning with a wonderful bottle of red wine as a gift to the TalkSport commentary team. Now, during the lunch break, we paid tribute to Martin Crowe and Graham Thorpe, both of whom were known for their love of a red wine at the end of a day's play. So I do hope you stick around. I know you've got to drive home, but just raise a glass with us. We're going to open that wine that you brought, and thank you. And I hope you'll raise a glass to those two greats after whom this trophy is named.
Absolutely, absolutely. For the love of cricket and the late Martin Crowe, Graham Thorpe, I knew them both. Spent time with them both as well. Martin Crowe was my my test batting coach. I was probably one of his biggest failures, failed student. But you know, going through the attic, and I actually picked out his test batting program, a little booklet that he made around test cricket and how it should be played technically and strategically. So it's quite a special little book. And Graham Thorpe, obviously, with my time at Surrey. So absolutely, we'll be raising a glass. And it's been a pleasure being in the TalkSport studio with you lads, even though it felt like it was behind enemy lines. Congratulations, another test victory to England, but it's been enjoyable.
Thank you very much indeed to Grant Elliott. We're just moments away from following on, which of course will be hosted by the boss, John Norman, alongside Steve Harmison. The Barmy Army have gathered down below us. We haven't had the official presentation yet, but that too is being organised by the Cricket New Zealand officials and the television executives and the floor manager. Harmy's taking his place in Grant Elliott's seat, and John Norman will take mine. Thoroughly convincing, Steve Harmison. Just a quick thought, some thoughts before the presentation. Is the man of the match obvious to you? And while you contemplate that, John will take over from me.
Yeah, completely obvious. No question who the player of the match was, and the match turned on for me on his innings in that first innings. England getting 280 and a wicket was put in and doing a bit. Harry Brook was magnificent. Tom Blundell, well, New Zealand can look at how they'll look and their game plan, like Grant Elliott said, and Grant Elliott's been brilliant throughout the commentary this week, and he's completely right. Is it a personnel change or is it a mindset change? We've seen the way Tom Blundell played during that second innings, along with Nathan Smith. If you go positive and you steer in a positive frame of mind, you've got a chance of scoring runs. Better position throughout that innings, and Blundell showed the New Zealand batters how to play against England. A magnificent 100 here at the Basin Reserve. Yes, it was all in vain. Saved his career. Go to Seddon Park, 2-0 to England. Largely down to the fact that player of the match, his innings in the first was Harry Brook.